He
Yep.
loves marine biology, but then again, he goes back and forth. He's like, I don't know if I just love the water or or the environmental aspects of it, but he would love something like that.
I dropped it in the chat. They still run the program, I think, every year. Yeah, I just dropped it in the chat. They do also do like a Lake Superior. It's like a lake ecology program.
Oh, wow. That is awesome. Is your presentation still up, or did the Shedd Aquarium thing pop up?
Shedd Aquarium popped up, but it's
okay.
Yeah, there's also a lake ecology one.
Okay. I was just trying to get an idea of what my screen is showing. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing, I think. All right, Megan, you think I can get this right this time?
I have confidence in you, Kara.
Hi.
Even when you freak out, which I know this is streaming live, you're very calm. And so even though I know you're flustered, you do it in a very serene way.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm just jumping.
And Matovo is with us. Matovo was with us last week as well.
Hi, Matovo. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Yes, how are you doing? I'm doing great.
Good, good. Again, remind us, what time is it where you are?
Again, it is 6 p.m.
Got it. You hung in there for quite a bit with us last time.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Where are you calling in from?
Thank you for asking. I'm calling from Uganda.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We've got about 7 minutes before we start.
So Deja, when we did this last week, I don't know if you were able to pop in and out, but we had people who were coming in and out throughout the whole day. And so sometimes, we had 20 and sometimes we had 5, but we are live streaming on YouTube, and we are posting the videos that were submitted from the speakers on the Yes Youth Environmental Summit website. So we can talk offline if you are comfortable with having your presentation shared or not, or having this recording, put up. But yeah, so even though it might only be a couple people, you never know who's going to be on YouTube. And we certainly expect, because of the time zones, that we'll have people watching after. So we're thrilled to have you.
Well, yeah, very flexible, down to share it, or the video.
Welcome, Molly.
Good morning, Molly. Good to see you again. We can't hear you, Molly. Say something.
Try again.
She's trying.
Andrew, come do it.
Yeah, there we go. You have a little bit of an echo. Do that again. Say something again, Molly.
I'm guessing it's because I'm right next to Mr. Ritter.
Oh, okay.
You're literally next to him. Okay.
So Deja, Molly has been truly instrumental in just helping to put this whole summit together. Again, it is student-led, student-created. Megan and I, we are on for the ride. So we are really appreciative of all the work that Molly has put in. She's pretty amazing. You're going to see some of the other students like Preston and Clayton, who have also put a tremendous amount of work in putting this summit together.
Molly, also, where are you from or based?
I'm from Pontiac in Illinois.
Oh, nice, nice.
Where are you from?
Chicago. So I'm
Oh,
in
okay.
Illinois, same state. Yeah.
And Molly is Paul Ritter's student. So Molly, what grade are you in?
I am senior.
And I can't
Is this
remember
the
if I
period
asked.
where-
Oh, go ahead.
Is this a period where like college apps are coming out?
Yeah.
Oh, good luck. I remember the feeling. It's
Yeah.
anxiety inducing.
Yeah.
There we go. I think you told us last time, but remind me again, what school are you looking at going to?
I'm currently looking at Eureka, which is like 45 minutes away from here. And then if I don't go there, then I'm gonna go to the like community college in Bloomington. So,
You're going to study anything in the environmental field?
right now it's looking like forensic science.
Ooh, I think I do remember you saying that. That sounds like fun.
Community college is great because it's so much cheaper. You can get your basic classes out of the way.
Yeah.
It is definitely the way to go, especially
It's
if
a
you
nice
do, like-
option. Yeah.
Yeah. College is ridiculously expensive now. I mean, it's not sustainable the way they keep going up in prices.
Mhm.
Now that, you have an anxiety over getting your letters in. I have anxiety over sending 3 kids to college. I'm just like,
It is so expensive. Like, it is so expensive. I do not understand, especially in the pandemic when people are online. I'm like, what are you getting for like $60,000 at some places?
Yeah. Yeah. And even if you get a decent job afterwards, Lord, you're going to be paying loans forever. Hi, Preston. So Preston's another one of the students who's been instrumental in pulling this together.
Hi.
All right.
And
We've
Preston,
got,
are you,
oh, go ahead.
Preston, where are you based or where do you live?
I'm going to Brandeis University right now, but I just moved here from like Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Oh, nice. I have 2 really good friends who live in Grand Rapids, so I like visit often.
Oh, cool.
Do you ever go to like the beaches? Oh, it's not Grand Rapids, but it's closer to Southwest Michigan.
Is it Grand Haven
Like
you're
Van
thinking
Buren.
of?
Yeah, or like Van Buren State Park. The beaches are really nice in Michigan. I did not
Yeah.
know.
My kids always found that interesting that they're called beaches here. They're like, there are no waves. These are beaches.
No, but on good days, they are wavy. Like,
There's some good waves.
especially, yes, yeah. I felt this. I went to school in New York, and people were like, "Chicago has beaches." I'm like, "Yes, we're on a lake." Like,
It's cold as crap. No, you're right. My kids love the water. They said they like putting on their little snorkel because they were like, you can see through it much better than in North Carolina beaches. We've got 1 more minute. Megan, should I wait a couple of minutes before we get started, or?
I think you can go ahead and just get started at the time.
Okay. And we are live and we're recording. So Deja, even beyond this live streaming, people will be able to access it later on. So we really appreciate you joining us. Well, welcome everyone to the Youth Environmental Summit. This is our 2nd day. We are super excited to have Deja Powell, who is going to kind of kick us off this morning. Deja is an organizer with Sunrise Movement, fighting for a Green New Deal, rooted in equity, protecting Indigenous, Black, and Brown, low-income, and frontline communities that have historically been at the forefront of environmental injustice in this country. She was the lead organizer for the Midwest, where she supported a team to provide coaching and organizing support for Sunrise hubs around training, electoral organizing, and action across the Midwest. She currently leads structure work, supporting a team that's designing future structures for the movement. Deja is a 2018 graduate of Cornell University with a degree in environmental and sustainability science. And we are super excited to have Deja join us today. And of course, you know, now I'm having.
You can do this, Kara.
I know.
We
I don't
believe
know
in you.
I know. Here we go. Deja, I'm going to pull your slides up, but you can go ahead. I'm going to pass the mic on to you. You can go ahead and.
Also, thanks so much for the introduction. I think before we get started and before I introduce myself, it'll be helpful. I know some folks in the US, some folks across the world. And so if you've ever heard of, yep.
You're on mute, Kara.
Thank you. I don't know what happened, but I am no longer the host. And so I cannot, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. Maybe Paul, it was up before, but now it's gone.
Molly's going to go across the classroom and ask her teacher.
Okay, Mr. Ritter is in the office, so I might try to figure this out.
I love the way she can just rotate from computer to computer. Yeah, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Kara, do you want to be host?
Yeah, he had me host before. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. Got it. Okay. I'm very sorry, Deja.
No, you're good. We always have Zoom tech difficulties. The nature of a world online.
While you're talking, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up, but you can go ahead now.
Cool, yes. And I would just ask, I know folks are coming from all over. So if you've ever heard of Sunrise Movement, maybe put like a yes in the chat. And if you're like, never heard of Sunrise, don't know who y'all are, feel free to put like a, no, just to give me some idea of folks in the room and how much people know. See, Preston got a yes. And then let's see. It's Matovu, right? And then Molly. Okay, I'll do a light poll. Great, okay, helpful information because I'll know how much to share, how much not to. So I'm just gonna tell a quick story about myself. We love telling stories in movements and in Sunrise. I'm gonna tell a story about myself of like why I do climate organizing, climate work. And then we'll tell a little bit about Sunrise, talk about the Green New Deal, and then we'll open it up for conversation and discussion. And I know someone else is also joining. Welcome, Evelyn. And let me make sure that I have, yeah, cool. Okay, so we're gonna tell a story and then we'll dig us into who Sunrise is, what the Green New Deal is, and chat with each other. So again, my name is Deja Powell. I use she, her pronouns. I'm based in Chicago on Potawatomi land. And I'm gonna tell a story about sharks because I love sharks and it's part of the reason that I'm doing the work that I do to this day. So yes, I was 17. Yeah, gonna tell a story, then we'll dig in. I was 17 years old when I did a program through the Shedd Aquarium, and you can see the pictures on the left and the right to give you some visuals. Yeah, when I did a program through the Shedd Aquarium where we spent 7 days on a boat in the Bahamas, which is like a dream when you're 17. And we did, research, sampling fish, studying the water and plastic. And one day our captain, Captain Dave, and you can sort of see him in the picture with the blue shirt at the top. Great pick, whoever took this. But Captain Dave anchors the ship, pulls all of the young high schoolers to the front of the boat and tells us about the site that we're at, Triangle Rock. And it's a site that is known for shark sightings because people usually chum the water. And he told us that we might see sharks when we go snorkeling. And I'll roll back a little and just say that, like, I love sharks. Every Shark Week, every summer, every Deep Blue Seas, Jaws. I did a shark biology seminar, was like obsessed with sharks, but never thought I'd have the opportunity to jump in the water with them. And so I'm like wrestling with this choice that I'm gonna have to make as, you know, all of my friends are grabbing our sunscreen, grabbing our snorkeling gear, and headed to the back of the ship. And as I'm doing this, I'm also looking at my friends, Luis, Gammon, Julia, looking like at their faces for any sign of like fear, panic, or worry. And I see none. They all look like chill, excited, you know, to go snorkeling with sharks. So I'm sitting at the edge of the boat and you can see the picture of me. I'm on the right side, putting on my snorkeling gear, and I'm like freaking out inside. And this picture of the Chicago News pops up into my mind that's like, breaking, young girl gets pulled to the depths of the Bahamian Sea by like a Caribbean reef shark. And I see the pictures of my mom and my dad like distressed and worried and terrified, honestly, at what happened. And, you know, out of all the ways to lose a child, especially a young Black girl from Chicago, you don't expect to lose her by a shark attack. And I'm sitting there and this like worry and these images are popping up in my mind. And I choose to like push them aside, thinking about this like deep love that I had for sharks and that I couldn't turn down the opportunity to go swimming with them. So I jump in and I turn my snorkeling goggles down in the water, and like 20 feet below me and to the right and left of me, I see these silver bullets, Caribbean reef sharks, just like careening through the water. And it is like one of the most spiritual probably moments of my life. And this like realization really hits me for the first time that like humans are not the only people, you know, occupying the planet, that there are the fish and the algae and the jellyfish and the coral reefs who are like getting bleached from warming sea temperatures. That there are all of these species and all of this life, and that humans were threatening it. And so made in that water with sharks all around me, this like commitment to spend the rest of my life fighting to protect not just like my home in Chicago, which is also why I do organizing around climate work, but also to protect this ecosystem. And I'll like close the story by saying that y'all know we are like in the middle of a ton of different crises. We are in a pandemic that has like uprooted much of our lives. We are in a climate crisis. We are in a crisis of like inequality. There are so many crises happening right now. And if I know anything to be true, it is that we are going to need more young people who have the courage to like push past the fear, jump in. Maybe it's not sharks. We got bigger fish to fry these days, you know, politicians, like incredibly wealthy people. We need a bunch of young people with the courage to like jump in and the commitment to like transform themselves, their communities, and the world. And so I'll wrap the story by like making an ask of y'all, and maybe we'll give like 1 to 2 minutes for people to do this, of like, if you can think about something that you're terrified to do. For me, it was jumping in the water with sharks. Now it's trying to stop the climate crisis, which I'm doing every single day. Think about something that you're terrified to do, and then a commitment that you can make either to yourself, to your friends and family, or to your community to actually like try and solve that. And so I'll give folks like 2 minutes maybe to reflect, and I'll try to drop the prompt in the chat again of like, make a reflection on something you're terrified to do around transforming yourself, the world, community, and what commitment can you take? And yeah, part of my story was just to share some of the like moving through fear and like where I am at on the other side. And it's like a commitment to protecting Earth and nature. And so we'll give folks like 2 minutes to do some reflecting, and then to drop it in the chat once you're done. And probably once I get like 3 responses, we'll then share a little bit about Sunrise, about the Green New Deal, and then can open it up for discussion. and maybe I'll play like 2 minutes of song or something. Okay, cool. Well, maybe ask, yes, great. Thanks, Preston and Kara. Preston is terrified about not doing enough to stop climate change, and I can commit to doing all I can while also realizing it's a group effort. And Kara said joining the Peace Corps. If other folks continue to drop those in along the rest of the presentation, I'm going to share probably for just 5 more minutes about a little bit about something if you're interested on like a way you can get involved in doing work around like social justice and climate by sharing a little bit about Sunrise. So if we go to the next slide, and also welcome Evelyn Kelly. I know y'all joined a little bit late, but just saying hello. So some people have heard of Sunrise, some people are like unfamiliar new. So Sunrise is a movement of young people to stop climate change and create millions of good jobs in the process. And we're building an army of young people to make climate an urgent priority across America, to end the corrupting influence of fossil fuel executives on our politics, and to elect leaders who will stand up for the health and well-being of all people. We go to the next slide, we'll share a little bit about what we're fighting for. My name's Deja. I started in Sunrise as a volunteer in January of 2019 in Chicago and have led trainings, workshops, like joint actions, supported actions. I'm just showing some pictures of my time in the Chicago Hub. You can see me on the left and on the right in the other picture. And there are hubs all across the country, which I'll share more about. If folks want to get involved, we go to the next slide. There'll be more pictures just to get a gist of the movement and what we're doing. Next slide. In Massachusetts, I believe, at the state legislature. And the next slide, more pictures to get a vibe of like, who are we? A bunch of young people that are ready to do everything that we can to stop the climate crisis. We have a lot of art while we do it. So if we go to the next slide, the big thing in Sunrise that we're fighting for is the Green New Deal. And the Green New Deal is a jobs and justice-centered plan to decarbonize the US economy within 10 years. And it is one of the only plans put forward that actually meets the scale and scope of the climate crisis. And for us, the Green New Deal also means focusing on creating the maximum amount of prosperity for working people and marginalized communities across the country in the process. And we'll give folks maybe 20 seconds to just read through the slide if you're like a visual processor. And then if we go to the next slide, some of the big goals for us for winning a Green New Deal are about creating a ton of jobs, because it will take a lot of work to transition our economy and society to being one that does not run on fossil fuels. It's about investing in our infrastructure. We have bridges collapsing, schools with lead in them, or pipes with lead in them. We need to upgrade our infrastructure. It's about ensuring clean air and water, healthy food, access to nature, and a sustainable environment for all, and about creating just and equitable social and economic systems that care for our vulnerable and frontline communities. So if I had to say, like, for the Green New Deal is trying to achieve 4 core goals, these would be the big buckets of them. And then before I share a little bit about how people can get involved and do the work, for me, it's really helpful to see the vision. And so if we go to the next slide, some of what a Green New Deal could look like in your community is like a youth job score that gives young people opportunities to work during the summer and get paid well, like doing lake and river restoration, engaging in like reforestation and tree planting, growing food across the city, and building parks and beautifying green spaces across a city. It also could mean investing and expanding in the public housing stock that's safe, affordable, and adequate for anyone who is in need of shelter. And it can mean investing in care and low carbon work. So like supporting teachers, supporting public health workers, street violence prevention workers, and like people who take care of children or seniors, and those living with like disabilities, and support them with good paying union jobs. Just an example, young programs, housing programs, and investing in care work. That's low carbon work. And if you're like, that sounds amazing, also sounds really hard to win, we know stopping the climate crisis is not gonna be easy. It's gonna take like a decade or more. And so I wanted to share for folks a couple ways to get involved if you're interested in like making that vision a reality. So I will drop a link. Quickest way is to just follow us on social media. If you're like, I don't have time to join calls, don't have time to join a movement, drop our social media link in the chat. And then you can also check us out on our website and sign up for text updates, where you'll learn about actions, workshops, like different phone banking that we do. And then if you're like, great, join social media, I'll sign up for text messages. If you're like, I want to get involved and like commit more to the day-to-day work that it's going to take in groups and teams in this movement of like stopping the climate crisis, there are hundreds of hubs across the country. In Illinois, there are no hubs internationally, but can share more information if people are interested in starting climate movements where you are. But you can either join a hub or create a hub. There likely will be one near you. So I will officially wrap the presentation, and Carrie, you can stop sharing slides. I dropped the links in the chat, and I think for the last 12 minutes, can just open it up for discussion. If people have questions, I might have questions for you all. We'll see sort of where people are.
Yes, can you hear me okay? Thank you, Deja. That was amazing. And yes, we do want to open it up for questions. So just use your chat to put in your question, or raise your hand. We have a small enough group, you raise your hand and I can call on you to ask the question. And it looks like I have. Okay, all right, we have a question. Who has influenced you?
Oh, this is such a great question. I have so many influences. I've been watching Cheer on Netflix, so I'm like, all these hardworking cheerleaders who like get tossed in the air. And yeah, so many people. I think there are a ton of organizers. It's also Black History Month, so we'll share 2 Black organizers. One is Ella Baker, who started SNCC, which was the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And SNCC organized a bunch of young people, young, Black, white, college students during the 60s, like to come to the South and register people to vote. And Ella Baker was one of the masterminds and organizers supporting that work. And I think Ella Baker is probably one of the core influences that I have on like approach to organizing, the belief that like everyday people have the resources, the experience, the understanding of like their community to change it. And so I would say Ella Baker is a core influence. And I'll drop maybe like a link in the chat on her if
That's
people
awesome.
want to learn more.
And I have a question for you. You know, many of the students that are going to be presenting today have done some amazing projects. And one of the reasons why we have this summit is we want other young people to know they can make a difference, just like you're saying. What was your first project activity where you felt like, you know what, I did this, or we did this, and I made it, you know what, I don't have to be an adult to make a difference. What was that first fire in you?
Yeah, I think I was early in college. There are probably examples when I was younger, but I led it was called Gift into the Green. It was like a summer camp for young Black and brown kids who are interested in the environment and nature. Because I was one of the very few Black youth who were like in these spaces. And so I created a summer camp with friends and some people that just reached out and wanted to support. And we did a week-long summer camp in Hyde Park in Chicago for a bunch of youth. And I think that was the first time I was like, oh my God, you can bring people together, support them. Yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, let me double check here. I think I have another one. All right, we have a compliment in your presentation. It was absolutely awesome. My other question to you, what do you see yourself doing 5 years from now?
Yes, hopefully I'm like at peace because the world is a little wild right now. There's like war, Russia, but there's a lot happening in the world. So I think hopefully at peace with myself. And I also think hopefully still pushing for climate policy and transforming our country around climate policy. So hopefully like running a Green New Deal campaign in Illinois or in Chicago and supporting other young people to do that as well. So yeah, I'll be doing this probably for the rest of my life, fighting the climate crisis. So that's what I imagine I'll be doing in 5 years.
Okay, good. And we've got a question from Preston. Preston, do you want to go ahead and you can come off mute if you like.
Sure, I can just ask it out loud. All right, one question I had was about like the Green New Deal. And it was like, what like can like me and other students at home kind of like do to like help get it passed?
Yes, so we're relaunching our movement in the summer, getting clearer on like how we support our movement and do that. I think there are like different layers. There's like, you could target your school board and say, we want curriculum on climate and organizing in our school, or like, we want you to decarbonize the school district by 2030, and can like run campaigns within your school or within your school district. You can also run like city level campaigns targeting the city council to like pass like climate emergency actions. Like it probably will take a few years to like win a while to win a Green New Deal. It's at cities and at state levels, and federally will take some time. But yeah, targeting whichever sort of targets power holders are closest to you, and like either at the school district level, at the city level, running campaigns with demands around like Green New Deal for schools or free public transit or investing in like agriculture, urban ag, can do that. And yeah, Preston, if you like DM me your email, I can send you some more stuff on that.
Cool, thank you so much. And also I have another question that's less like vague, but like, is that like the Sunrise Movement flag behind you next to like the Chicago flag?
Oh yeah. So yes, this is a Green New Deal. I have
cool.
a lot of art from a lot of actions in my room, and that's Chicago flag. And then there's like a Green New Deal banner.
I have a Green New Deal poster like over there, but
yes! Oh my, this is so cool. Wait, are you involved in the hub in Grand Rapids or?
Not really. Not really, but I probably should get involved more.
All right, one last question, Deja. So climate change is now not now. It's always been going on, but I say now because in the government we can now talk about it a little bit more. But what are you seeing as a field within the environmental field that young people should consider? There's various fields you can go into, but there are some areas that are emerging that you may know of that they may not know of. If you'd like to share that.
Yes, I think luckily in this field, there are so many different ways. Like you can be artists that are creating art around the environment. So I think the one thing, like I used to think the only path to do environmental work was being like a scientist. You can be an environmental scientist. You can work for NOAA. You can work for the EPA and the government, like Department of Energy. You can also create art or dance that is connected to the earth. You can be an organizer or like be a movement builder. That's what I do, where you're bringing people together, trying to build the power to win things or like win legislation. You can write policy. There are a lot of different, like in some ways it's like we need every role. Teachers are like connecting with so many young people and educating them, can make choices on the like things you're teaching around climate and climate education. So I would say there are so many different paths, which is great because we'll need everybody to stop the crisis. We'll need lawyers, like environmental lawyers. There's like Earth First. I would say there's like a ton of different avenues for people who are interested in doing environmental work, climate work, to get involved.
You make a really good point, Deja. As Megan and I, we are not formal scientists or engineers at the Environmental Protection Agency. And yes, you are correct. We do need people from various different fields in the environmental field. There's so much to talk about. There's so many ways that you can get involved and make a difference. And it is amazing how the environment impacts us so holistically. And so, yes, because of that, there's a multitude of fields you can go into to make a difference. So with that said, I just want to thank you again, Deja, for speaking to us, telling your story, which I just love hearing. And unfortunately, my son wasn't able to hear it today, so he's going to definitely hear the recording. And if anyone has any questions about a lot of what she's talked about, check the chat. She put in a ton of links, and definitely check those links out. Thank you so much, Deja, for joining us, and you can hang on to hear some more presentations. And with that said, I'll pass the mic on to Molly.
Thank you. I'm going to be introducing Logan Brummel, Johnny Lennox, and Peyton Cheek. They're from Pontiac, Illinois, and they're going to be talking about their water testing project.
I think you have to enable screen share.
I don't think I'm host.
Yeah, it says.
Okay, I'm changing it right now. Okay, you guys should be good.
All right, can everyone see that? Okay. So our project is water quality testing, and I'm Logan Brummel.
I'm Peyton Cheek. And I'm Johnny Lennox.
So first is our goal, and we really wanted to just collect data of trash in our waterways to use it as like a talking point in our community. Say, hey, this is a problem we have. We need to like build off of this and help make it less of a problem, I guess. And we really wanted to take the project to a higher level too, if that was going to be possible. And we wanted to build support from large organizations that would maybe make it a lot easier to achieve our goal. So I'm Logan Brummel. I'm 17 years old. We're from Pontiac Township High School in the United States. And I have a strong agricultural background. So that's one of the reasons that I was interested in water is I always talk about chemical runoff and soil erosion and all these different things that are related to water. So we were kind of wondering about that. And I also love fishing and boating. So I want to protect our natural resources.
Hi, I'm Peyton Cheek. I'm 17 years old. I'm a senior at Pontiac Township High School. I love the outdoors. I play golf. The reason why I chose this project is because I like to swim and also boat, and I'd like to keep our waterways safe so we can continue to do those things.
I'm Johnny Lennox. I recently turned 18, also Pontiac Township High School senior. I feel very passionate about this project, cleaning up our local waterways. Local river for us is the Vermilion River. It's kind of a staple of our town, and we really hate to see it so trashed and kind of not taken care of at all. So it's kind of a passion of mine. It's kind of a passion for all of us to get out there, keep it clean. And so this project's been a very big part of my life recently.
So how our project started was we have a raft, as you can see in the picture, that we made out of recycled plastics and pallets. So we took it in the pool to see if it was floating, and it floated, but wasn't the best. So we decided we needed to make some changes before we could take it to the river and collect trash and record the data on different types of trash in our river and how much we had. And while we were doing that, it's kind of, we were interrupted. So our plan from making the boat better kind of changed different when we got contacted by the USGS.
Yeah, working with the USGS was kind of a dream. They were very nice to us. They reached out to us and kind of told us how they were interested in working with younger people, trying to get involved with the testing of water quality with the younger generation, high schoolers specifically. We learned how to test water quality, flow, and discharge. We were able to take a field trip with our entire environmental earth science class to the Vermilion River. And they kind of showed us exactly how we're supposed to test water and how we're supposed to collect data and send it into their testing labs that they can test for us. And so it's really cool to be a part of something much bigger than our initial project was. It's not just kind of cleaning trash out of the river anymore. It's taken to kind of a national basis. And so, yeah, we're pretty excited about our opportunity with the Geological Survey.
Yeah, so we kind of changed from collecting data on trash to collecting data on water quality. So that's kind of the main change in our project.
As Johnny said, the USGS actually gave us a sonde to use and test the water quality ourselves. We are using that to go and collect the data. Currently, we have not been able to because here in Illinois, it's a little cold and the river's still frozen. So once it warms up, we're actually going to go out and actually test it. And once we collect those samples, we will send them to the USGS and they will actually collect the data and tell us what they find. And hopefully we can continue to spread awareness like that.
So we also want to continue with our original goal too, but this is obviously that kind of takes a backseat with the huge opportunity that we've gotten now. So obviously, as we talked about earlier, we all kind of have a connection to water. So like me personally, they always talk about in agriculture, pollution runoff and different fertilizers getting in our water. So I kind of wanted to see if that was true, because obviously farmers don't go spray their field thinking, hey, I'm going to put this into our water, and laugh about it. That's not what they want to happen. I mean, first of all, it costs them more money. So obviously nobody wants that to happen for environmental reasons and economic reasons. So I was kind of interested in that. And obviously we want to protect our waterways. We love boating and fishing and skiing and swimming, and we just want to protect our natural resources.
Yeah, for the future, we believe the sky's the limit for this project. It's kind of started on the base level, start on the ground is just kind of a way for us to get a good grade in a project and go out and pick up some trash out of the water. But it's really turned out to be on the national stage, and the US Geological Survey has been very helpful with us. They've walked us through every step. We've been able to have Zoom meetings with them and in-person meetings to kind of walk us through exactly what's going to go down and exactly how we're supposed to put this plan into action. And we plan to take it out during late March to the end of our school year, where hopefully the water is going to be not frozen anymore. We can go out there and take some good samples and get some good data. We don't require any volunteers, but like we've said multiple times, we take any volunteers that we want. Anybody who wants to come and help us out, we'd be very welcoming to you to help us take water quality samples, clean up the river, whatever you want to do to help the community out. And if everything goes well, hopefully with this initial cleanup, we plan to possibly take it to an even larger scale, take it to more rivers in Illinois, maybe outside of Illinois and surrounding states. And we're just very, very excited for this opportunity.
And we're thinking that maybe the connections we make with this project can help us with our original plan of just cleaning up trash too, so we can use this as a piggyback onto more plans in the future. And that's all we have. Any questions?
I have a question. So US Geological Survey, it's a government agency, and I was just curious if if they've done this with other students in other places beyond Illinois. And yeah, is this, I guess, are you the pilot that they're working with students, or do you know any more about that?
So I'm not really sure if they're working with other students, but I think that they saw what we were doing, and it was kind of like they realized, hey, students have a lot more powerful voice than us. So they think that they can use us as I guess kind of a microphone, so to say, so that they can get their word out about our water quality and different things through us, because people listen to kids a lot more than adults. So I'm not really sure if they're working with other students, but I think they saw us and they were like, hey, this is a really good opportunity to get it out there.
They kind of explained to us it's kind of a way to push the younger generation, kind of get the younger generation involved in what they're doing, because they're doing a lot of great stuff for the community, not only our community, but all around the Midwest, all around the country. So the fact that this not only helps out our local river and our local community, but helps out really the entire country and the entire kind of culture of our country. So it's a really good opportunity for us.
So there's two more questions in the chat. Preston's is one of them, and then I had a follow-up one, but Preston asked, can you explain more about the raft project? It looked it looked like it was a lot of fun. I think it looked fun too.
So it was it's made out of so there's mesh bags and they're filled with recycled water bottles, and I believe we had 5-gallon water jugs on there, and we put them under pallets and they were zip tied around with big ductwork zip ties, and we wanted to use that raft to go down the river and collect trash as we pass through, and then use that to collect data on different trash in our area and see what was the biggest problem. So we wanted to, it was kind of a sustainable way to collect trash. So we thought that was kind of cool that we were using trash to collect trash. So that was our original plan. And we're still planning on doing that. Obviously, it needs to warm up a lot before we can get in the water. So that's kind of what we were looking at doing.
Before we could totally work out all the kinks to that project, we kind of got interrupted by the Geological Survey, and they kind of got us going on a different project and a different kind of route. So hopefully we can get back to that at some point as well, because we plan on doing both of these. We just got to make sure it gets warmer outside, hopefully be able to carry out both of these projects.
And we haven't really put out the word on social media about any of this yet. I think that it's the working with the USGS we can put out there, but it's kind of something that people need to contact them on their own if they want to do something like that. But most towns have water quality testing sites, so obviously you can just do it local too. And I think that we could put that out there and say, hey, everyone can do this. It's fun, it's cool. But I think that the raft would probably get more attention, and we have some videos on the Summit TikTok of us on the raft and trying that. So yeah.
What are you guys going to be doing with the data?
So we kind of want to use the data as a stepping stone towards just pushing our idea, hey, we need to protect our waterways. Hey, if we put it out there, we got these chemicals in the water, it's going to be we need to stop just dumping without thinking. So I think that's something we can use as a talking point in our community to protect our waterways better.
The data for our local waterway will be kind of used in a larger survey, kind of a larger full-scale model for the whole country, as they're kind of testing water quality all over the Midwest, all over the country. So hopefully, even though we're kind of like a base model with this just Vermilion River, hopefully our data can be used into that huge kind of national survey they're using to try to push out the word about bad waterways and pollution in waterways.
So does this project make you want to do other environmental projects in the future, or do you? Yeah, are you juniors or seniors in high school? And I guess, are you gonna try to stick with this in some way, shape, or form, or are you gonna go a totally different direction?
Yeah, I'm a junior, and I kind of want to take this project and maybe push it towards more the agricultural side, since I have a strong ag background, and maybe do some research into chemical runoff and different things like that. We have some different places in Pontiac that use different irrigation systems, and they test their water to see different fertilizers that may go into the ground and come back out. So I kind of want to maybe use that as a research point too, to change this project a little bit in that way.
And since me and Johnny are seniors, we're hoping that we can pass down this project, and Logan can help the underclassmen, the class that will take this environmental earth science class next year. We can continue the water quality testing project with them, so it continues to grow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, good job, boys. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No.
No.
All right, thank you guys very much. It was very fun. Thank you for letting us present our project to you. We're very excited about it.
Actually, I do have a question that kind of goes with this. So you guys have all your different interests in what you do, and really a diverse background, all three of you. Do you see that as something that's been more of an asset to you in the sense that you've been able to look at the problem from multiple angles and see where that's at? And if so, can you explain like your backgrounds and how that looks?
I think so, for sure. I think Logan's background being in agriculture, really, he kind of sees it from a different view than I do. I was never really involved in the farm system, not really in the agriculture system. But for me, like I said, living in Pontiac, the Vermilion River is kind of a staple of our town. A lot of signs around kind of pointing to our bridges and pointing to the really large waterway in our town. So keeping that clean is kind of very important to our town, important to me, kind of important to the namesake of our town. So it's definitely a big problem in our city. I know other cities as well, the Vermilion runs through. So yeah, for me, that's kind of how it is, just kind of keeping our city safe, keeping our city non-polluted, and kind of keeping our namesake what it is.
Yeah, I would say without Logan, like me and Johnny, this would kind of be a lot harder because we really don't have a big ag background like Logan does. So without him knowing all about the crops and how the farmers spraying stuff in the fields affects the water, that really does help a lot.
A lot of different viewpoints.
Yeah. All right, any other questions? That's it. Well, thank you guys. It was fun presenting and talking to all you guys.
It's been a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. That was really cool.
Yep, thank you, Molly.
I am introducing Gabby and Paige. I'm not entirely sure if they're recording. If they're, yeah, I think I'm just sharing their video. Yeah. So I'll start their video right now. Okay, we have about 2 minutes, Mr. Ritter says. They are from, I don't know where. I'm pretty sure they're both seniors. Okay, Gabby and Paige, they're from Oconomowoc High School. They're both seniors, and Oconomowoc High School is in Wisconsin. They are talking about sustainability and the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And they started this and they heard about it from their AP Environmental Science class. So I'll play their video. I'm working on it.
Hi, I'm Gabby. And I'm Paige. And we are both seniors at Oconomowoc High School, which is located in Wisconsin. We're going to talk to you today about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The overarching question is, how do we want the world to look by 2030? Or in other words, 8 years from now. This is where the Sustainable Development Goals come in. 17 in total and created by the United Nations, each goal aims to better our world environmentally or socially. It is a comprehensive action plan for the planet, people, and prosperity. A total of 193 countries are taking part in this action plan since it's been adopted in 2015. We all know that we want the world to be thriving in 8 years, but if we want to see that result, we need to change our ways and habits. Work needs to be done on global, local, and on people levels. This means that effort needs to be made across the world, in your community, and on your own. In order to meet the SDGs by 2030, we need to take serious action. With the release of the 2020 SDG report, it's been made clear that we are far off track. Some progress has been delayed, and in some cases, progress has regressed by a decade. We are currently in the Decade of Action, which is an effort launched to reach the 2030 deadline. We have less than a decade to make it happen, and in order to reach the goals, the world needs to ramp up their efforts. To meet the goals, we can focus on the goals that are deemed the most important. The SDGs have 4 fundamental principles: integrated, universal, inclusive, and leave no one behind. The UN wants to ensure that each country, no matter how developed, is making progress towards the goals. All of these principles lend themselves to having shared responsibility and keeping each individual accountable or involved. No country has fully achieved sustainability, so we all have work to do, which is why we will begin to introduce the goals. The first of the development goals is no poverty. End poverty in all forms everywhere. The second goal is to end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Goal number 3 is well-being. Ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for everyone at all ages. The 4th SDG is education. We want to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Goal number 5, gender equality. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Goal number 6 is water for all. We want to ensure the availability and sustainability of water for all. Goal number 7 is affordable and clean energy. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. SDG number 8 is decent work and economic growth. This goal is in place to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. The 9th development goal is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive, sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. SDG number 10 is reduce inequalities. Reduce inequality within and among all countries. Goal number 11 is sustainable cities and communities. It states that we need to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. The next goal, number 12, is responsible consumption and production. It is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. The 13th goal is climate action. Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Goal number 14 is life below water. We want to conserve and sustainably use oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Goal 15 is life on land. We need to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt land degradation and biodiversity loss. Goal number 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. We want to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, promote access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. The 17th and final goal is partnership for the goals. It states that we need to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnerships for sustainable development. Ending poverty, stopping climate change, achieving gender equality. Intimidating, right? It seems impossible that one person can make an impact, but this isn't true. There are plenty of ways to get involved that can be adapted into any lifestyle. Actions need to be taken on all levels, whether that's without even getting out of bed or by taking leadership in your workplace. Level 1 is being the average sofa superstar. Turn off lights when you aren't in the room and spread the word about sustainability. Level 2 is being your average household superstar. Take short showers, compost or recycle, and buy minimally packaged goods. Level 3, be your local neighborhood nice guy. Shop local, bike instead of driving, use reusable shopping bags or water bottles, and donate some of the items you don't use anymore. Level 4 is to become an exceptional employee. Mentor young people and know your workplace rights. Stay informed about your workplace sustainability habits and raise your voice against discrimination. Now that you've heard all the ways that you can help, set a small goal for yourself, something doable and that fits in your everyday routine. Even though you may not believe it, and it may not mean much coming from 2 high schoolers, even you can help achieve these global goals. As each of these goals are intertwined, if you help with one goal, it'll create a domino effect where other goals will be supported simultaneously. When we each do our part, we will see impactful results. If you have any other questions, check out globalgoals.org, where there are some excellent resources and information relating to the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
All right. That was really cool. I haven't really heard much about the Sustainable Development Goals, but I feel like I heard about them my freshman year in one of my history classes. I can try to answer any questions if anybody has any for them, but I can only do my best.
Molly, I have a question. So, and maybe this is more for Megan and Kara, or Jessica. You know, one of the things that I see is with the Sustainable Development Goals, as the UN put them out, they were all things that are very concentrated on specific areas of how we can make an impact. Is the EPA also focused on those same goals? Are they, do they have additions to them? Like, do they concentrate on those as well?
I'm gonna start and see who can add to my response. So we have a strategic plan, and we have, you know, certainly topics that we're focusing on during this administration and beyond. And so I'm not as educated enough to know how EPA's strategic plan complements the UN goals. I guess I am not as familiar with how we complement the international goals as opposed to the US goals, but that's more of just I'm not aware, or I'm not up on that. And so I guess Kara or Jessica, do you have any more info on that topic?
Well, the other thing that goes with that too, Megan, is the fact that with each administration change, I'm sure the goals change too.
Yeah, I'll say, oh, go ahead, Jessica.
I was just gonna say, I'll add to that. So EPA does have a group that works with the UN Assembly, and they do communicate on, on global issues, and SDGs is one of the things they do focus on. So there isn't a specific office within EPA that works on that. And they do reach out to other groups sometimes. So I'm in Office of Research and Development. We do hear from them sometimes about, ORD providing input on efforts that they're working on in terms of those, sort of global cross-country collaborations. And SDGs are a focus. So we actually have a couple projects, even in my arm, that have SDG components. So on EnvirAtlas, we provide data, and we've actually crosswalked all of our data sets with the Sustainable Development Goals, so that those that are interested in SDGs can also, look at the data that we have and connect it to the SDGs as well.
Thank you. Very good. So one of the things that I think is exciting is as we look at our different presentations, the diversity and all the different ideas and ways that people can make a difference. And I'm very excited about that. Molly, who do we have next?
I don't think I'm announcing them, but I think we
have Sun. Hello, everyone.
Todd, are you up?
Yeah, I'm
yes, sir.
I'm going to change the host over to you.
Yep, we have Sanuk and Keen. They're going to be presenting on pollution and plastic in about 5 minutes.
Should we take like a 5-minute break?
Oh yeah, break, or I can, my suggestion was put where you're from in the chat Molly, dare I ask if you want to pull up your 1.5-minute video?
Yeah, I can get that.
So we can watch the lovely video.
I actually have a question that I want to see if people answer.
Yeah, what's that?
If you could pick one avian species, one bird. One
I
bird.
love this question.
Yeah, I know you do, Todd.
This is
That's
already
why
my
I'm
favorite
asking the
question. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the TK question. One bird that you can be.
Got it.
One bird. Here we go.
I want to be a gull.
Oh.
I want to be a herring gull. One, as much as people might not appreciate them, they are really adept to living in different environments, which is cool. Second is they're excellent both in air, in water, and they're fairly decent on land. They could be social or they could be independent. They got everything going for them. That's what I would be. Hey, what do you call the gulls that are that fly over the sea? What do we call those?
Are you talking about like a black cap? I'm trying to think.
No, it's not too hard. Don't think too hard. We call them seagulls, right?
Right.
Seagulls.
Seagull. Okay, you got me.
Well, what about the ones that fly over the bay?
Oh, they come with a little butter and cream cheese on them. Bagels.
They sure do. They sure do. You got it.
Oh. I see Matovu is with us today.
Oh yeah.
Favorite bird, Matovu? Or Natume? Favorite bird? I guarantee Karen Zuckerman's got a favorite bird. All right, I'm putting Jessica Daniel on the spot. Jessica, your favorite bird?
Well, I put a bird in the chat. I don't know that it's my favorite bird, but if I could just be a bird, I would be a chachalaca. Because they have a really cool call and they have a cool name. And my runner-up is a stormy petrel, since that's what my mascot was in college. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You were the stormy petrels?
Yep. Oglethorpe stormy petrel.
I like it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Karen did say that she would like to be a great blue heron.
Good call.
Which are fantastic birds.
Yeah. I think I'm going with two things. I'm going with a rufous-sided towhee just because of the beautiful name and what a cool bird. I always thought that'd be a good name for a band. Welcome, the rufous-sided towhees, you know? And then I thought about, I'm going to have to go with a belted kingfisher, because here's a bird that is just, it's like the bird that just goes underwater, eats fish, flies wherever, just got that look to it. It's just sassy and makes it happen. I love it.
Absolutely. That's great. All right. Anyone, Molly, what about you?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know.
Don't
I
let
think
her
we have
do
to have
that
a conversation with
she
your.
always,
We have to have a
we
conversation.
learned a bunch of
with your biology
calls
teacher.
and identifications, and what she does is she'll stop me and go, okay, what sound does that bird make? And so don't let her do that to you, TK. Hold her to the fire on this one.
Hold on, I think I named a bird at P2D2, and you were very proud of me. I don't remember what bird it was though. So that's pretty unfortunate.
All right, there was one though. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, there was
All
one
right. Can someone please reshare with me the video link list, or can someone, Molly, would you be able to play the video link
Yeah.
for
Hold on, I
for
can.
Chinook? And then I'll do a quick intro if you don't mind doing that piece. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
All
Do I
right,
need
so
to
we
make her a
have.
host?
I don't think so. She should be able to share anyways.
See their name in here.
So Sanook and Kian are from North Carolina, and they have a passion for better understanding single-use plastics and how ultimately we can take care of it and try to eliminate them to the extent possible. They have been a part of Love a Sea Turtle for quite a few years that have been dedicated to promote youth leadership and to serve their community. So I'm looking forward to them presenting, and we're going to hear their video in a moment. Molly, whenever you are ready.
Okay, I am not seeing their, I don't think they submitted their video.
Oh,
Hold on. I'm going to see if I have any emails for them. Might have just sent it to me,
it
but
does say on the agenda it is pre-recorded.
yeah.
It could be under Kian Dao, Kean.
Okay.
We apologize for the technical difficulties. I will say that it's exciting that this is the first technical difficulty that we have, so I'm just going to enjoy the moment and enjoy that. But I think if you, I think all of the videos are in that one file. So we'll start back up with another idea. If you could be a plant, what plant would you be? Carabelle. Oh. Jessica Daniels weighing in with a pitcher plant. Very
like that.
carnivorous. Way to go.
Oh, I thought she liked softball.
I think I would be a strawberry plant
Oh.
Oh, that's cool.
because
Very
it
nice.
keeps on
Very
giving.
nice. Able to spread out and propagate and provide sustenance to so many people and animals and organisms. Yeah,
Yeah.
good call.
And it gets better with time.
Oh, very nice.
Mhm.
Very nice.
So
reference.
strawberries get sweeter a little further after a year or two.
Karen, what are you going with? She'll type it in here in a minute. I think I'm going with Quercus rubra.
Oh, the red oak.
That is the red oak. Yeah. Hey,
Why that
while we're going to, yeah, great code. Oh, algae. Oh, that is a good call. Wow, changed the world, right? In so many ways. Hey, we're going to go ahead and we'll show Jack Dalton's video. I think, of course, Jack inspires everybody. We talk about Jack probably 3 times a week in my class. So if you don't mind, do you have that, Todd? Or Molly?
I don't have.
The two of you?
I have it pulled up.
Molly, would you go ahead and put it up?
Yeah, give me
Ooh, Preston Merrill with hydrangea. And you can change the colors by the acidity. Here we go.
I love Jack.
Thank you.
Jack's awesome.
Jack is fantastic. I'm excited for this. I can watch this all the time.
My name is Jack, and I go by the name Kid Conservationist. I'm the youth ambassador for Orangutan Alliance, Orangutan Republic, and Plastic Pollution Coalition. And I'm here today to talk to you about my work as a Kid Conservationist, which includes being an animal activist, public speaker, YouTuber, and most recently, an author. So let's begin. How did my work as a Kid Conservationist get started? Well, it all started when a baby orangutan named Rowan had his 3rd birthday party, and my family attended. After looking into this baby orangutan's eyes, I fell in love with orangutans and knew that these animals were the ones that I needed to do something to help. At the same time, I also learned that palm oil is used in over 50% of grocery store foods and cosmetics because it's cheap and helps make products last longer. I also learned that over 85% is grown in Indonesia and Malaysia. And to make room for these palm oil plantations, orangutans' homes are being cut and burned down. That means orangutans don't have homes because of palm oil usage. Ever since then, my goal has been to get orangutans off the endangered species list through the power of education, inspiration, and any other way that I can. My first action as a kid conservationist was my letter to companies, where I wrote to 3 companies, Hershey, Nestle, and Kellogg's, telling them about their usage of palm oil and how it was harming orangutans. Orangutan Alliance heard about this and contacted me and named me their youth ambassador. My most recent project with Orangutan Alliance is my book, One the Orangutan Lost in the Rainforest, which I wrote myself. Orangutan Alliance, in conjunction with them, for every book bought, a tree is planted in the rainforest. And in just under a year, almost 1,000 books have been sold, meaning almost 1,000 trees have been planted. This is so important and really, really, really helps orangutans. So, Orangutan Alliance is just one of 3 organizations I'm a youth ambassador for. Orangutan Alliance, Plastic Pollution Coalition, and Orangutan Republic Foundation. With each of these, I have a unique thing that I do with them. But it's important to me, these topics, orangutans and plastic pollution. But you may have something different that you're interested in or are passionate about. Join organizations and non-for-profits that work to help what you're passionate about. This is so important, and these organizations can really amplify your voice. Now, I want to share with you a video from my YouTube channel, 10 and 10 Orangutans, which actually won an international video contest Judges' Favorite Award from Orangutan Republic Foundation. This is actually how I got connected with them. So it's really neat. This video won the award for its how special it is, and it's fun, brief, and fast-paced format. So let's begin. Hey guys, it's me, Jack, Kid Conservationist, and welcome to the first ever 10 in 10, where I tell you 10 facts in 10 seconds each. Today, we're going to be talking about my favorite animal, the orangutans. So let's get started. Remember, the facts are coming quick, so stay focused. There are 3 types of orangutans, the Bornean, the Sumatran, and the Tapanuli. All of them are critically endangered. The Tapanuli was just discovered in 2017. Orangutans and humans share 97% of their DNA. I think I might be even more closely related because I have red hair. Females weigh up to 150 pounds, and males weigh up to more than double that. Unlike humans, orangutans have a longer arm span than their body to help them swing from tree to tree. Orangutans also have opposable thumbs. If they didn't, how could they thumb wrestle? Orangutans swing high in the canopy. They live in the highest part of the trees in the Bornean and Sumatran rainforests. They spend little time on the ground. Orangutans stay with their moms for longer than any animal besides humans. They're taught everything from their moms, including how to swing, how to survive, and what to eat. Orangutans can live to be old. They can live to be 60 years old when the conditions are right. That's almost as old as my grandfather. Wow! Orangutans aren't picky. They eat one of the stinkiest fruits in the world, the durian. They also eat insects with sticks as utensils. You're going to need ants on the log, and I'm not talking about the celery and raisins kind either. Orangutans take the longest of any mammal to reproduce. They wait 8 years in between births so they can take care of their young. This makes it hard to rebuild the population, making them even more vulnerable. Orangutans are endangered because of palm oil and deforestation. Palm oil is used in 50% of foods and cosmetics. We need to reduce demand so that they stop cutting and burning down the rainforests. Orangutans are an umbrella species, meaning that since they take up so much space to roam, if we give orangutans conservation land, we help save 193 other endangered species living in the rainforest. I hope you enjoyed the first episode, 10 for 10. Stay tuned for the next one by subscribing to Keep Conservationist. Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So that is my 10 facts in 10 seconds orangutans video. And if you like that video, make sure to check out the rest of the series on my YouTube channel, 10 and 10. For more fun educational videos, you can go on there, Kid Conservations. Now, that was a video from my 10 and 10 series, which I would say falls under the category of fun educational videos, like my Earth Day video. I also, on my YouTube channel, have interviews, such as my interview with the PR director of Ben & Jerry's, and my book reading videos that I do to spread awareness to kids even at a young age. My YouTube channel has reached over 180,000 views and has been watched in over 93 countries all around the world, which means my YouTube channel is global and popular. It's really neat and has really helped to spread the word of orangutans. Now, for my work, I have been recognized. I was a Time Kid of the Year, top 20 finals. I was in the Week Junior, which is a weekly magazine for kids. I was on NBC Universo, a Spanglish-speaking kids news show. In 2021, I was an international eco-hero for Action for Nature. I was recognized by the mayor of my home city. I won an international video contest, Judge's Favorite Award. Here it is. I was on a late night local news show, Chronicle. I was on the front page of my local newspaper, The Telegraph. I was a winner of the President's Environmental Youth Award in 2021. Well, why am I showing you all of this? Well, it's all for orangutans. All of this is to help orangutans. And with each of these recognitions and awards comes a new way to spread my voice and the message of orangutans. Now, how can you help? Well, maybe if you aren't helping orangutans, you can still change the world. You can educate. I always say education is the first step. If we don't know about an issue, then how can we help it? This is one of the biggest ways that we can help the environment. You can also connect with organizations. This is one of the biggest ways that you can help because these organizations can amplify your voice and you can put more force behind them. You can also raise funds for organizations, even if you don't join them, because nonprofits are always looking for more funds and ways that they can get funding to help and give back to their community and the issues that you are working towards. You can also connect with other people and even start an organization if you have enough people that you are working with, because we always work better together. And by working together, we are amplifying our voices. You can also write letters to politicians and to the government or to companies telling them about how they can change for the better and how they can help the issue that you're working towards. Thank you, and for more ways to help change our world, visit Kid Conservationist on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or on my website, kidconservationist.com.
I absolutely love that guy. I mean, he is funny.
Everyone, my name is Jack. I go by the name.
Hold on. We have some people who are just joining us. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of our Youth Environmental Summit. This is our day 2 of doing this. We just listened to Jack, and Jack's the man. He's hysterical. So awesome, Jack. Great job with the work that you've done. Next up, we have. We'll wait a couple of minutes, but we are going to be hearing from Hannah Beeland and Audrey Jenkins from Seneca, Illinois, and they're going to be presenting on clothing waste and what they're doing about it. So we're going to just give people a minute to come in. For those of you who are joining us, if you are in a classroom, can you please let us know that you're in a classroom? We'd love to know who we have out there. Also, if you're joining us for the first time, please let us know where you are from. Feel free to unmute or go ahead and type it in the chat. All right. Hey, Molly, would you mind queuing up and playing Hannah and Audrey's video?
Hi, I'm Hannah Beelan. And I'm Audrey Jenkins. We're from Seneca High School in Seneca, Illinois, in the United States of America. No way, Jose. Yes, ma'am. And we're here to talk to you about our clothing drive that we did last year, and that we are currently planning our second annual clothing drive for the spring. And why we feel it's important and why clothing waste is such a big issue. Would you like to begin, Audrey?
Totally. So we all know there's a big issue in America with fast fashion, the amount of clothing that is thrown away by a single person every single year. And we really wanted to combat that and sort of also give back to the community at the same time. So what we did, Hannah, is
So we decided through our Conservation and Action Club, otherwise known as CIA, headed by Mr. Maxwell himself. And we decided to collect clothing donations in our community. And then we hosted a clothing drive, which wasn't like your typical clothing drive that you would see. We weren't just collecting it. We decided to have a day where we laid it all out. We organized it, and it was a free community grab and go situation where you could just take what was needed or take what was wanted. And there was no donations, no payment of any kind. And we wanted to use that to really give back to the community and reduce clothing waste at the same time. So it was kind of like a double whammy, for lack of better words.
Yeah, and so the way that we did it, we kind of did most of it ourselves last year, I would say. It would definitely work better with a larger group of people. So we collected clothing throughout the span of a month or two, I would say. And then we sorted through all of that. We got it separated into gender and size mostly. And then we would lay all that out. We had 2 separate days. We had one hosted here at the school, which didn't get quite enough publicity. So then we also hosted one during our town-wide garage sale day, which ended up being a lot nicer for that. And all of that was done outside.
Yeah. I think we had a really good time doing it. It was a lot of work, but to see it pay off and see all the good that we were doing, like you could physically see all of the donations that were made and all of the amount of the clothing that we were preventing from being in a landfill. And it was a really good experience, and that's why we're planning on doing it again this year, and that's why we're trying to improve the program and the event so that it can be more organized, because we like the environment.
And we're trying to get some younger kids involved because we are seniors and we don't want this to just be a thing that we have. We want it to be something that can be passed along for many years to come.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for your time. It's all the information we have for you.
Yep, that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So we have some people from Indonesia who are about to celebrate midnight in 12 minutes. Guys, thank you so much for staying up and being here with us. Really appreciate that. What are y'all doing?
Hey, Todd, I had a question, even though it was a video. I did have a,
sure,
I guess, a discussion question. Has anyone else that's listening been part of a clothing drive, or have you done something similar in your community or your school, just like the girls in the video did?
I know I've definitely done clothes drives. We used to do something at my former school where we would actually even have it as a thrift shop, which is pretty cool. And people would bring in their stuff, and then we kind of put on racks, and kids can go and buy or take stuff, based upon whatever they needed or wanted. So it was pretty neat.
You know what I thought was pretty cool was a pop-up thrift shop where everybody just brings certain things and then they all just trade the stuff and get a reuse out of it. I think that's really cool. I really do. I've seen it a couple times. Who we got up next?
We have Isaac, who's going to be going, and perhaps also Armin. I don't know if he's going to be on with him or not. We will see. And they'll be joining us in about 10 minutes.
Todd, I saw after my question on favorite plant, Natume from Uganda said sunflower. Wow, what an awesome plant and so many uses and part of the ecosystem. It's way cool. I love it. Let's see. Quaking Aspen by Mr. Katz. I agree. Yeah, way to go, right? What a cool.
Isn't that the biggest plant in the world? Right? It's got all the little underground suckers or saplings.
I think there's argument for that being the connection being either
Mycelium.
one organism or the communication. The other thing I love about quaking aspens, if you think about it, right? So you can tell a quaking aspen at any speed because they have a flat petiole, right? And so it's flat, and so it waves in the wind. It's very similar to cottonwoods and those types. That it does this. The reason why it quakes is it has a flat stem, right?
Yeah. You know, I was reading a book called The Secret World of Weather. And it's how to read signs in every cloud, breeze, hill, street, plant, animal, and dewdrop by Tristan Gooley, who is a really cool writer. I think he does a great job. And he had said something that kind of blew my mind. And what he said was, he could identify the species of tree by listening to the wind.
Oh.
And it's like, what? He's like, yeah, every stick will have its own harmonic, just like you could identify a guitar from a cello, from a violin, from a viola, because of how the wind blows, or how the sounds vibrate. It's the same sort of mechanism in plants. And if you are attuned to listening to what the wind is saying, you could actually hear the resonance and be able to identify what sort of forest you are in without even having to look at the trees themselves.
So
how crazy.
I think that's probably 100% spot on. And if you think about, well, just the fact of what we've lost as humans not being in touch with that type of thing, right? Whereas I'm sure that back before technology and things of that nature that were that time, I'm sure that was a skill, right? It was an acquired skill. And I would venture to say that you could probably set up an experiment using auditory collection devices of some sort to do that. I know that the Earth has its own sound. You go out in outer space and it has a sound from all of the activity that's taking place. So I believe that. I believe that 100%. Why don't we go ahead and show the video? We've got about 5 minutes here. We'll go ahead and show that video, and then we'll get started here.
Sounds good.
In a couple minutes.
Sounds good.
Molly, can you show the video, please? The video. Yep.
Let me do it right now.
Yep, please. My apologies. Molly is going to play the video. I think you got it.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Hey, Todd, I was glad to see that nobody put down that their plant they wanted to be was like poison ivy or poison sumac or
Nettle. Nettle's actually kind of cool, but
yeah, the fact that it's got silicon in its spine to where when you break that spine, that's where you get the toxin. Wow. I love that video. Great job by the guys making that. I know Molly put that all together. Thank you, Molly, for doing that. Go ahead.
hey,
Nick.
I don't know if I'm allowed to share private chat messages, but Faith did just ask an offer that if we ever need any help and to run one of these in the future, she said she's all on board and would like to just take charge and run with it. Right, Faith? Am I paraphrasing too much? Or that was pretty spot on? Okay, good.
Nope, you're
Glad to
good.
have- Glad to have Faith back
we
on.
love that.
Totally. And Faith, where are you at? Are you in California or Oregon?
I'm in Florida.
Florida. I was on the wrong coast. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you were in California, but then from your presentation last Thursday, I did remember that. So I don't know. I was messed up on that.
Yeah.
I'm on the east side or west side of Tampa, right outside of Florida, right outside of Tampa.
So you're like in the Ybor
Indian
City
Rock.
area?
It's technically considered Trinity,
Yeah.
like 20 minutes outside of Tampa.
Is that that's near Indian Rocks, right?
Yeah, about 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I love that area. Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Hey, speaking of which, this actually is a great introduction. Isn't Sean from in Florida? Isn't that where Earth Echo is?
Yeah,
Is that how
Sean
you-
was
is that how you know
originally
Sarasota.
from that Clearwater
Stop
area.
hiding in the background here.
Yeah, hey, I got him out.
Right? No, I was just listening. This is great. Now, our work is international, but we all work remotely, so I am based in, a little bit south of Faith, just south of Sarasota area. Great to
But that's
be
how
with
you
guys.
guys. That's how you guys know each other, and that's how we came to know Faith.
That's
through Sean.
full circle.
Okay, cool.
And you know,
Hey,
Sean, don't let Sean get out of this, because Sean back in the day started a collection of monofilament line all throughout that area. And so back in the day when Sean was doing his thing in the beginning, he made a major impact with regards to monofilament. Isn't that right, Sean?
Where it all got started for me was fishing line recycling, plastic pollution programs. Talked a little bit about that with the group last week, but yeah, it's really amazing to come full circle and in this work and from working with folks like Paul and Todd over the years, as a young person growing up in the space, now working on programs with incredible young leaders like we have on the call today. Great to see a number of familiar names and faces on here too. It's great to be back, hang out with you guys.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, hey, you know what? Let's. I think that we're gonna get started. So, representing Earth Echo is going to be Armand, Alex, and Isaac. Oh, there's Isaac. He's right there. Isaac Yebo. Nice to meet you. Am I saying your last name right? Isaac?
It's pronounced Yebio.
Yebio. All right. That's a biology teacher in me. Everything's bio. So Isaac and Alex, welcome to YES, the Youth Environmental Summit. tell us a little bit about yourselves and how you kind of got into this role.
Hi, my name is Isaac. I'm a member of the Youth Leadership Council at Earth Echo, and I sort of got this role because I was interested in taking a bigger, like, I guess, role in protecting our ocean. So that's just,
Are you all able
And-
to hear me?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, thanks, Isaac. My name's Armand Alex, and I first got started with Earth Echo as a volunteer at the Texas State Aquarium. An educator there had some previous work with Earth Echo, and she had recommended that to check out their Water Challenge Ambassador program and start off as a citizen scientist testing water quality in my backyard. But I do have the presentation for us up here. I'll be sharing my screen. Isaac and I introduced ourselves. We're part of the Youth Leadership Council at Earth Echo International. We're super excited to be here talking about 30 by 30 when it means to us. A little over a year ago, Earth Echo and the Youth Leadership Council at the Youth Leadership Summit launched Ocean Echo 30 by 30. Simply put, it's to protect at least 30% of our world's oceans by 2030, period. Hopefully in an equitable way. But Isaac and I will dive into, what protecting 30 by 30 looks like and why it's necessary, the science behind it. And we're super excited to be here to chat with you. Isaac, do you have anything else?
nope, I think it's time we take it away. So, for decades, the world's ocean has been like taking the heat for climate change. It has absorbed over 90% of the heat and nearly a third of the carbon emissions and from the carbon dioxide emissions from greenhouse gas. This has resulted in like three major problems, being coral bleaching, which has led to massive die-offs in temperature-sensitive reefs, ocean acidification, and which damages species of calcium carbonates with calcium carbonate shells and skeletons, and large fish migrations due to warm temperatures, forcing fishes to respond and move towards poles, which disrupts fisheries across the globe. Because of this, the result is an ocean that is warmer, more acidic, less productive, and increasingly starved of oxygen. Overall, the ocean is becoming less habitable for fish and marine life, which affects our world as we know it.
The truth is, even though the climate crisis is, affecting our oceans, there's a reason why we need to care and start paying attention to what's going on. One of the main reasons is that our ocean helps us in more ways than we sometimes care to realize. When it comes to our oxygen, the ocean produces over half of the world's oxygen. Every second breath that you take, it comes directly from the ocean and its corals. So also our fresh water, all water eventually flows out into the ocean. So whenever we're talking pesticides or farming inland, we have to be mindful of how that gets to our oceans. If you live in the US around the Mississippi, that's a really big deal, creating dead zones. So human activities far from the coast can still affect the ocean. It has a lot of our resources, and the ocean provides us with food and medicine. A lot of research from animals goes into the kind of medicine that you take on the daily. And even compounds that make peanut butter easier to spread, things like that. It's also our planet's natural thermostat. The ocean transports heat from the equator to the poles, regulating our climate. So you can see if we are experiencing, an excess amount of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere, it'll start messing around with the kind of weather that we see. Hence, you've got extreme drought, extreme cold. I'm from Texas. We just experienced last year a crazy freeze that just shouldn't have happened. It wasn't expected. And that is just one example of the many things that we've seen around our planet the past few years of extreme weather. And so the ocean helps, like the title says, the ocean helps everyone. And so it's vital, extremely important that we start protecting our ocean, because it is one of the biggest things that climate change will impact And the ocean is also one of the biggest things that helps us survive here on planet Earth. And just a little bit further, to go on to the point of the ocean, providing so much for us as humans, the ocean is home to diverse ocean life. My favorite are jellyfish, but the ocean is home to an astounding diversity, from the smallest zooplankton to the largest blue whale. And it's so interesting to me to understand that, or to know that there are parts of the ocean we still have yet to discover. And so that just goes on to show that we can do so much more with our ocean. But it's also home to nearly half of the world. Nearly 40% of the world's population lives within 62 miles of the coast. And it's predicted by 2050 that it will be at least 50%. I'd like to keep an eye on that kind of statistic, just given some of the current coastal community problems going on at the moment. I'm not sure if migration will affect that with human populations, but that's besides the point. So clearly right now, especially within the US, we've got coastal communities at a risk hazard category from NOAA. They've deemed them a risk hazard category. But all in all, the ocean provides a lot of necessary items for us to live as humans. And this just goes to show why we should continue to protect it. And 30 by 30 looks to address just that.
So to do a quick review on what 30 by 30 is, as Armand stated a little bit before, 30 by 30 is a call to action to put in safeguards for at least 30% of the world's ocean by the year 2030 by utilizing a network of marine protected areas that would help fish in their habitats sort of bounce back. It would put a stop on detrimental activities like overfishing and mining, so these areas can heal and flourish once more. And with highly protected MPAs put in place, the ocean can have a more resilient future and thrive once more. That would benefit not only the fish life, but people as well. You can move to.
All right.
So protecting 30% of the ocean would have multiple benefits, but some of the ways that it would primarily help would be helping mitigate the effects of climate change as coastal habitats like seagrasses and mangroves that sequester soil carbon dioxide would be able to flourish and help reduce the effects of climate change. And with that, we could see more species diversity, and more species of fish return to areas that they once had to abandon, and also help communities that had been impacted by these changes and that had relied on the ocean for sources of livelihood or food. It also would help reduce the risk of extreme weather events and reduce the rise of sea levels with natural coastal defenses like reefs and mangroves.
Now, 30 by 30 isn't just a US-based effort. It is an international, on a global scale. We've got multiple countries right now trying to help enact marine protected areas, or MPAs, you'll hear me refer to instead. So we've got multiple MPAs that are trying to be established on a global level. And so, you think, okay, if the countries are doing this, what can I do on an individualistic level? I mean, some of the things that we can do really to achieve 30 by 30 is talking to friends and family, let them become aware of what 30 by 30 is, so you can help spread the message by talking about this important issue. And then that way you can start seeing it go throughout your communities. Are you guys still able to see the PowerPoint?
No, now we can.
Okay.
We saw the really cool backdrop of the Great Blue Heron, which is a beautiful picture. By the way.
Thank you. I took that in practically in the backyard. We've got a bayside here. Oh, looks like my laptop's doing something funky. Let's see.
Ron, you may have it minimized. There you go. Now it's up.
Okay. Perfect. And so talking to your friends and family certainly is a way to advocate for 30 by 30, protecting 30% of our world's oceans by 2030, at least 30%. And we can also do so by contacting our local politicians. So this is something that I am really passionate about, is going out and talking to our representatives about issues in our environment that affect us, because certainly on a congressional level or senatorial level, we do have power in our communities to really help enact change. So, contacting your local politicians is a great way to express support for 30 by 30 and asking your local elected officials to join in on this effort. And they can do so just by taking a very public stance in favor of 30 by 30. Also giving a presentation just like this one here. Isaac and myself, we've given a few presentations like this before. But the YLC last year, we launched or actually 2 years ago by now, we launched a educational toolkit, which includes a presentation much like this. It's a template slide. And in that, we've been able to provide other young activists around the world, globally, internationally, to help share the message of 30 by 30 in this initiative of Ocean Echo 30 by 30. And there are definitely more ways that you can get involved. You can certainly visit earthecho.org/youth for more resources and info. We have tons of statistics and resources available for you to feel more confident in talking about 30 by 30. Like I said, it is an international effort. There are MPAs being worked on as we speak. Currently, I think it's a little bit over 7% of somewhat protected marine areas in the globe, and that's just simply not enough. We're in 2022, we've got 8 years, and so we've got a lot of ground to cover, and so this is definitely going to be a really grassroots kind of effort to get 30% of our world's oceans protected by 2030.
And if you're interested, on this Saturday, February 26th, Earth Echo will be having its Youth Action Network meetup, the NOAA Town Hall, from 2 to 4:30 p.m. Eastern. And this town hall, you will be able to share this perspective on the 30 by 30 campaign. And you'll be able to meet and work alongside the Earth Echo's network of youth activists and young leaders to basically share your remarks and questions you have about the campaign and the ways that you can help and guide the work on this initiative.
I definitely think that this is something Isaac and I are super excited about, especially Earth Echo on that side, because this is, like he said, a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Never has NOAA taken this kind of platform to directly speak to young people, but not just speak to, conversate and collaborate. So this is an amazing opportunity to recognize the fact that the US is taking a very hard stance on that, wanting to protect 30% of our lands and oceans here on the US side. And so if you've got, like Isaac said, questions, comments, or concerns as a young person, this is your opportunity to speak directly to NOAA officials and some federal agencies. This is your opportunity to really grab their ear and scream, if you would like, to let them know about, any of your concerns or your support or why it's necessary, anything being left out. We're specifically looking at America the Beautiful, which is a really big initiative to, it's more of a bigger package, and 30 by 30 is just a part of it. So we're specifically looking at 30 by 30, but this is also an opportunity if you would like to venture into other things. But we invite you, on behalf of the Youth Leadership Council, the Water Challenge Ambassadors, and the rest of Earth Echo and its board, we invite you to come join us February 6th for this awesome opportunity.
Great job, you guys. And I don't want to take away from anybody's questions or anything like that, but wow, super. This is exactly what we need. This is where we're going. I put in there a link to a music video for you guys to get jacked by that we did on 30 by 30. And I'm very thankful to have my kids who are also working on this and the need for this globally. And the fact that that NOAA, it's hard to break into that crack that level of letting kids be a part of the solution and not telling them to sit on the sidelines. And bravo, right? Bravo. I'm so proud of you guys. Way to be. And when you listen to that music video, I want you guys to rock on and carry that torch of change bright and proud There's the bell. We just got to go to class, but hey, thank you guys.
Yeah, excellent job. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I guys really thank you. Great job. I was fascinated that the oceans help to make peanut butter easier to spread. That's what yeah, it's one of the things you said. Interesting.
Just another example of how it helps our day-to-day life without us realizing it.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Next up, we have Alejandra from Mexico. Hey, Alejandra, welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm really glad to be here and to have you all here. And I want to thank the Yes Summit for this opportunity.
Absolutely. We are grateful to have you here. Alejandra is an international business student at the Universidad Autonomía de Nuevo León. Yeah, butchered.
It was pretty great.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and then feel free to share what you'd like to tell us.
Well, I'm a Mexican, 18 years old girl, and well, I gotta say that being in international business is really important right now. And I have this little part of me that likes the environment, so I will present you my project. The name of it is Trabajo Verde. Can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll start. So my project is a local one. The name is Trabajo Verde, and the information about it is a social project that seeks to reach young people to encourage care for the environment and help families in need of food or clothes. And I have the social media of it. It's a little project. We have 1 year exactly. A few weeks ago, we turned 1 year old. And I gotta say that Trabajo Verde takes action on the Sustainable Development Goals 2 and 13. And it's really important to know that in Mexico, we have all these things where you can sell your waste, like bottles, PET bottles, like aluminum cans, and you can make an income out of it. So these goals are really important because you can take care of the environment, specifically the responsible waste management, and at the same time, provide food or whatever families would need in our community. Well, I added a little map of Mexico and added a little axolotl with our common hat, sombrero in its head. And to be more specifically, Trabajo Verde works in the state of Nuevo León, which is in the north of Mexico, and more specifically, the municipality of Guadalupe. Guadalupe is right inside of Nuevo León. And the organization of this, we work in collects every month. We select a date and a schedule for the collect to happen. And then we publish all this information on social media and make some posters for the parks or nearby shops for our neighbors to know more about this collect and join us on the day and time. The third step is to have the collect. And this process was from the months of March to June from the last year. Then in the fourth step, we receive these people on this date, this time, like randomly. We would start from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then started to separate their residues, to have bottles in one space, to have aluminum cans in one space. And we also received some clothes. We also received food. And then all these sacks and bags with the materials, we load them in a truck to sell these bottles and cans in these waste buying places that we have in Nuevo León. With this money, we have an example of info that we publish in our social media. It says, gather all your PET and aluminum and join us to recycle this March the 6th. With the proceeds, we will be able to buy food pantries and deliver them to the families that need them the most. And this is the day, this is my address, and we will talk the Civil Association Trascender MX because I was part of it, and they have this like mission to help families with donations, and they work in a bigger space and far away from when I live. So we would donate all this food that we will buy to them, and they will like donate it to the families. And this is an example of the posters that I will paste in some like homes. I would say like, hey miss, would you like to join us? Can I paste a poster of the next collect? Would you join us? And all of it. In front of my house, I will put, I think it's a sack of dog food. And this is the translation, like deposit your pet and aluminum here to buy food for families in need. And this was all to involve our neighbors. Like if they pass my home, like, oh, they are doing this project, I can put my bottles, like I won't put it on the trash for it to contaminate the floor or everything. I can help others with my waste. And as I said, we used to donate the clothes and food to a civil association in Guadalupe named Trascender MX, this logo. And this was from the months of March to April. Later on, this was from our first collect. As you can see, with just a few kilograms, we could buy all of this. Like we donated this every month and more. And this was on our first collect, then March the 6th. Also, we will receive this screw caps, I think is the name, and put it in this heart from a company that will sell all of it to fight against cancer in kids. Also, we will receive all these clothes to donate. And later on, as explained, we started donating this food and clothes to specific families from our community. And how it all worked on, it was because my grandma, also my mom, my aunts would tell me, like 6 streets from my home, there's a family, maybe the parents are unemployed or their children are sick and they need help with this, like clothes or food or medicines. So I would say, okay, that's fine. I can go with my mom and then do the shopping, and I can give you in 1 week or less all you need. I'll make a budget and then donate it, all of it. And different from going to Trascender MX, I would be with these families and talk to them, and I can share their story in our page for more people to join us and help them. And later on, what I would do before this project from Allen, I would receive the people and loading all the residues in our truck and sell them. But because of technical issues, I couldn't do that anymore. And some people knew about this project and told me like, oh, there's this project from Grupo Allen and they want you to join as a center for recycling. And their initiative, as I wrote this here, they promote the recycling of plastic and other materials in schools, homes, for example, mine, and institutions through a reward program for each kilo of plastic collected. They give new life to the bottles they collect in a matter of days in order to offer you their cleaning and wellness solutions in recycled packaging. I think this company works in United States too. I don't know if you have seen it. I don't know. And
I have not.
no, well, I think they do have some products, but maybe the difference is different. These are some of the products for cleaning. And this is in Spanish. These are images that I did for the promotion of the collects, so I will translate it. Here it says you can obtain points for every kilogram of material that you gather. Here it says that you can observe in the type of plastic of your bottle in the down part of it, like there's type 1, there's type 2, there's type 3 and more. In this project, they accepted the type number 1, that is water bottles, soda bottles, juice bottles. A kilogram of it would mean to be 2 points. Then the second plastic, that is milk bottles, yogurt bottles, shampoo bottles, is the same as 3 points, a kilogram of it. Then number 5 includes these oral things that you drink when you feel sick, like electrolytes. And also the screw caps, 1 kilogram of it is the same as 3 points. The last one is the aluminum cans of beverage, alcohol beverage, like soda and juice. 1 kilogram of it is the same as 9 points. Also, these screw caps from the type number 5 will be sent to associations that fight against cancer in kids. And here it says that you can exchange these points for the products of the Allen family, that you have the chlorine, the Pinol for the floors, the Eficaz for the dish soap, the Jabón Líquido, and Ensueño for the clothes, also Pinol for the clothes. And I think this was a good opportunity for my neighbors to help the environment and get something because of it. Like they can save money with this project and like gather more people to join us. Oh, doesn't spoiler. This started in August from the last year, and every month they would come to my house. The truck of Allen will come to my house too. They have their own balance, and every family would separate their residues, like in one sack the bottles, in one sack the cans, and one bag the screw caps. They would weigh every material and then like do the multiplication, and you have these total points. What do you want? What products do you use the most? And they will give them. And I will take some pictures. Some of them say yes, some of them say no. And this is the final photo that this represents a member of my family that has received something for their home. Like they have saved money and have helped the environment to not let these residues go in the garbage. And I feel really proud of every family that has come to the project and has joined. And I think that's all. Thank you. I think I was pretty fast.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Well done. Any, would you mind putting up, going back a few slides to kind of show like what it is that you're, like some that kind of show what you do as in.
Well, I think this is meaningful with all these people that join the project.
This is awesome. Anyone have any questions?
While we're waiting for a question, I just want to say what an inspiration. Thank you. So amazing.
Thank you very much. Like all of you, well, I don't know if in your countries, because in Mexico, there's the necessity to make income out of waste. I don't know if some countries do the same, but this, in your countries, you can find a way to not use your money, but use other resources to help others.
So I agree with you. I think if we really want to drive this to the next level, right? So if you can look at it from the economic standpoint, it's going to create change much quicker than, you know, if you're just wanting people to do it out of the goodness of their hearts. And I think this is spot on. This is incredible. I agree. So. All right, Mr. Katz, we are at 11:30.
We are at 11:30, which means I don't have anything on the schedule until 12 o'clock. Now, Faith is going, we have her in for 12. I'm sure she could probably jump on now if she wanted to.
According, I believe on the master schedule on summer speaker agenda, Faith is at 11:30. Is that correct, Faith?
Oh, okay.
I was an email asking if I could move to 11:30, and I said that's still okay with you all.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's exactly because
Wonderful.
I'm the one who sent the email.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay.
Here.
Then Faith, I'll let you take it away. Real quick, Alejandra, again, thank you so much. That was really, really awesome. And I, how long have you been doing this work for?
1 year exactly.
Holy cow, that is mind blowing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All right, I'm super impressed. That was absolutely incredible. Well done. Really well done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Faith. Faith is coming to us from Florida. She actually presented last week as well, and she is just also another spectacular student who has a tremendous amount to share. And I'm just going to kind of let her take it from here because she'll share with you pretty much everything. All right. So Faith, thank you. Welcome and take it away.
Thank you for having me back. And yes, I'm taking a little bit of a different approach, but still definitely staying along the same lines. So yes, thank you for having me. A little bit of background information about me. Most of my work focuses on wildlife conservation and habitat restoration. For me, at least, I've worked alongside a few of my legends in the community: Bindi Irwin, Jeff Corwin, Guy Harvey, Wyland, to name a few. I work annually at SharkCon, which is a big event here in Tampa, Florida, dedicated to shark conservation every year. And predators were definitely a huge fascination of mine, especially breaking the stigma attached to many of these apex predators. But I did get my start in sea turtle research. From here, I partnered with Loggerhead Marine Life Center in Juno Beach, and then with them, I became a 2-time nominee for the Go Blue Awards. And outside of them, with SeaWorld Busch Gardens and the Australia Zoo, I was a recipient of the International Environmental Excellence Award. My most recent role lies with Earth Echo as a Water Challenge ambassador in their US division. As an ambassador, you're responsible for hosting and organizing events, occasional lectures. Every month you test water and upload it all into a huge database. From here, we can see our own conclusions, track and observe different changes that we've made, and see across the globe that other ambassadors have logs and even in the same body of water to see if you guys came up with different conclusions in different areas, which really allows us to kind of see different areas on what needs to be worked on, what needs to be fixed. I've pioneered holiday-rooted education programs, which are adaptable for early elementary to college graduates. Earth Echo definitely supports individuals' ambitions with placing them in settings that they thrive in. For me, I thrive in field work, getting your hands dirty, being out in the research fields. Other people thrive in political settings where they are talking to government officials, and there's no wrong way. There are so many different ways, and we all kind of need each other to talk back and forth and communicate and really get the best effect out of it all. So success definitely leads to support. I would not have been half as successful as I've been without the support that I've received throughout the years. Conservation world, a win for one of us is a win for all of us. We're all fighting for the same thing. There is nothing that is too small or a gesture too grand. It's all a win. Even little things are still a massive, massive accomplishments. So never get discouraged by passions, abilities, location. I have seen some phenomenal people do some phenomenal work in landlocked areas. You don't need to be right on the beach to be able to accomplish some of this work. So it doesn't really matter what you're good at, but everybody's good at something, and use that platform to your advantage. So whatever goal you have, absolutely start it. A scenario that you've been thinking about, jump on it, because why not? I mean, truly, if we think about it, why not? What advice, when I applied to speak, one question that I was given was, what advice would I give to a like-minded, passionate peer that wanted to get more involved? And to this, I really say, society has created such a natural reaction of fear, and we've romanticizing staying inside of our routines and staying inside of our comfort zones. We live in a world so rich of rejection-based anxiety. And the worst that happens is they say no. The world won't end. Take the constructive criticism with grace and clarity at every turn. Learn from it and move on. Regear your strategy a little bit. Just because it doesn't work the first time, it doesn't mean it won't always work. All trial and error, specific to you, your goals, what you're good at. Figure it out. So the first step is to figure out what your goal is. You can only answer this question. This is what matters most to you. What are you not willing to waver on is the next thing. And those are your moral values that will help you get to where you want to go. Process figuring out the best format for you to accomplish your mission. If you are a great public speaker, apply to any and every opportunity. Don't go out and wait for somebody to come to you. Go out, find the opportunity. If you are a really good writer, trying blog posts or social media posts, formatting it in a textbook way definitely would help. If you're great at field work, do lab work and researching that way. So just figure out kind of what you're good at, what you enjoy the most, and then get your audience enthusiastic. That is a huge thing. Definitely, you have to get your audience engaged to be able to get everybody on board here. Next, you want to do your research and compile all of it in an organized way. So make certain you are prepared for anything you might get asked, especially when presenting with the younger demographic. They can ask some fun questions, so make sure you're organized and prepared. Before you publish a paper, hit send, submit your application, walk into a classroom, give yourself some time. Be proud of yourself and your accomplishments up to this point, and allow yourself some calm before the storm. You've done an amazing job leading up to it, and kind of look back and reflect on that and allow yourself some time. This step looks different for everybody. It might be curling up with a good book, watching a new movie or rewatching your favorite one, hanging out with friends or family, having a bath. It's completely personal to you and whatever you can most appreciate yourself with. And now it is time to show off all of the hard work. It is important to make sure you know what you're talking about, be informative, stay natural, be rehearsed and impromptu and organized and easygoing. It's definitely a fine line and a tightrope, but one that isn't too hard to walk. Now, just kind of remember to work in a change for whatever way you excel at. There is no right or wrong way. Do what you do best. Be respectful of other people's times and calendars, be on time, and be confident in your stance. Don't discourage yourself or cut yourself short. There is nothing too small or too large. It doesn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. Once we all start moving together as one team with one common end goal, stop putting so much pressure on numbers and staying in comfort zones, we will lead to an absolutely extraordinary and impactful outcome. Any additional questions, feel free to reach out any time. I will link everything. Through Earth Echo, they have an Ocean Echo platform for ages 13 to 25. That is a great place to look for new people to talk with and collaborate with. If anybody wants like-minded peers, like I was saying, if anybody is looking for kind of an outreach or an outlet, that is a great place to find it. So if anybody has any questions, I know I got some good ones last time, so excited as to what questions I'll get this time. You're muted.
I was, you got it. That was wonderful. Again, thank you so much. I wonder, and I'm going to open this up to everyone, and feel free to also put it into the chat. You mentioned something about one of the most important things is how you engage your audience, or to do that next, right? So I'm curious, what have you all done that you found works to engage your audiences? Alejandra as well, Sean and Alex and Isaac, you guys have a ton of people who come to your stuff. So what is it that you find really works to engage your audience?
I know for me personally, making it relatable, that is by far the biggest thing. Definitely bringing it down to where these things aren't such a foreign concept that seem like only extraordinary people with backgrounds can do this, but keeping it relatable. You're human too. You make mistakes, you mess up. It's not the end of the world, like I said. So really just making it relatable and manageable, putting it down into bite-sized pieces.
Others?
You know what I think is important is I think it's vital that whatever message is out there, that it is one that comes from the students in a way that relates to themselves, because if they're not inspiring each other, then it's difficult to get everybody going, right? And I think that's huge. Faith, have you ever worked with doing different mediums, like inspiring people with music or artwork, or engaging people by creating those kinds of opportunities?
For me personally, I love writing. Writing is definitely a passion of mine. So bringing it to a literature format, making blog posts, social media posts, things like that are kind of the way that I have found I work best in delivering the information. Like I said, field work, being out in the elements, doing it myself definitely helps because I know personal experiences people can relate to a lot more as well. So bringing that and then doing speaking positions like this with that definitely are the best ways for me. You don't want me digital graphics. That's not my strong suit. So art has never really been my talent, but I know I've worked with other people in the past and we definitely collaborated on, okay, I will give you the information if you can put it in a very visual format. Music is a world that I have not yet explored, but it's not something I wouldn't be open to.
How about Armand? Armand, you do any collaborating with music?
Well, I am a musician at heart. I've been playing since, I don't know, like the first grade, the trombone. I went to a fine art school. And so we were forced to do just about every fine art you could think of: theater, dance, orchestra, art. I really found my grounding in band. And so I stuck with the trombone after spending 2 years trying to play the cello, and it just didn't really work out. It could have been my educator, but anyways, so yes, in music, there's a lot of ways that I like to connect it to the things that I do. I mean, I think it's just like simple things just to get us to the day, the music that we prefer to listen to. I mean, there are definitely ways that we've seen to introduce art as a way to advocate for environmental and eco-friendliness, specifically climate change. There's a few initiatives, a couple of my colleagues over in California who are inspired by poems and poetry to get people activated. And I think it's like, it goes even beyond that for music. I think that, you know, when we're looking at making videos about addressing some of the issues we've got going on globally, you'll hear some really great music in the background. And it just is one step that is vital to kind of invigorating someone to actually take action. Music is such a natural thing that we as people kind of gravitate towards a good, you know, tune or a good melody of some sorts. But for me, I love listening to music, and it definitely helps me get through a very stressful day with talking a lot of the doom and gloom of climate change.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, I think it'd be awful super cool if we could get everybody who participated these last two summits and just come up with that poem or that song or that piece of artwork that just inspires them and just put it out there, because I think that that connection is really huge, and I think it means a lot to so many in so many different ways, and I think that'd be super cool. So absolutely, I just curious about that.
Todd, if it's okay, I'll jump in and share one thing to your original question point too. Just, and we touched on this a little bit last week, and I'll just reiterate, I think, and all of the work and so well reflected in the event that you all have put together here with the incredible speakers. You know, for us, when it comes to motivating that engagement, I think it's really that shift in the narrative and shifting conversation to a focus on solutions. And that's literally what the last, 2 days of the summit have been all about is, to Armand's point, so often in these, issues around climate change or ocean conservation or environmental conservation, we stop on kind of the negative statistics and challenges and these big insurmountable problems, and we don't shift that conversation to, what are those tangible places people can plug in, and they can be big ideas like the 30 by 30 work that Armand and Isaac were talking about, big picture solutions, but that's what gets people excited and motivated, knowing that they can have a place to plug in. There's to Faith's point, a movement and a community that people can join and be part of, but then it's striving toward, a focus on solutions. And we know our planet, the ocean, the environment's resilient, but we've got to act and take action around those solutions too. And I just, so applaud all the work that you're doing, all the work of the presenters that just are bringing so many different solutions to the forefront of the last couple of days. So thanks again for letting us be part of this.
Sean, kudos to you too. I mean, the reality is you bring so many amazing people together globally that are game changers. Armand, is that a clapping hand, or you got a hand up, or what you got going?
No, I'm completely agreeing with you, Paul. Sean is amazing, and he won't accept the compliment, but he's just fantastic.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that because he doesn't understand what really an impact, right? So he's the catalyst, right? He's that catalyst. Sorry, that's the other bell. He's that catalyst that makes that happen. And you know, the one thing that I'm inspired by is that everybody who's out there has a role to play. And I don't mean disrespect to anybody. What we don't need is one person doing all the work and being out in front of everybody. What we need is a lot of people who are doing things daily to make an impact. And that's how real change, lasting, sustainable change is made. And the reality is I appreciate those people who've made that kind of impact. But it's like this summit here. Everybody on here is one of those people that I would just go back and go, golly, I'm just inspired by them, you know, and it's so true. So, Faith, you know, we've got 15 minutes. I was told that you know how to tap dance and sing, and so if you go ahead and I'll put some music on. And is that true, Faith? That's true, right?
I absolutely do not, but I do think Armand mentioned a few minutes ago he did a few lessons in dance.
I don't know if I have anything prepared for you all today.
How about just a little interpretive go on? Just like we'll put a beat down over here and you just like do some interpretive dance, you know?
I think Sean was working on something the other day with some ballet courses. I don't know if you can tap in there, Sean. I may be just completely making this up, but I have.
I like how we've spread that so nicely around here. I can. Speaking of connections, and I can connect you all to some fantastic partners of ours that do work on Global Ocean Art Contest, and they've got all kinds of creative people. But that is probably not me. I can play piano.
Speaking of like the art side of things, I think the Bay Area Youth Climate Summit, they just launched a really massive art contest of sort, and you can get connected to them through Amelia Fortgang, who's their co-founder and director at the moment. I think she started the Bay Area, just another young person doing amazing things over in California, the Bay Area. But I think she launched the Bay Area Youth Climate Summit, Sean, like a year or two ago? 2-3 years? Not that long ago, and it's just blown up. It's massive, and they definitely invest in the art side of things and in the climate movement.
I'll add that. Paul, drop a link in the chat too. I was joking, but also we do have some really great partners. I'll point you to Balsea Ocean Awareness Programs. Is a fantastic one. I don't know if some of you have come across, but it's this amazing global kind of all things art, from poetry to sculpture to songs, you name it, all around ocean conservation. They've been doing this for probably, I think this is their 10th year or so. So fantastic resource for young people, and they've got a great team and resources they share with their contest winners. And I think so Paul, you kind of lightened up a minute ago with I think there's really cool ways to weave art into advocacy efforts. We've talked with partners who were successful in getting some of the bigger marine protected areas created in Antarctica, and one of the things they did toward the end was get young people from around the world to hand deliver art around the importance of protect this area to their world leaders, to the government officials that made that happen. And same, Balsea Ocean Awareness Programs does amazing work, not just running an art contest, but then taking the content and using that to raise awareness on a broader scale to new audiences too. So we're not just talking to the same people who are always used to hearing from us, but we're reaching new communities, new audiences with that medium as well.
Now, Sean, are you guys going to be doing the Ocean Heroes Boot Camp again this year?
So that program has changed a little bit. So that's run by some of our colleagues over at Lonely Whale and some partner organizations. So we've been involved in helping support content for that over the years, but that format's changed a little bit. But we'll be hosting over at Earth Echo our Youth Leadership Summit virtually, as we've done for the last couple of years in August. So we'll be sure to share those details with you. I would love for you to join us for that event. That'll be a big focus on this work on
absolutely, and we would love to put that on the website as well, so we can share that out. I think that'd be super powerful.
Absolutely, and I will play, Paul, while you're plugging there, maybe Armand, you were going there too, but since Faith and Armand so nicely, and Isaac as well, so nicely spoke about our Youth Leadership Council and Watertown's Ambassador programs, I will put a plug. the applications for those programs will actually open on April 1st. So if folks are interested in applying to be part of those programs or any of this work that you've heard about from a couple of folks on today, stay tuned. April 1st on our social media platforms or over at earthecho.org/youth. You can find all the details as those applications go out. So we'd love to see applications from folks who are on here, or those you may know, or students you may work with as well.
And we would love to share that information out. If it'd be all right, we'll just share it out after we get it.
That would be great. Thanks so much, Paul. We appreciate it as always.
Absolutely. So just reading here in the chat, it looks like it says that Faith does do interpretive dance after Sean's interpretive dance. So
After you sing, I thought.
Shame I missed his
that was it.
dance.
Yeah. So Paul, a day, I've heard some people say that a day without song is like a day without air.
it's true. And
All right, Paul, come on, belt it. Let's see what you got.
I actually practiced today with the choir, and so
There you go.
I was up doing that this morning with our school choir, and we have a concert on Sunday at 3 o'clock. So anybody who wants to come to the Pontiac Township High School Choir and watch them sing, awesome. I just get to be supported a little bit by them because trust me, I need it. So
Listen, hold on, Paul, hold on. You know what, as much as many of us would like to be able to do that, we also do feel that it is a little bit irresponsible for us to, use the planes to create the carbon dioxide that's ultimately going to cause greater acidification in the oceans and raise the climate temperature or the water of the oceans itself. So if you could, we've got 9 minutes, man. You can give us a little taste of what we might be missing today.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you give you a couple bars. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
I know you told me such a long time ago that you don't want me round here no more. I want to know, oh, Lord, what makes me be? Believe me, child, I'm a fool for you. Oh, I'm a fool for you. Thank you very much. I'll be here all day.
I've got to say, I've been to so many conferences and summits that this might have just been the most interesting 5 minutes of any summit I have ever participated in. Paul, you've got an amazing voice.
I love to sing. It's so fun. Like I said, I'm not kidding you. I am singing with the choir. And how sad is it that I'm filling with music? I'm terrible. I apologize. I probably just broke a lot of speakers.
Well, I wish I had my trombone on me, Paul. I'd join you in with the music trend going on right now.
Absolutely amazing.
I'll play with you anywhere, bro. I will. Let's go.
I was gonna say, Paul, you said something really interesting earlier, and I think we have a few more minutes to talk. You said something interesting earlier about how this kind of, eco-activism really needs people of all sorts of talents, and whether it's music, whether it's faith in literature, Sean, in organizing young people, or if you're good at coding and technology, good at math. I take a lot of inspiration from jellyfish. That's how my science got started, researching jellyfish. Hence all these beautiful. I show you like the entire wall I have behind my laptop of jellyfish.
Oh, we know.
I did jellyfish research for a little bit, and that's how I started with my science communication work. But I take a lot of inspiration from them, whether it's going with the flow, working in numbers to get bigger things done. But also a cousin to the jellyfish is the siphonophore. And if you all don't know much about siphonophores, they are made up of a much larger organisms, these tiny organisms that work together to really form a functioning being. But they all have their own individualistic jobs to complete, and they do it together, and they create this, amazing, beautiful, sometimes mile-long siphonophore that just is massive. But I think that I get inspiration from them when you talk, Paul, about really needing people that have specific niches of their own and passions to follow to really become more of a cohesive eco-activist unit.
I agree. I think about everybody who's been on this summit to this point and who's coming up next. And I think about the incredible diversity of them all. And then you think about us as a species. We are completely dependent upon all other species of this planet. We are very much in tune with so many different species, not just around us, but that live on and in us. And so the reality is as individuals, we all have a major impact and a role to play. And it may be that you're passionate about one small segment of it, but the reality is it's equally important and inspiring to so many. And I truly believe that it's our obligation to share that out to the world, because the moment that you do, others sit and they find that they're not alone. They're with you. And by doing that, there is the amazing opportunity to create and design and build, not just that, but also inspire. And it's a gift. I truly believe that we have been given such an amazing gift to meet people who are out there doing great, awesome things. And you guys are it. And I was actually promising that I wouldn't speak very much today. And I was trying to sit back but I'm so jacked right now. It's not funny. And I just appreciate you all. You guys are the heroes, and you guys are making it happen. And I think, unfortunately, not often do we realize that, hey, what we do is really changing because it takes time. And the reality is it is, and you just have to be in tune to it and understand that. And so humbly, I get to watch it, and it's the greatest gift in the world.
It was interesting. I had a really great conversation with my colleague. She's 20 years old over in Florida. I think she's going to Vanderbilt University at the moment. Her name is Madison Tunder, wonderful researcher. And she's published, some research papers at a very young age. I think she was 18 when she did her first published peer-reviewed research on some disease for sea turtles. But the conversation that her and I had was that it's interesting to see how young people right now will inevitably have to grow up, right, become adults, and will always continue to advocate for other young people. So Paul, between the summit and you feeling the energy from us, I think that young people have an unmatched energy. It's unparalleled, but it's also very contagious whenever it comes to the way that we motivate each other and other people to get started. So it's really awesome to see you just invigorated with all of the energy coming from all of this awesome stuff that we've got going on.
Your statement is exactly what is needed to be heard. And I mean that because what young people don't realize is their words and what they do has more power than any crusty rusty like myself, right? The reality is this: your words and actions inspire and get more people to do more things, especially if you don't take no for an answer and you don't ever give up. Right? Because there's times when you go, I don't know if I can go anymore. And the reality is yes, you can. And I really believe that the future of our world is in good shape with the kids that we have who are really pushing it. And I'm thankful for that. I really am. So I apologize. TK, you're up. I think you have your next group. Again, thank you, Faith, very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys for having me. I have another meeting, so I'm going to log off, but thank you guys.
Todd, you're muted.
Thank you, Faith. I know you left. Adios. Armin, I don't know if you've heard of Ernest Haeckel. He check out his art and his work. I think given your interest in jellyfish, you might find it really fascinating what he draws and what he does. He was from like the 18th century, 19th century-ish, and has some really cool work out there. Also, I learned about him through reading about Alexander von Humboldt, which is like the guy of science who everyone kind of knows his work, but no one really knows who he is. And so really cool guy to read about. Very fascinating.
I've got Ernest in the Google search menu right now, and I am
All right.
familiar with von Humboldt. So thank you, Todd.
Yeah, you got
Take
it.
care.
All right. So, oh, hold on. All right, we've got our Ninja Eco Warriors. Oh, fantastic. So here we have, let me see, Olivia, Ava, and Emma. Y'all ready?
Yes. Yes.
All right, it is all you. Go ahead, take it away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, while that's loading, we can introduce ourselves. No, my name is Olivia Schickel. I'm a senior at Pontiac Township High School in Pontiac, Illinois.
I'm Eva Nolan, and I'm a senior at PTHS. I'm Emma Malone, and I'm also a senior at Pontiac.
And our project that we're going to be talking with you all about today is regarding the Earth's health, because obviously, as you can see, the Earth is dying apparently. So our project is the Illinois 30 by 30 Conservation Task Force, which is a lot of big words to say that we have jumped on the global initiative of protecting 30% of land and water in Illinois by the year 2030. The task force that we are all a part of and we are the student leaders of is dedicated to meeting that goal by working with legislators and people in the private sector in order to find the best way to balance conservation needs with the needs of private citizens.
Okay, so the origin of 30 by 30, it was started back with Mr. Ritter's students a couple years ago, Claire Nee and Lauren Durham. And then the project was carried on by Emily Collins and Keegan Hall, and they got the most progress done with it. With their work, they got the bill passed through the General Assembly. It's House Bill 3928, and it calls for the formation of a task force. So now me, Olivia, and Ava are on the task force, and it's a pretty big deal because we're the first student-led task force in the country. Okay, so we introduced ourselves in the beginning, but we'll give more background on ourselves in this slide. So I'm Emma Malone, and I'd say for nature, for me, like when I got really involved in the environment, is just throughout my life, I grew up going to national parks, and through the national park system, I found an appreciation for protecting our environment. I'm Eva Nolan, and I have grown up with both sides of my family being immersed in nature. My grandma lives on like 80 acres of woods, and my pa is a farmer. So I've just grown up around nature, and I'd love for nature to keep on going to my old age.
Yeah, and I kind of have a different relationship with nature. By that, I mean, when I was a kid, hated going outside. I don't like bugs. I don't like being sweaty. I don't like any of those things. And I feel like that is what nature is to me. But there are some things that I really like. So I like, I have memories of like going boating with my family and like going tubing. I almost got like hit into a rock wall. That was really scary. I could have died, but it's fine now. I'm still here. So there are things that are beautiful in nature and that I now that I'm older, I can appreciate. And even though maybe I'm not the most like nature focused person, like, or at least I didn't used to be, I definitely have found that you can still have the appreciation for that. So that kind of leaves us with where we're going next. So we've kind of told you, okay, we've passed this bill, we've, set up our goals, but what does that mean? That could all be lip service at this point. So kind of after doing all this preliminary work, what's our job now? So like I said, we've passed a bill in the Illinois General Assembly, which is like the Illinois government. We've started the task force with all these people you can see on here. This is all of the members of the task force that are voting. Okay, we have all these things in place. What does that mean? For us, that means we will be hosting listening sessions, which will collect information, collect data on what conservation will mean for people in Illinois now and in the future, because Illinois is a hugely agricultural based area, and a lot of times we pit agricultural needs against the needs of conservation, and our task is to combine those needs. So in order to do that, we're hosting these listening sessions to get the needs of our agricultural side with our urban side all together, so that we can conserve the most land for the rest of time, essentially.
I picked this quote because I really enjoyed like the significance of it. It says, "Nature is loved by what is best in us," and like just nature brings out the best in like human beings, and I feel like we owe it to nature to keep it strong, because it has done so much for us.
So this is kind of one of our biggest struggles right now. Is obviously the Holy Grail goal is that 30% number. And for the state of Illinois, currently only 3% is conserved, which is distinctly not 30. So what that means for us is we're having to make up, 9 million acres of land essentially. And that is so large a number, even to like conceptualize. So we're having to find more innovative, more unique ways to conserve this land, thinking about the land on the side of roads that just ditches essentially. How can we conserve that land? What are we doing with land that is no longer in use, that was old farmland that has since been taken out of rotation? We have to consider those things and look at things from a more outside of the box perspective in order to reach this goal, because it's so lofty.
Okay, so looking further, this is just more into detail of what we're doing with the task force. We have plans to contact Indigenous people connected to Illinois' land. We have so far been collaborating and meeting with conservation leaders. So now we have to finalize our solution plans, and in July, we're presenting them to the General Assembly.
This is the SWOT slide, and it's an acronym for nothing because that's not a real word, but it means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So our strengths are that we have legislation passed and we're made up of an innovative group of students, politicians, and adults. Our weaknesses are that we need to improve connections with private landowners. Our opportunities are saving the land and water, and the threats are continued destruction of our land and water and no cooperation from private landowners.
So if you want to kind of learn more about what we're doing, or like keep up to date, if this is really interesting to you about the task force, you can check out this web link, or just Google Illinois 30 by 30 task force. It will pop up. You can also look on the Illinois Department of Natural Resources website to find out what we're doing. But updates, recordings of our meetings, things like that will all be posted on there. So if you're interested in what we talked about today, you can definitely check that out. Yeah, so thank you guys for listening. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Great job, ladies. Thank you very much for that. Do you have any questions for them?
I have a question. What is it like working with governmental leaders and different stakeholder groups to get what you want accomplished?
Well, I mean, at first I thought it'd be scary and it'd be really hard to communicate ourselves to them. But once we actually started talking to them, like they listened more than I would expect, and we're getting more done than I could think we would have.
Yeah, you definitely build it up in your head more, and then actually going out and speaking to these people, interacting with them, having discussions with them, it ends up being easier. But you kind of almost, I don't know, this is what I've done, I don't know about you guys, but like you kind of just like zoom out, like it's like I'm talking to a person, not, oh, I'm talking to this big, important figure. It's like I'm talking to a person they're listening to me. I have to get them to listen to me. You don't think about in the moment, like, oh my God, I'm talking to a, senator, like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, it's just, we all have the same goal, and we're trying to reach that goal, and our discussions are getting us one step closer to it. So it's crazy, but it's also weirdly normal, I guess.
Because in reality, they're just humans, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's one of the biggest things that all of us can stand to just recognize and be comfortable with, is that every one of these individuals, regardless of how much power we think that they have, they're human beings, and if you come in it with that mindset, I think that really helps just to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got 10 minutes or 5 minutes left here, and I'm putting somebody on the spot. You girls had an opening address that you did for the committee of legislators and business owners, and could you pull that up and could you read that to everybody? Because I think it is a game changer, and I've shared that with a number of people, but could you guys pull that up and read that, please?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that's the excitement I want to hear.
I'm surprised it's not memorized at this point.
Okay, this has been slightly altered from what it originally was for reasons. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
Just pull it up. We didn't need to move it. Wait, what are we doing?
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
Jesus, we're temporarily exhibiting an earthquake in Pontiac.
It
Okay.
happens all the time.
You want to just do it? Let's just do it in order that we do it.
Yeah, we'll just do it. We're gonna do it as we did it for the task force.
It's gonna be like you were there.
Thank you all for attending today. From our perspective as students, your attendance is a commitment to working toward a better and brighter future for our state and country's environmental health. We want to acknowledge our gratitude before going forward.
With that being said, we want to start by setting our attentions on what we are here to do. At this very moment, we are knee deep in the 6th mass extinction, and the only one in Earth's history to be caused by humans. About 150 species go extinct every day, nearly 1,000 times the rate it would be had humans not invaded every stretch of our planet. With only 3% of our state's land and water conserved, more than 54,000 plant animal species are at risk. We have a long way to go to fix where we are today. However, with humans creating this issue, humans have the power to reverse it. What we need you all to understand is that what we are about to do now and in the coming months is one of Illinois' last chances to jump on the global 30 by 30 initiative and make a considerable positive impact.
Amidst the troubling statistics, we hope you all see the potential for where we're headed. We have the opportunity to lead the way in protecting our country's natural gifts now and in the future. But in order to do that, we must be clear on one thing. Unity and collaboration have to be at the core of everything we do. Each of you are here because your voice and perspective are incredibly valuable, not only to us, but to forming the better future we all desire. Not only do we have to have a passion for our planet, we also have to have a passion for each other, valuing the needs of all sectors and industries. If we don't have that, we just won't make it.
Before we close, we would like to acknowledge one final concern. It is easy when working on a movement with such dire consequences to point fingers or to place blame. But we want to challenge you all to move away from seeing our obstacles as enemies, because what we are facing isn't just one person or group. It is hundreds of years of apathy toward our planet's gifts that we are called to repair. We can't expect to change the behaviors and beliefs of 12 million people, but we can spend every moment we have together trying to help them find their way to loving and supporting the future of our planet. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's always great to hear that.
You guys are so phenomenal. I'm sorry to interject there. So just recently, we've launched the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, and it's all about uniting young people around the Gulf of Mexico to start learning about how climate is affecting it and why we need to protect it, and getting involved in government and legislative work. You guys are inspirational. Illinois is a long way from the Gulf of Mexico, but if there was a way to get y'all connected with the work that we're doing here down in the South, that would be phenomenal. I wonder if there is a way to maybe show the connection between the Mississippi River and Illinois, right? Because I think it kind of like borders the Gulf state. That would be really, really cool. Is there a way that we can get connected somehow?
You just did.
Perfect. I need an email. Could one of y'all type in y'all's emails in the chat or something?
The girls will send you their email and then, I'm sure they have a lot to add. Absolutely. That's exciting. Thank you for that offer.
Absolutely. Well done. All right, ladies, thank you so much. Next up. Whoa, you ready?
We
We
have a
good?
15-minute break here, Todd.
Yep. You are absolutely right. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do the 15-minute break.
I'm gonna. How about I play? How about I play our music video from last year, and we're creating a new one this year, which the heartstrings will be on after a while. But why don't we play the video now?
All right, sounds good.
Okay. I'm getting there. Hold on. Let me know if you cannot hear it. Share screen. Can you hear it, Todd?
Very weak and can't see the screen yet. It's very faint. There we go.
Now must be our moment for action.
Yeah, 30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the planet, y'all the judge and the jury, my people worry, ramifications is scurry, I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me, we got a problem, I'm overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics, hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it, I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it, I'm saying, in this whole planet, man, we leave it to the kids, wanna get something done, guess we'll leave it to the kids, while we arguing about revenues and streams for getting rich, we overlooking all the blessings of the streams that's in the ditch. These animals ain't got no representation. I'm hoping and praying that somebody admit it by the time it's too late. And I know the Bible is saying the earth is ours for the taking. If we ain't a steward, we won't have the time to replace it. You get it? This ain't about a party. We ain't out here politicking. Time is ticking. Better listen while we got the time to fix it. I don't get it. Talk it up like it's religion. If you see all of the symptoms, then you better get prescription. What you missing up? Man, we talking about the fishing hole. If you don't do nothing, kiss it by, get the mistletoe. We ain't got time, ain't no time to be subliminal. 17% of the rainfall, there's a visual. 30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the planet. Y'all the judge and the jury, my people worry. Ramifications is scurry. I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me. We got a problem, I'm overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics. Hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it. I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it. I'm saying, look what happened to the carrier pigeon, and the bison got its area stricken. It's very offensive. Condor sightings, you got an area mention. Gotta go to the zoo just to stare at a prison. And pollutants got the cities in a fog, so they're matching all the brains of the people in charge. You could spend 4 bills on a half of a hog, but the water from the byproducts black as a fog. We just passing it off. So what do you expect? Windmills go through more raptors than the Nets. Just leave it alone. That'd probably be best. But the bigger the lobbyists mean, the bigger the check. It's only 30%. Is that too much to respect? You still got 70 left to make an ethylene bed.
This is not a partisan debate, it is a human one. Clean air and a livable climate are inalienable human rights.
30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the planet. Y'all the judge and the jury, my people worry. Ramifications is scurry. I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me. We got a problem, I'm overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics. Hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it. I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it. I'm saying,
This is the most urgent of times and the most urgent of messages. But now it is your turn. The time to answer humankind's greatest challenge is now. We beg of you to face it with courage and honesty. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so guys, we are going to take about a 10-minute break right now. We'll return in 10 minutes, which is 12:30 Central Standard Time.
All right, Mr. Katz.
We ready to rock and roll? So we got Danny and Libby here. I think they're ready. Hey, Danny, I apologize. I spelled
They're
your name
definitely
wrong.
ready there. You know, one of the things I'd like to point out too with the video that's been kind of going there in the background, Molly put that together of things that we had going on with our different projects. And one of those projects that's coming up is Danny Grayson and Libby's. And I think it's really cool, all the stuff that they're talking about and how they're assessing what they're doing. And so I wanted to make that connection, especially with the video of how they're able to assess what they're doing. So go ahead, Mr. Katz, go ahead and introduce them and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm excited to introduce to you Danny and Libby, who are coming to us hailing from Pontiac High School. And they're going to be sharing with us plastic pollution and the process of elimination. Ladies, are you all ready for this?
Yes, we are.
I have a question. How many times have you presented this presentation?
Just for like actual people, it's just been at the summit, but yeah.
Yeah,
But
I've practiced it a few times. I've practiced it a few times outside at home and stuff, but
to not actual people.
yeah. To a wall.
And how many times do you think you presented it to not actual people?
Quite a few.
Yeah, 2 or 3 days.
So who would the not actual people things be classified as?
Walls.
Nice. You know, I love walls. They stand for something, you know. All right. Out of curiosity, so first, what year are you all?
I'm
Seniors?
a senior and I'm a junior.
Okay. And how did you wind up getting into this process? Are you gonna? I'm sure you're gonna share it too, right?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
Okay. So I guess we don't want to get into any of that. What is going to happen in 1 or 2 years from this time? What are y'all going to be doing?
We're hoping that over time, the amount of plastic, just even specifically in our community, will be fewer than so that people just go outside their door that like you're not seeing that in your environment like we do right now.
Yeah. It is definitely unfortunate that we see it as much and as frequently as we do. Yeah. Well, how about this? Why don't I have you all go ahead and get started, and then we'll leave the rest up for some questions if necessary afterwards. Cool.
I'm good.
All right, take it away.
As I mentioned, today we're going to be talking about plastic pollution and the steps that we have taken in our community specifically in order to eliminate it. So, hi, my name is Danny Gray-Schrock. I'm currently a senior at Pontiac Township High School in Pontiac, Illinois, in the United States.
Hi, my name is Libby Larkin and I am a junior at Pontiac Township High School in Pontiac.
So, why did we decide on plastic pollution?
So we found this quote when we were researching plastic pollution, and this quote really stuck out to us because it shows that plastic pollution isn't only affecting us now, but it's also going to affect us in the future, and we wanted to help change that.
So to start, our original idea with plastic pollution was to focus specifically on plastic bags, but as we were researching the issue more, we decided to focus just on plastic pollution as a whole in order to try to make a bigger impact on our community.
So when we started with Trash Blitz, we had 2 goals in mind. Our first goal was to find out what product affected our community the most. And our second goal was to reduce the amount of plastic products in our community because we both have huge aspects out in nature and we want to do what we can to help nature be at its best.
So why should we care so much about eliminating plastic? Well, 99% of the plastic that we use comes from fossil fuels, which results in greenhouse gas emissions that are very harmful to our environment. Also, a majority of the plastic that we use is not recycled properly.
so therefore ends up in the landfill where it is not able to decompose for thousands of years, meaning it will be around for many generations to come, even after us. And then also, half the plastic that we use is single-use plastics, like water bottles or food wrappers. So things that if we took the initiative, we could eliminate those from our everyday habits. And then plastic not only has an effect on the environment, but also the wildlife within it. But they oftentimes mistake the plastic as a food source, or they can get tangled up in it and stuck in it, which is very harmful to them. And plastic can also be very harmful to us as well, due to the toxic chemicals found within it that is released over time.
So when we were doing some research, we found in 2021, there was 8.3 billion tons of plastic just thrown out in the world. So this is just out in the wild, out just harming our environment.
So in order to go about eliminating plastic in our community specifically, we decided to do a Trash Blitz event, which is basically like a trash cleanup, but we use the Trash Blitz app in order to log our data into specific categories like the food packaging, personal care, household products, smoking materials, different things like that, as well as the brand and material that they are made up of. So then by using Trash Blitz, we're then able to analyze our data and determine like which brands and materials were most prevalent in our community so that we could come up with the solutions to help combat them.
So the process we used is we got 30 random locations in our community, and they are all over town, different places. You never know quite where you're going to end up when you put in the coordinates to find it. But we found that no matter where you are, there's trash just everywhere in our town. That it's just blowing around the streets or around our parks, and we want to do something to help fix that.
So what we found through our Trash Blitz event was that plastic number 7, which is all the plastic besides the traditional 1 through 6 that we're used to, was most prevalent at 240 items. And then the next most prevalent was plastic number 1, which is known as polyethylene. So that's like your thinner type of plastic, like water or pop bottles, and then also some thinner food containers in that. And that was at 173 items. And then the third most was plastic number 2, which is known as high density polyethylene. So that's like the denser, thicker type of plastic found in like milk jugs, shampoo bottles, and some plastic toys as well. And that was at 48 items.
So there was a Trash Blitz held in the spring of 2021 by another group of students that took the class before us. And they found 501 items of plastic when they did their event. And when we did ours this fall, we found 546 items of plastic just in our community.
So here's just an overall breakdown of the different types of plastics that we found in our community. As you can see, almost half the amount of plastic was plastic number 7, but we did find all different types of plastic, not just a couple specific ones.
So these are a few pictures that we found, or that we took when we were collecting trash, and it's just showing that how we went around, and in some of them we were in just grass areas, and other places we were in areas by houses, and even no matter where we were at, there was always something that we could find. So then these are just a few more pictures that we found, and just showing that no matter where you're at, you're always going to find some sort of trash, because you never know what it's coming from.
So how can you guys help? Well, if you're interested in learning more about Trash Blitz, feel free to visit trashblitz.org, and you'll find more information about what Trash Blitz is, as well as data from other Trash Blitz that have taken place around the United States. And then if you have any questions about Trash Blitz or want to learn more about our specific Trash Blitz event, feel free to reach out to us. And then if you would like to hold your own Trash Blitz cleanup, feel free to reach out to Allison Wałaszewski. She was the Trash Blitz coordinator who helped us plan our event, and she would love to help you guys too. So thank you guys for listening to our presentation. Do you guys have any questions for us?
I do. How did you get involved with Five Gyres? And I guess what kinds of resources did they provide for you? And I guess the third part, my whole part is, you know, this organization, like how'd you get involved with them? And then I guess what do they want your results, or I guess how are you going to continue to work with them, or are they going to have you, you know, work with you again in 6 months to see if there's less trash around? Yeah, tell me more.
Yeah, so the group of students who did a trash puts event before us, they actually were the ones who reached out to them and talked to them and like formulated a whole plan on that. So then when we came in and we had the idea for working with plastic pollution and that, Mr. Ritter mentioned how they had done a trash blitz, and he thought that that would be a good thing for us to do since it would also deal with our plastic pollution. So then we reached out to the same person that they worked with, and we had multiple Zoom meetings with them, just learning more about what trash blitz actually was, how an event would work, how to use the app, and like they had a bunch of different resources for us, like instructions, and then they also gave us some data from like other trash blitz that we could look at. And then we're also going to meet with them because they have also some like general solutions that they've come up with to help with like certain different types of plastics and that we could possibly implement. So we're also going to meet with them to come up with those and try to formulate a plan of what we can do for our community specifically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Other questions?
You know, what's interesting about Five Gyres is their founder is Marcus Erickson, and his wife. They both are incredible. Anna Cummings and Marcus are incredible people. But what's crazy is they started out in plastic by creating a raft to sail from California to Hawaii. And it is crazy. They found an airplane fuselage that they had like, and I can't remember, Danny, do you remember how many bottles were on that thing? They had like 15 or 20,000 liter pop bottles or something. Remember that?
Yeah, it was a ton.
And they used an old airplane fuselage on top of these pop bottles to go all the way to Hawaii. And we got a chance to talk to them a little bit, but to think about, one, you created a raft out of recycled materials. Two, let's get in the ocean and see if we can make it to Hawaii. Wow.
And let's actually go and do that. Like, that's crazy and awesome, right? Inspiring.
Yeah, very much so. And you know what's nice is the girls are going to take their data and present it to the city council. And what's good about that is now they're going to be able to give some data to back up to make changes within the city government, and then be able to give them suggestions instead of it being anecdotally. They were out there, boots on the ground, and did you guys find anything particularly interesting, like different, that you were surprised?
There's definitely a lot of like pop bottles and just water bottles out in like places you wouldn't expect there to be.
There weren't really any like super odd items like the next group's going to talk about, but we definitely majority had like pop bottles and like beer cans and those type of things.
What I really like about what these guys did too is it breaks it out by brand name, not just category, but brand name, and it really does give a big picture of what's in your community, right? So, what was the most found item that you guys had?
Most found, I think it was
Yeah, it was cans, I believe.
So in the years past, in the year past, what they found most was cigarette butts.
Mm.
And so I think it's interesting how a change in a year went from finding the majority of it being cigarette butts to, what'd you say, cans this time?
Yeah, I think so. And like we found some cigarette butts, but not as many as I was expecting, to be honest.
What's interesting is to figure out why. And I think that's the reason why we have data, right? So by giving that data now that the city council can look at that. So I'm proud of the work that you guys did. And the fact that they reached out, and how many people did you have working with you?
We had like
10 of us.
10,
There
I
was
think,
10 there was
with
a
like
group of-
Key Club and some students from our class. Yeah.
Yep.
So a real good item there, or a particular item of interest, is the fact that they reached out to other clubs in the school and
Yeah.
said, hey, can you help us with it? And everybody's like willing to do that, correct? Yeah. So just an idea. All right, good job.
It's a great idea. I mean, it's there's a common theme, which is everyone could do something. And, if you understand that everyone has their little talents here and there, like you can reach out to these other groups, to these other people. They have something to share as well. And it's useful. It's helpful. Yeah. Great job, ladies. Great job. Thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to add before we leave?
I don't think so.
All right. Next up, we have Molly, Georgie, and Ashlyn. They're going to be presenting on what they've done for their, it's not the trash blitz. I had it written down. I just lost it. Oh, no. They're going to help me.
Interstate 55
Yes.
assessment of windblown litter.
That you took the words right out of my mouth.
It was
All
right
right.
there, wasn't it?
It was right on the tip of my tongue. All right, ladies, you ready? The first step, unmute. Hey, and no swearing, Molly, no swearing.
Oh. Oh my gosh. No. No. Oh, hi guys. Thank you for sitting in and listening today. We're excited to have the opportunity to talk at the Yes Summit about our project that been working on for the past 5 months. And I hope you guys enjoy it.
First, we'd like to take some time for you to get to know us a little bit about each of us. We're all seniors at Pontiac Township High School, where we take an environmental earth science class through Heartland Community College. Pontiac is located in Central Illinois in the United States, and it's home to the Route 66 Association of Illinois Hall of Fame and Museum.
Hi, I'm Molly Mashing. I'm 17 years old and I enjoy music, whether it's the school choir or musical. And next year I'm planning on going to Eureka College to study forensic science.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Bernard. I'm 18 years old and I enjoy traveling around Illinois. More specifically, I like going to Chicago. I enjoy running and walking in all different kinds of places, and I plan to study psychology in college at NIU.
Hi, my name is Georgie Donardi. I'm 17 years old. I enjoy playing tennis and I've played all 4 years of my high school career. In my free time, I love to read. I'm planning on following the footsteps of my older sister and becoming a high school English teacher.
Do you ever wonder why so much garbage is along our interstate and what is being thrown out? Pontiac, Illinois is home to the second largest landfill in the world. We have garbage trucks coming from the north hauling garbage with unsecure openings on top of their trucks, which is causing garbage to fall out all along I-55.
There are many consequences of pollution that affect us all. Consequences such as air pollution, wildlife disturbance, and contaminated soil and water. That may sound like a bunch of big words or things that seemingly don't affect us, but these actually affect us all in very important ways. I'm not sure about you guys, but I want to breathe the cleanest air possible. When we have garbage sitting around on our sidewalks, roads, ditches, and so many other places, it affects our everyday life and the quality of air that we breathe. Because I am also one who loves animals, I hate seeing wildlife harmed by our actions, especially when there are simple solutions that can help those helpless animals. Keeping trash in the garbage and out of our community will help us all live a better and healthier life and make the world a healthier, better, and safer place to be.
One reason that we decided to choose this project is because we could see the effects on our local community. We live in a small town of around 12,000 people, and since we could see the effects on our small community, it also helped us imagine what it looks like in a bigger city. Ourselves and many members of our town drive on I-55 regularly, either to get to work, visit family and friends, or to shop. Although the speed limit on interstate is 70 miles per hour, it is impossible not to see all the trash littering the roads and flooding the ditches. We wanted to choose a project that would have the impact not only on our direct community, but also the environment. While doing research for our project, I came across a quote by Joanne Harris that put into words our frustration around what we were discovering by looking closer at this issue. She said, "I find littering very annoying. It is a minor but also major thing. A society that litters is one that also has very little respect for the environment and consequently other people. If we had clean streets, a lot of other things would be fixed almost effortlessly." It made me think about how often the phrase "treat others how you want to be treated" is used. Why can't we apply that same phrase to our community and the environment?
Now, this is the objective that we came up with to make our project a reality. We started out by creating a plan which consisted of 20 different stops along I-55, and for 15 minutes, the Illinois Department of Transportation had their workers pick up garbage. The goal was to collect as much garbage as I could in the time frame as those design locations, which we'll show on the next slide. We had stops from not only the north, but the south to hopefully prove that there's more garbage along the north side of Pontiac due to the landfill. Since I earlier mentioned that the landfill trucks were coming from the north side of Pontiac, the next step of our plan was to go through all the garbage and sort the garbage into certain categories. Molly made a Google slide where we kept track of what was being thrown out. For example, some of the garbages were types of plastics, metal, aluminum, glass, and even more. We are very thankful to our classmates and Mr. Ritter to help us sort through all the garbage. We found some weird objects in the garbage, like a golf club, which we kept, and a plastic tiger, which we now call our class pet Humphrey. Our next goal after sorting through all the garbage bags is to find a solution to international and unnational littering that will result in people not throwing the garbage along I-55. In the next slide, it goes into the certain locations that we chose.
This is a map I made using Google. It shows you all the places that IDOT stopped to pick up trash going north. You can see Pontiac in the bottom of the map and Odell in the top right. Odell is about 12 miles away from Pontiac. They stopped to pick up trash in 4 different places on the way there and back. On the map in the middle, you can also see the Livingston County landfill.
As Georgie mentioned, we partnered with the Illinois Department of Transportation to complete our goals this far. They collected our trash for us and have been a joy to work with. It was intimidating at first, but we made it a point to contact agencies to help us go about our project. After speaking with the representatives a few times, we began our agenda for our project and their role in it. On December 16th, they collected garbage at 20 different locations along Interstate 55. They collected from the on and off ramps, 1 mile from the ramps, 5 miles, and 9 miles in each direction. And then they delivered all of the trash for us to take our next steps. Our current action is to finish going through all the garbage bags and collect data to present to the Livingston County Board. We plan to have solutions to this problem and be able to convince the Livingston County Board how important this issue is. This will hopefully prove that trash is coming from the north and the south.
Here's some pictures of our classmates sorting through the garbage. This process was very time consuming and honestly kind of disgusting, but it was all worth it in the end. This project is very doable in all communities. All you need is to get involved with your local Department of Transportation and have some friends to help you do it. We are once again thankful for everyone who helped us through this project and be able to make it a reality.
We would all like to thank you for listening to us today. We would also like to thank everyone that helped us with our project and made it possible. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. Are you guys, girls, sorry, are you recycling after you sort the trash, are you recycling some of it? And if you are, does Pontiac, related, how how much plastic does Pontiac recycle in the respective? Are you pretty limited to what kinds of plastic you can recycle? Because judging from other presentations, there's a lot of plastic. So yes. Are you recycling? Or what are you doing? Yeah. How long is this trash being in these, what I'm assuming is like garages in Pontiac?
We are almost done with collecting our data. We have a few more bags left, and then after that, I think we're just putting it back in the dumpster.
So with the plastic, some of it is unable to be recycled because I'll be honest, they found some pretty
Contaminated.
nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I was
Yeah.
curious if they found like dead animals are dropped off or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and so some of it was unable to be recycled. Some of it, a lot of it did get recycled. We have a full-on commingle recycling here in our community, which means you can put it all together and it goes to a sorting facility and gets sorted out there. Thankfully, we're able to do that. But if you think about the impact, so to this point, people have said that, landfill trucks are causing all the garbage on Interstate 55. Well, they see trucks that lose litter, but nobody to this point has really made any sort of attempt to collect data. And that's what these guys are doing with their data. The idea of the landfill is right at Route 23. And so no trucks south of 23 come to the landfill. So the idea is you should see more windblown litter north of 23. And so that's what they're trying to discover. What I think will be fun is when they get to their data, whatever the data says, to be able to present that to the county board so they can have a greater understanding, because the county board then will make decisions on the county level of what they need to do.
All right, it looks like in the chat, Olivia asked, what was the grossest thing you found when sorting the trash?
That's Georgie will tell us what that is. I already know what she's got.
I found a old cheeseburger from Dairy Queen and some fries, and I don't know how long it was there for, but it really smelled really bad, and it was probably the only thing that like really grossed me out when we were sorting through the trash. Okay.
How about you, Molly? What was the worst?
I feel like I didn't really find something that was like super gross. I more just kind of heard other people, but also because I was making a TikTok and I wasn't really sorting through the trash. I know someone found a like full diaper, and this wasn't really gross. It was just kind of odd, but we like found like a fully intact animal skull. I don't know.
Which we kept.
Yeah.
Any idea what kind of animal skull?
Wasn't it a possum, Mr. Ritter? I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Possum?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking that a full diaper does not get blown out of a truck.
No.
Yeah. That's, yeah. There's Humphrey.
There's Humphrey that we mentioned.
Oh, nice. He looks good.
We cleaned him up all nice after we got him.
Yeah, has he been sanitized?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They lick him. Lick the tiger. Yeah.
It's funny. They spent more time making sure that Humphrey was ready than some of the other things they could have been working on. Like, I'm sitting there going, okay, you guys put the tiger away, man. But what's interesting is the golf club we found, it was brand new. It was a lefty, brand new, still in the wrapper.
Wow.
And it wasn't a cheap club. It was a high dollar Callaway, being the golf coach. But I'm not a lefty either.
Yeah. Oh, that was great. All right. Well, hey, ladies, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions for them for right now?
No, and it looks like next up is Olivia is going to be introducing Jessica, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I just messaged her. But we can take a 5-minute break, or Paul and Todd, if you want to tell the others that are part, there she is, of how you've used EnviroAtlas in your classrooms. I don't know if that's going to steal Jessica's thunder.
No, I think, what's fun about what Jessica is going to talk about is being able to use this type of system to really lay out and discover what's in your own community. And the thing that I think is really fun or cool is the exercises that we went through with our students, who basically, when we went through it, said, gee, I just didn't know this was even in my own community. And we're a small town. And this discovery of going through those exercises, and to see all of the data that comes along with it. And again, we started at the very simplistic level of, hey, let's draw your town and figure out where you're at and what's in your community. And then as you scale up to eventually getting to the data, and that's what I think is really critical about what Jessica has. So is Olivia on?
Yes, hello, sorry.
All right, Olivia, it's your turn to take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Olivia Schickel, and I will be introducing Jessica Daniels with the EPA, who will be discussing EnviroAtlas. So Jessica, take it away.
All right, thank you. And hi, folks. Let me share my screen. This will be relatively informal, and I hope those of you that are on might have questions as I go through. I'm just going to share a little bit about a project that I work on at EPA called EnviroAtlas, but I thought it might be helpful just to give like a quick mini background on some parts of the EPA before I get started, because I think a lot of what folks think about when they think about EPA is the regulatory side, regulations, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, how we protect the air and the environment. And of course, that is a major component of EPA. But the arm that I work in is the Office of Research and Development. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's the part of EPA where we are doing scientific research to inform those regulations and other aspects across the US to protect human health and the environment. So that was just like a quick piece about ORD. So there are other folks from EPA on as well, and they're kind of in different parts of EPA because it is quite a large organization, and there's a lot of great work that takes place within EPA. So within research and development, I work on a project called EnviroAtlas that I will show to you guys today. It's a research project under what we call the Program of Sustainable and Healthy Communities. So EPA's research is separated into different research arms. So whether it's chemical safety or water concerns, the program that I work within is this idea of sustainable and healthy communities. And the research that comes out of that program feeds directly into research, but as well as tools and resources that are being provided for decision making and tools like EnviroAtlas. So I'll introduce kind of all the components we have of EnviroAtlas, and then if you guys have questions, I'd love to hear them. But the point here is that there's a lot of research and resources that EPA puts out there that you can take and use right now. So it's all publicly available. You can use it. It's online. You can go grab it and use it in the work that you're doing, whether you are a student working to protect your community, or you're a local decision maker, or you're a student who wants to educate your parents on something. All this information is available to you to use. So here's EnviroAtlas. It's easy to find us. We're just epa.gov/EnviroAtlas. And once you get here, you'll notice a few things about our homepage. So we've organized our information into kind of the different categories of information. And what I'm going to focus on is what you see here in the middle, which is interactive applications. I'm going to start with a tool called the EcoHealth Relationship Browser, partially because it's a really cool tool and partially because it's really useful for students, especially, I think, because it gives a lot of information in an easy to use format. And if you're writing research papers or reports related to the environment and human health, this is the tool for you. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see, because I was zoomed out a little bit, it's a little small. So here's the EcoHealth Relationship Browser. What's really cool about this is there are over 1,000 articles from the scientific literature summarized in this browser. And what it does is link ecosystems to ecosystem services, or the natural benefits that we as humans receive from the environment, to human health outcomes. So let's go through a scenario so you can see what that looks like. So it starts at urban ecosystems. I'm going to click an ecosystem service. So in this case, engaging with nature, and it's going to go backwards. You're going to see it rotate and you're going to see some cool things happen. So the first thing is you'll see that there are multiple ecosystems that provide this service of engaging with nature. But then what you can do is further look at information around health linkages to that service. So let's take an example. I am, walking in the park and I pass a water body, or I'm walking through a stand of trees, or I am sitting in my office, but I can see trees from my window. What does that do for my health? And this is exactly what this browser shows you. So for instance, let's take cognitive functioning. So how does engaging with nature, whether visually or actively, impact the way my brain functions? And what you do is click this eye icon, and it's going to open a box for you. And as you scroll down, you're going to see a couple of things. So the first one is literature around how green exposure at home and school affects your brain. And what's really cool is you can quickly read these summaries of the literature and see that when we have greenness in our, in a window view, we are thinking more clearly, we have better attention, we are absorbing information better. Students have better test scores when they have green window views. Things of that nature. As you scroll down, you'll notice that there are other categories. So for instance, if I'm walking in green space, how does that affect my brain? And that's just one category of how engaging with nature affects your health. You could also look at things like self-esteem, stress, longevity, mortality, all these different factors. You can select an eye icon and view information from the scientific literature on how your health is linked to that. And what's really powerful is you can come at this from your own perspective. So let's say you have asthma or you have ADHD and you want to know how your own health is impacted. You can select that health outcome and it will show you what services the environment provides and how that impacts the factor that you've selected. So you might not think that water hazards are linked to asthma. You can click that and see what there is from the literature that says that, that provides information for that linkage. So a lot of information here, different ways to search it. You can click these bubbles and it'll rotate, or you can also use this drop-down menu and select a health outcome, an ecosystem service, or an ecosystem. So a lot of information here that can be used in, like I said, research projects, or maybe you live in a neighborhood that doesn't have a nearby park. And you want to make the case that having a nearby park is going to be important for not only your health, but all the health of young people in your neighborhood. And this browser can give you a lot of the bulk of the evidence of why that is true. So this can give you information to underpin your viewpoints on why action needs to be taken on certain environmental factors. So I definitely encourage you to check it out. A lot of information here. Okay, I'm going to navigate back and I'm going to go to our second tool. Which if you are on the home page, it's also in that middle section under interactive applications, and it's the interactive map. And that's what Paul and Megan were talking about when I came on. This is a very robust tool available in EnviroAtlas and provides a lot of information and data at your fingertips. All of this information is available for you to use. You do not have to be a mapping expert to use these data. So let's take a look at what those look like. All you have to do is go to this page and say, will you launch the map for me? And we'll say yes. It takes just a second. You'll notice multiple icons on this page. EnviroAtlas wasn't just developed by EPA. We did develop EnviroAtlas in collaboration with other federal agencies like the USGS, so the US Geological Survey, and USDA, the Department of Agriculture. So we have worked with other federal agencies to develop this resource and provide it for people to use. When you get to the mapping application, you'll see a couple of options. You can take a tour, and I encourage you to do that if you're new to the mapping application. You can take a tour, kind of get a handle on the functions, and keep rolling. You can also start with examples, or you can just click explore on my own. So I'm going to start with that one. Since you guys have me, I'll give you a quick tour of the mapping application so you can see what it looks like. Now, I mentioned data. All the ways you can access data are available here on the left-hand side. So each of these tabs is going to give you a way to access data. So this first tab is collections of data. So let's say you were interested in nitrogen inputs to watersheds. You could click this, review some background information, see a quick set of data sets that are available, and just click add to the map. So if you don't know where you want to get started, you can start with one of these examples. Can be helpful to start with those. And we do build these for different communities and communities of practice. So for instance, you'll see one here on community resilience. We developed this with others in EPA and outside of EPA who are interested in community resiliency. And so this collection is specifically for them to have data that is of interest to them, easily accessible, that they can just quickly click add to map and get that information. Most of our data is available from this second tab, so I'll just show you what it looks like to turn on a map really quick. Each of these little tabs, these little bars that you see here is a topic, and all you have to do is click a topic to open it and close it. And then it's really easy to get a data set on. All you have to do is click this little checkbox. And so some of you might be familiar with IUCN data or GAP data or other, species data. This might be of interest to you. You can select the data set, turn it on. These data are for the US, but we do have some ways to add national data, and I'll show that to you before we're done. And then you can just open the legend, you can click around, you can zoom into the area you're interested in, you can select what we call, this is called a HUC 12 or a sub watershed. And we use watershed units because the environment is not really beholden to boundaries, right? Just because we have states and counties and, these political boundaries that we've developed doesn't mean that the environment cares about that, right? Water flows over landscapes of all types. So we do provide data at the watershed scale so that you can look at it from different angles. Of course, one important aspect of any data, especially as we're thinking about people and ecosystem services, is the people component, right? Where people are and what different groups are benefiting from those environmental benefits like parks or green spaces or trees is a really important aspect of this work. And so this third tab that you see here is all different types of demographic data. And what you can do is select different types of data. So here I selected a category for income and poverty. And then there are a lot of different variables that you can look at, right? So you might be interested in knowing where a population that is below the poverty level doesn't have good access to green space, right? And so you can use those data and turn on demographic data and add those to the map as well. And I'll let that load here so we can see that. Okay, so you'll notice when you load demographic data that it's going to load at a certain level. So right now we're probably not at the tract level. I imagine we're at the county level, and we can zoom in, and that data set will catch up with us and change to smaller and smaller levels as we zoom in, so that we can see more resolved demographic data as we zoom in. So let me show that really quick. And maybe I'm not getting anything below county. I'm not sure why. All right, I won't stay on that, but you can see that there are 4 different layers to this, or 3 actually. So you can get tract, county. Here we go. So here's the tract level data. So it gives us just more finely resolved information. So we can then look at that information from a closer in scale. So we can consider populations, we can consider other information as well. So one cool thing I want to show you, there's lots of things, as you probably can imagine, there's lots of things you can do with a tool like EnviroAtlas. If you look in this second tab, you'll notice that the number here is 503. So there are over 500 environment-related maps in EnviroAtlas. So you can click any of these categories and start thinking about adding environmental maps and get those on the map. That's in addition to all of the demographic options here, which is several hundred maps as well. But it's easy because you don't have to do anything but go in and click. But one last cool thing is if you have data that you're collecting, so let's say you're a community citizen scientist, or you've collected water quality data in your community and you have water quality data or points, or you have collected locations of turtles in your community and you want to be able to put that on a map, you can do that in EnvirAtlas. All you have to do is go to this last tab that's add data, and you can upload your own file and look at your data with our data. So cool opportunities to add your own data. That also means that if you are international or folks that are not in the United States where our data are located, it's very easy to click this little button, go to ArcGIS Online, and basically just search all data around the world. Anything that's available as what's called a web service online, you can find it, search for it, and add it to EnvirAtlas. So for instance, let's say this is a data set that I use all the time. As we have more and more extreme weather events, a lot of people are interested in flooding. And so one of the data sets that we do not have directly in EnvirAtlas, but a data set I do use all the time, is this flood hazard data. So that's FEMA's data that says, okay, well, where is the actual flood hazard floodplain? Do you see how easy it was to add that? I typed it in, clicked this button, and now here's that data set. And I can look at that data set with EnvirAtlas data to learn more. So just because we don't have it doesn't mean you can't find it. And just because you're not in the US doesn't mean you can't also use the application. So lots of cool things that can be done using a map like this, because it's pooling and can pull information from all over. Okay, one other cool thing I'll show you, and then I think I'll stop and see if you guys have questions, because there's a lot we could do, but we only have a short amount of time, so I don't want to overwhelm. But one other option is, in addition to data, we have these tools. So each of these little tabs at the top here is a tool in EnvirAtlas. So for instance, one cool tool is where you can select any unit, either one of those watersheds I told you about, or a census tract, and you can get a report specifically for that area that you selected. So once you select it, you can get a report. And what's cool about that is it gives you a lot of information in one click. So if you're thinking about, again, demographics and who is benefiting from different benefits in your community, or maybe who doesn't have access to certain benefits, it's an option, and the report's still loading, so I'll let it load. You can also access information on EPA's National Air Toxics Assessment, which can be good if you're thinking about air quality, if you're thinking about people that are located in relation to potential issues or different air quality issues. That's a good data set to look at. And so just really quickly, here's what that report looks like. And what it shows you is, how does your census tract compare to the county that your census tract is in compared to the state? Like, how do your numbers measure up? Like, what do these numbers look like? And how might you learn more about maybe local health in your area from this type of information? Okay, last thing, and then I will see if you guys have any questions. One other really cool tool, it's a tool we call the raindrop tool. It works best if you're not in highly urban areas. So what I'm going to do really quick is change the base map so I can see what type of area that I'm in, because I don't know all these areas. Okay, so let's go here. So we don't have a ton of development in this area. It's green area, it's some ag. We do see some roads, but that's okay. And what the raindrop tool lets you do is select any point on the map, and I'll just click a point, I'll click another point, I'll click another point, and you see these little red lines that it's drawing? What the raindrop tool does is shows you how water, if a raindrop falls, how that water is going to flow over the landscape and where it's going to end up. So what's really cool about this is, if there's an issue, or maybe you're thinking about how does pollution from a certain location flow, where might it go? You could use a tool like this to kind of consider what the impacts might be. One data set that we turn on with this one, so you can see, is if you scroll down in this data and you go to hydrologic features, you can turn on the water features, and what this will do is show you the water lines. So it's not looking like it's flowing somewhere that's not water. It'll show you the water lines. And again, you can see how water flows differently. This tool is based on elevation, so just how the landscape moves and how water might flow on the landscape. So just a couple of options for different things that you can think about with using a tool like EnvirAtlas. And what's really important here is that all of this is available to you. So if you're interested in species data, there's species data. If you're interested in water quality, there's water quality data. If you're interested in thinking about wetlands or where you might restore wetlands or where wetlands exist, all of that is here so that it's easy to, so like for instance, here's a wetlands didn't load. That wasn't a good example. You will notice sometimes if we're serving data and it doesn't load, it'll just give you a little error. And you can tell the EnvirAtlas team, hey, that data set didn't load for me. So I'll go ahead and do that. But really a lot of options for thinking about the landscape, where people are, where different factors are in the landscape, and how you might be able to use that in your own situations, your own projects, your own communities. Data can be very powerful for using in these situations. And so we are glad that we can provide this information for users of all types.
Jessica, I gotta be completely honest and very truthful. This is probably one of those tools that I get to use that is just amazing. And if we go back a couple of years, you know, when you guys introduced me to it, I'm like, okay, there's a lot of stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna. So then I started going through the different little workshop things that you gave me. And I think it's become so critical for my students because, you know, we start from scratch with draw your own map of your community with your crayon, right? And then we go on to another level, which is, okay, what does it look like on Google Maps? And then going from there, it goes to now, how does it apply to EnvirAtlas and what kind of data can we extract? And I think by making those steps, it seems like there's an awful lot to it, but the reality is making those steps makes it so easy. And to be able to get the data, I'm a big data guy, because if you don't have data, then you're just making some sort of a guess. And so I think that this stuff is critical. You'll hear me tell everybody about this because I love it. And the relationship browser and this together as a tool just is, it's good stuff for anybody, even if you're someone who just wants to see about your area.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I really appreciate that. And that's really the point, right? Is that whatever your situation is, there may be some information for you, and there may be information to help you consider different factors or think about different things, and really learn more about your own surroundings. I tell people this story. So one place you can start in EnvirAtlas is just typing in your own community. And I'll do that really quick because I think I have a few more minutes. Somebody cut me off if I don't. I live in North Carolina, but I am from a small town in Mississippi called Columbus, Mississippi. And when I've worked on the EnvirAtlas team for many years. And what was interesting to me is every time I present EnvirAtlas, normally somebody wants to go to their community. And I realized at one point that I'd never done that. I had never explored my own backyard, right? My own hometown from a data perspective. And what was really interesting to me is I learned so much about it. There were plenty of things that I didn't know about historic landmarks in my community. We have data for that. This is that wetlands layer. So this layer shows you where you can restore wetlands that are currently agriculture back to wetlands, right? So if you're interested in water quality, this is a great data set. We also have data that look at the facilities that are reporting to EPA. So they're not necessarily emitting pollution or anything like that, but they do report data to EPA. And what was really interesting to me when I first looked at my own community was I didn't realize how many active sites of these types we had until I started looking at the data. I started turning on these data sets and started saying, oh, I didn't even know this was true in my community. So just giving you the opportunity to look at this information and learn more about where you live. And I certainly did learn a lot of new things about where I grew up. So a lot of different options. I want to see if anybody has any questions. I'm happy to stop sharing, but I normally keep sharing just in case people have questions about types of information or data, but any questions about types of info in here, how you might use it. Do you have scenarios in your own community and you're wondering if we have something for you? I'd be happy to answer any questions folks have.
Yeah, so first off, that was great. Really cool. I didn't understand like maybe all of the like tiny little things because I don't really have like a data centered brain. But one thing that I thought was really cool was how those data maps that you had spanned the entire like country. How did you guys collect that much data, and how do you have so many maps of that detailed data? Like, is this something you just have been compiling over years and years, or how do we get to that point, I guess?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thank you, Olivia. So yes, you are right. And it's maybe not something I said. So most of the data sets that we provide in EnviroAtlas are at that national scale. And you'll see here, there's some little icons. So you can click this one and go to the national scale. We do have data for Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. It's not as much data as we have at the national scale, but we do provide data at those scales. So for EnviroAtlas specifically, most of the data we develop in-house. So we have a team of researchers that work on research and develop data sets. So for instance, in this soils section, we have a group of people that were talking about and thinking about, surface sediment erosion, how water affects the landscape and moves soils. And they did research. And what we do for EnviroAtlas is the research is conducted, the data is collected. We publish a paper in the scientific literature before we put the data online, which means if you access data from this mapping application, you can be sure that it is good data, right? So if you think about you're on the internet and you're searching and people are like, I don't know if that's a good source, right? We try to be a good source of data in that regard. Some of these data, like the ones I showed for sites reporting the EPA, we don't actually develop those in-house from EnviroAtlas. EPA has a huge groups that collect information and do maps. And so all the maps in this section are actually provided from another arm of EPA. And what we do as a project is bring those in online as what's called a web service, which means somebody published it online and it's very easy for us to bring it into EnviroAtlas. So a lot of the ones that you see here in these red categories, we don't develop in-house, but a lot of the other data in all of these categories, we have teams of people that work on them. One other thing is that the years for the data span different time frames. As you mentioned, it is sometimes difficult to collect a lot of data. So we do find data that we can use and develop data sets and put those online for others to access.
Yeah, super cool. Thank you so much. That's just awesome.
Thank you. Any other questions? It can be anything, and I can stop sharing maybe. I don't know. I see a couple folks. I see Preston, a couple other folks. Olivia. One thing I will say before I close out is if you're curious what we mean by a certain data set, so for instance, we have a data set on walking distance to parks, you'll notice when I select that data set, it has a C next to it. That means it's a community data set. And you'll notice that it only pops up for certain places across the US. I'll show you what one of those looks like really quick. So you can see what a community data set looks like. The other thing I'll point out is that we have a fact sheet for every data set. So you don't have to be, as you said, Olivia, a data expert or anything like that. We provide a fact sheet for every single data layer. So if you're wondering what we mean by any data set, you can access a 2-page fact sheet that tells you what that data set's about, why we're providing it, so why it's important, how can you use it, how did we create it in brief terms, and then any limitations of those data sets. And we also give you some options to go look at information in the literature that relates to that data set. So you don't have to be an expert. A lot of resources here for you to kind of access and use and keep learning. So thanks for letting me present EnviroAtlas. I'm always happy to. We do have an email address. So if anybody has follow-up questions, our email is really easy. It's enviroatlas@epa.gov. Feel free to reach out. Our maps and data, as Paul said so eloquently, a lot of this information is used in schools, in classrooms, in projects, in all types of ways. We, number one, love to hear how you're using the data if you're using the data. And two, we are very happy to answer questions. So if you get into a scenario where you're doing a project and you have some questions for us around data or really anything that we can help with, we're always happy to chat. So feel free to reach out.
Jessica, I think what's really awesome is the fact that you guys developed this tool as a resource for people everywhere. It's not something that's just being used by officials. And the thing that I also think is very, very interesting is it's user-friendly for all grade levels. You simply click on a tab and it opens up a new data set to go over with and to have the overlays that go with it. I am a team. I'm on your team, and
We're glad to have you on the team, Paul.
yeah, it's good stuff.
Honorary team member of EnvirAtlas forever.
I got it. I'm gonna get a shirt that's got like I'm gonna like water boy for.
Good. I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. And like you said, you know, we've taken EnvirAtlas into the classroom and we've talked with teachers and we've had fourth graders teach us something new. You know, I mean, it's incredible what young people can do with technology, and we want to make that available. So I'm always open to. I love to see what people do and what they think and what they create with information like this.
Awesome. Very good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thanks so much.
So next next on our list, and I believe Libby is going to be jumping in here. Or is it Olivia? Olivia, you got this one too, or no? Is Libby?
Hey, Paul, since this person is EPA, so this is Megan from EPA and I am not happily moderating, but I'll turn on my camera. Demi Gary, she's an intern with EPA, and I am gonna have Heather Drum introduce her, and Heather's gonna tell us if you're Demi's manager, like what your position is to Demi, as well as what your position is at EPA and where you are. So I'm Megan from EPA in Chicago. We have 10 offices across the country, and we're very lucky to have Demi with us. I've crossed paths with her on multiple other occasions. And Heather, if you could tell us more about yourself and then introduce Demi to the group, that would be super.
Absolutely. Happy to do it. Thanks, Megan. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everybody. As Megan said, my name is Heather Drum, and I coordinate EPA's Innovations Program in the agency's Office of Research and Development. We work on a suite of programs, including our Challenges and Prizes program and our Citizen Science projects, Citizen and Community and Citizen Science projects. And I'm happy to be here today to introduce Demi Gary. Demi is actually a research fellow, and she's been with us for 2 years, or they've been with us for 2 years and have been working within our Citizen Science program that focuses on our portfolio of environmental research projects that involve community science and environmental justice. Demi has a master's degree in natural resource management from Texas Tech University and a bachelor's degree in biology from Alma College. I hope you enjoy Demi's presentation about their exciting research here at EPA. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Demi.
Hey y'all, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
You're good.
Awesome. All right, bear with me while I navigate Zoom. Well, I'm used to Microsoft Teams, so not used to sharing a screen here. Let me get my presentation up. All right, can you see that? Awesome. Thank y'all for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak to you a little bit more about what I do and what Heather and I do on the Awesome Innovations team at EPA. So I'm going to go over community and citizen science at EPA. So first off, Heather, you did a great intro. I don't have too much more to add to that. My name is Demi. I use they, them pronouns. My bachelor's degree is in biology and Spanish from Alma College, a little liberal arts college in Michigan. Shout out to the Michigan people, Michiganders from on the call today. And my master's of science is from Texas Tech University, and that's in natural resource management with a focus on public administration. So I've had a very varied career so far. I've worked on conservation issues in the US and in Indonesia for a few years, in Panama and other parts of Latin America. So like Heather said, I'm currently an Oak Ridge Institute for Science and Education Research Fellow. So that means I get to work with EPA on citizen science and community science activities. It's super fun. I'm basically here to, help develop and expand programs, and I get to work on some really, really cool projects. So how did I end up going from Panama to Indonesia to US to back here at EPA? I wanted to work with a far-reaching government agency to really make an impact. So in all my studies of science, it became obvious to me that working with policy or with some of the federal agencies that create policy that applies to our entire nation, that would be a great way to make an impact. So again, I research community and citizen science. And what community and citizen science is basically public participation in environmental protection and environmental research. So you don't have to be a scientist. You don't need a degree of any sort. You just have to have an interest in what's going on in your environment, and you can help different groups collect data on various environmental issues. So citizen and community science, they allow the public to participate in science, and a lot of this data collection is really, really important and often is informing environmental management at your state, local, or federal government agency level. So what we're going to talk about today, EPA just put out a brand new story map, which is basically a very interactive article off of an Esri platform. And I helped make this story map. And the reason we made a story map is because we wanted to share what EPA was doing with community and citizen science initiatives with the public. And we wanted it to be something cool, something interactive and something fun, also something accessible. And then I have a little link here where you can check out the story map. We're not going to go through it all today, but I do hope that you check it out and kind of explore at your own leisure. And I also popped this link into the chat. So when you open the story map, that's going to tell you about EPA's citizen and community science initiatives. This is what you'll see. This is the cover, and when you scroll down just a little bit, you get our article here. There's an introduction. We tell you how to use a story map if you've never used one before. They're pretty intuitive. They're very fun. And then all these little tabs at the top, you can click on them, and it will jump to that portion of the story map. So if you're interested in air quality, jump right to it, and you can see what we're doing with community air quality and some of the projects that are highlighted there. So this little map is interactive. You can see the map on the right and labels on the left. There's also an EPA resources tab. There's a get involved tab after you read about all these cool projects and you're asking yourself, okay, I'm in, I want to be involved. How do I do it? That's a great place to start. So again, we're going to do just kind of a brief little tour of this story map. Let's see, bear with me. I'm trying to get to the next slide here. There we go. So again, within the interactive article, there's various maps and you can go explore different projects around the US. So one of my favorite maps is the environmental justice map. So if you go to the environmental justice map, it will show you a couple of project spotlights. The Chattahoochee Neighborhood Water Watch is a cool program. And then it lists all these other projects that EPA has helped support, either with funding or resources or scientific oversight. Scroll on the map on the right, click on some of those little buttons, and it'll take you to that project and zoom in right on the map to where it is. So you can do this reverse as well. You can see the names on the left side and say, oh, I'm interested in that, and click, and it'll take you to it on the map. So whatever you're interested in, you can choose by area, or you can see the title of something and say, oh, I want to learn more about that. And you just click on it and it brings you to it. Okay, so again, in that story map, we talk about how EPA supports community and citizen science in many ways. Mainly EPA funds a lot of projects. EPA also provides a lot of equipment such as water and air quality monitoring devices. EPA is full of lots of scientists, so we do a lot of project oversight and help folks develop citizen and community science projects. EPA also creates some really cool mobile apps for citizen science that we'll touch on a little bit later. And it's a mobile app. Anyone can participate from anywhere. It's really cool. So again, citizen science projects can cover literally anything: water quality issues, air quality, learning about soil pollutants, even odor and noise concerns have been covered by community and citizen science projects. So let's take a look at some cool examples within that story map. First example of a really neat project is the Multicultural Teamwork to Address Air Pollution project. So this project pairs an air pollution or a health researcher, a specialist, with local students in Washington, and together they investigate wood smoke and other sources of air pollutants. So then once you get the results, they get the results from these studies, they share with families in the area, tribal elders in the area. This is in the Yakima Valley. There are lots of tribes around, the Yakima tribe in particular, and other community members to foster some communication and understanding of local air quality and understand how to protect yourself from air pollution. Another really neat project is the Youth Improving Urban Waterways. So in Denver, Colorado, students track stormwater runoff and they develop sustainable solutions to dealing with stormwater runoff, which is really cool. Stormwater runoff can happen when you don't have a lot of, when the soil or the substrate doesn't have a lot of ability to reabsorb the rainwater that's coming down. So sometimes you'll get a lot of pollutants mixing with the rain and then just, you know, lingering and flooding or running off into people's yards. So trying to deal with that. This actually helps meet the city's stormwater permit requirements. So the city is responsible for, you know, figuring out solutions. And what a cool way to do that, by involving students and actually having students come up with some solutions to these problems. Another community science water project is the Watershed Stewardship Program. So all throughout Oregon, students help with watershed monitoring projects. So it's not just one location, but it's throughout the state of Oregon. And the data that they collect actually goes to the state and all the way up to federal agencies, local water councils, and public utilities providers. So that's one thing about local, state, and federal government is, especially EPA, like, you know, we're in charge of regulating pollutants, but there's so many different water bodies, for example, it's hard to monitor those all the time. So that's where citizen and community science comes in, is, you know, maybe the state monitors a river and takes samples once every 5 years. But if you want to know what's happening in between or at a more frequent rate, community water keeping groups can come in and take some of that really valuable data, and then the state can use it to, and as can public utilities providers, water councils, to make informed decisions about environmental management. Lastly, we have Bloom Watch. So like I mentioned before, EPA also develops mobile apps for your phone. So these, of course, are meant for widespread use across the US. And the Bloom Watch app in particular, you can look this one up, it's meant to track and report harmful algal blooms. So you might see a lot of ponds and lakes and rivers and they have this green algae on top. It's not all harmful, but some of it is. And you know, that means you don't want to be swimming in it, or you don't want to take your dog to the lake and have them be running around in it if it's potentially toxic. So Bloom Watch is really, really cool. You can take little samples. You can even look at them up close and help scientists identify what type of algae it is to see if it is in fact harmful. But this is, you can download this on your phone right now if you wanted to, and you can track this, help track and report harmful algal blooms all across the US. So then once those blooms are tracked and we know that there's some type of harmful algal bloom happening at whatever location, you can kind of put out a warning like, hey, this lake or this body of water is impaired. So make sure you don't have, you know, your dogs or kids or yourself swimming there until it's cleared up. So very helpful. So why is community and citizen science so important? We know that it helps fill data gaps and helps local, state, and federal governments with environmental regulations, and monitoring. It engages the public in citizen science and environmental concerns. You don't even have to be a scientist to participate. Plus, it's a really fun thing to do. So by now you're asking yourself, how can I get involved? I want to see what type of citizen science projects are happening near me. So you can visit these sites. Citizenscience.gov will tell you any type of citizen science project that's happening with the government, and you can search by topic that you're interested in. You could search by area if you wanted to find something near you. And then scistarter.org is also a really good resource, and that will tell you basically every community and citizen science project that you could possibly want to know about, even outside of the government. So more local groups or nonprofits that are doing things. And we talked a lot about projects in the US today, but there are projects happening worldwide. And the best news about community and citizen science is that if you don't see a project that matches up with your interests, you can just start your own. So EPA has a lot of resources to help you start your own projects. One of those mechanisms is through EPA challenges and prizes. So basically EPA identifies an environmental problem, and then the public can submit ideas and proposals for successful solutions to this problem. And then EPA awards prize money to winning ideas. And these are, some of these challenges and prizes are open to high school and early college students. So lots of different demographics can participate. So you got a little link there. We'll be sure to share this presentation so you have access to all these links. And if you're not a US citizen, you can check out similar opportunities in your area. So thanks again for listening. I'm Demi. Here's my contact info. If you have any questions about community or citizen science, you're welcome to get a hold of me. And then check out that link in the chat. I hope you take some time, go check out that story map. We just covered a tiny bit of it today. But if you want to learn more about community and citizen science, I encourage you to go look at that. Thanks again for the opportunity to present.
Great job, Demi. Thank you very much. I actually, I have a couple of things. Very excited about your presentation because I truly believe that there's a vast role to be played that's untapped when it comes to citizen science and people and communities making an impact. Do you think that there has been a change with regards to how citizen science is viewed from a more of a governmental role or a organizational role? And if so, are there still challenges that need to be met?
Yeah, great question. I do think there has been, well, let me start by saying I've been with the EPA just over 2 years. So maybe my window of reference is only that big. But since I got here, I do believe there's been a bit of a difference in the way that government, in general, government agencies view citizen science. And I think it's becoming a lot more common and a lot more acceptable to have this type of data inform environmental practices. I know that EPA is working on a vision statement for citizen and community science, and this just means, EPA wants to officially put forward support for these types of projects and, when possible, funnel more resources to them. And EPA is not the only, agency using citizen science. NASA has a bunch of really cool projects. NOAA does a lot of projects. USGS has a lot of mapping projects. I think it's only going to become more and more common. And I would say probably the biggest hurdle that I'm aware of is people are usually concerned with data quality. They're like, oh, you're out here and you have, fifth graders taking data. Like, how do we know that's accurate? There have been studies on this. And when properly trained, middle and high school students can take data just as well as somebody with a graduate degree. So there's a lot more documents coming out on data quality, and EPA has a lot of resources as far as ensuring that your data is of sound quality when you go to make a citizen science project. So I think it's just going to get better and better, and we're going to see a lot more of it in the future.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions real quick?
I see a few in the chat. Can the apps EPA has developed for citizen science be found in one location on EPA's website? Ooh, that's a great question. There's a lot that can be found within the story map. And I don't think there's one specific page that has all of them lined up. Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are across like such a wide medium. But if you check out that story map, you will find like the vast majority of the apps cited there. And then Preston said, this is so cool. If someone's going to start their own project, what would be some topics that aren't already readily covered by other projects? Wow. Your imagination is the only limit, Preston. Honestly, like you can use citizen science for anything. I will say there are lots of water and air quality monitoring projects, and those are very important. That's why there is a lot. But people have, people are doing stuff on invasive species, and people are even doing stuff on like odors. So there's an app called Smell My City, and you should check it out. It started out in Rubbertown, Kentucky, where residents were smelling these really offensive odors in the air. And they were like, okay, well, maybe just because they're nasty doesn't mean they're harmful, but they wanted to know that. They wanted to know if it was like a problem. And so they developed this app to help like citizens describe the odors they were smelling, and then identify what types of compounds those were coming from, and then identify whether they were harmful or not. So really, it could be anything.
Oh, we have a new message.
Awesome. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. You're very welcome.
Awesome. I can't say thank you enough, Demi. Great job. And I'm a firm believer in citizen science, obviously, and what kids can do. And so we appreciate you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate y'all.
Next up is Selma Valeria. Libby, I know you're on and I know you're up running this. Megan, do you know if we have, I've looked for this video, it's supposed to be pre-recorded and I don't have it.
Let me look at hang on. We have, gosh, 4, 8, 12, 17 videos, and I don't have it. So can we show the 30 by 30 video while we try to figure it out?
Yeah, no problem. Again, I've looked through the videos. We'll show the 30 by 30 video and see what we can figure out, but I've looked through the list and we don't have it. So we'll be finding it quickly. I'll be sharing the 30 by 30 video now.
Thank you.
And share and share.
I stand before you not as an expert, but as a
No sound.
We tried, hold on. Stop sharing. Screen share, advanced sharing. Molly is taking a test right now.
Okay, yes, I thought she might be.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I stand before you not as an expert, but as a concerned citizen. None of this is rhetoric, and none of it is hysteria. It is fact. My friends, you can make history, or you will be vilified by it. Now must be our moment for action. action.
Yeah, 30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the plan, and y'all the judge and the jury. My people worry, ramifications is scurry. I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me. We got a problem of overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics. Hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it. I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it, I'm saying. And this whole planet, man, we leave it to the kids. Wanna get something done, guess we'll leave it to the kids. While we arguing about revenues and streams for getting rich, we overlooking all the blessings of the streams that's in the ditch. These animals ain't got no representation. I'm hoping and praying that somebody admit it by the time it's too late. And I know the Bible is saying the earth is ours for the taking. If we ain't a steward, we won't have the time to replace it. You get it? This ain't about a party. We ain't out here politicking. Time is ticking. Better listen while we got the time to fix it. I don't get it. Talk it up like it's religion. If you see all of the symptoms, then you better get prescription. What you missing? No. Man, we talking about the fishing hole. If you don't do nothing, kiss it bye, get the mistletoe. We ain't got time, ain't no time to be subliminal. 17% of the rainforest, there's a visual. 30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the plan, and y'all the judge and the jury. My people worry, ramifications is scurry. I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me. We got a problem of overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics. Hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it. I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it, I'm saying. Look what happened to the carrier pigeon, and the bison got its area stricken. It's very offensive. Condor sightings, you got nary a mention. Gotta go to the zoo just to stare at a prison. Air pollutants got the cities in a fog, so they're matching all the brains of the people in charge. You could spend 4 bills on a half of a hog, but the water from the byproducts black as a bog. We just passing it off. So what do you expect? Windmills go through more raptors than the Nets. Just leave it alone. That'll probably be best. But the bigger the lobbyists mean the bigger the check. It's only 30%. Is that too much to respect? You still got 70 left to make an ethylene bed.
This is not a partisan debate, it is a human one. Clean air and a livable climate are inalienable human rights.
30 by 30, you come in a hurry, you choose a fate of the plan, and y'all the judge and the jury. My people worry, ramifications is scurry. I'm speaking fast, out of panic, but I hope that you heard me. We got a problem of overlooking the problem, and honestly got an option to contribute more than optics. Hop on the bandwagon, I can't imagine we stop it. I got a feeling rising up, and I hope that you got it, I'm saying.
This is the most urgent of times and the most urgent of messages. But now it is your turn. The time to answer humankind's greatest challenge is now. We beg of you to face it with courage and honesty. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Stop screen share. So we'll go ahead and take off from here. We have a break, but instead of taking a break, what we're doing, just had Molly and Libby. They're going to go through and moderate through our file of videos. And so I'll go ahead and do the first one. And we're going to play a couple of our pre-recorded videos to fill in through that break, so everybody has an opportunity to see some of the other students from last week. So we'll start with the Canadian Rocky Youth. And
hi everyone.
And I need to share it. Hold on.
Are we just sharing the videos?
Yep.
Okay.
And there we go.
You have it for sound?
And is it for sound? Megan, can you see that okay?
I can see it.
And does it have sound?
Super excited to be here and to be able to chat with all of you today. Yeah, I am Ava Vanderbeek, and I'm the first female and Indigenous director of a
Oops, sorry.
It's okay. It froze, but I wasn't sure if it was me. I could hear her, but her lips weren't
Hi,
moving.
everyone. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to chat with all of you today. Yeah, I am Ava Vanderbeek, and I'm the first female and Indigenous director of the Canadian Rockies Youth Network. If you haven't heard of us before, we are a fully run youth organization dedicated to protecting the Rocky Mountains and getting youth more involved in decision-making processes. As it says in the organization's name, we are from Canada, and more specifically, Alberta. So I'll just go over a bit about Alberta and our Rocky Mountains and why they are so important to our identity, to the wildlife, and so much more. So let's first talk about Alberta. This province is very oil and industry focused, and climate change in the environment can often be an afterthought for most companies. If you look here at this map, all those little squares you see are actually oil wells. We actually have 459,000 oil wells, most of which are abandoned by bankrupt companies who have promised to clean it up but have had no money to do so. And so that map is just a small portion of Alberta, and there's so much more. So as you can probably tell, Alberta doesn't always think of the environment first, and that can be really hard when you are an environmental organization dedicated to protecting our mountains. The best comparison I can make is that Alberta is very conservative or Republican for the US. So Alberta also has a huge problem with tourism. So most of you have probably heard of or been to Banff, which is a mountain town which falls within the Rockies. Being right next to the mountains, the town has great access to great hiking trails, skiing at Lake Louise, snowshoeing, biking, great shopping down the Banff Strip, and most importantly, my favorite, the Banff Hot Springs. And so that is all really great, and it provides a ton of money to the province as an industry, but it also puts huge pressure on the environment. So Banff National Park in Canada is meant to protect the mountains and the animals residing in it, while still allowing for people to experience the Rockies and the wilderness. In the fiscal year of 2018 to 2019, over 16 million people visited the park. That means 16 million people driving cars to the park, as well as 16 million people hiking the trails and stopping to look at wildlife. Now, you may have noticed that I said 2018 and not 2022. And that's because the number of visitors dropped hugely due to COVID, going from 16 million visitors to 4.2 million visitors, which is great for wildlife, but not so great for small businesses. So what happens to these landscapes called the Rockies when a bunch of people start to tear it up, starting oil wells, strip coal mines, logging forests, and tourism? Well, there's obviously going to be some consequences, and that is loss of biodiversity and the animal corridors being disrupted. Canada as a whole has a huge decrease in biodiversity. From 1970 to 2014, the amount of mammals dropped by 43%, fish dropped by 20%, grassland birds 69%. That's crazy. And most of these animals use the Rockies as a wildlife corridor, meaning that land is used for animals to travel and live in. Without it, a bear per se cannot travel to meet a mate, forcing them to inbreed or causing the population to diminish. By putting towns, roads, trails, human activities in the Rockies, we take away not just the beauty of the landscape, but also animals' homes. So that is all really sad and unfortunately a harsh truth for Alberta and the environment. However, there are a bunch of projects in place and action being taken to help the Rockies and our landscapes. And I like to think that the Canadian Rockies Youth Network is being a part of that change. So the Canadian Rockies Youth Network, organization that I run, was started by a group of high school students in grade 11. They originally started a summit in Jasper, which is in Alberta, in 2019 that got youth out on the landscape doing hands-on projects and learning from experts in the field of conservation. Over the past couple of years, the original summit was transformed into a full-on youth network. And our vision has been to empower and educate youth on environmental issues affecting our shared mountain spaces. So all those issues that we talked about before and even more, we want to get more youth educated about those. And we also want to empower youth to take action to try and fix or solve those issues and help be change towards them. And so we also want to cultivate opportunities for youth to be consulted as stakeholders on the Canadian Rockies land management decisions. So we want to have a say on what we want our Rockies to look like and our parks to look like. And our last vision is one that I'm super proud of and one that we've done wonders to uphold, is to maintain a youth-led design and organized network that provides opportunities for youth to connect with workshops on the land and land-based learning opportunities. So, so far, I like to believe that we have been working towards this vision. In 2021, COVID was very hard for us, like many of you, I'm sure. So we've had to move to a complete virtual format. We held a virtual 2021 summit, much like this one, and 4 pre-summit workshops that addressed issues surrounding climate change and conservation. For the committee who planned the summit, we were able to attend a 8-day backpacking trip in the Rockies with an organization called Outward Bound Canada, and I was on that. It was super cool, really awesome. We had done a youth consultation meeting with Parks Canada on their land management plans, which allowed us to give feedback on how to better the Rockies and the parks, which I think was awesome because it really let us achieve that goal of being stakeholders and being at the decision-making table for conservation issues. And we've also launched our Environmental Youth Ambassadors program, which is designed to partner students with mentors that guide environmental action projects and give youth structure and resources to guide environmental action projects. So I like to say that we are bridging the gap between the experts that know a bunch of stuff about all these different topics and the youth who want to help and actually get out there on the field and try to do something. And so in October, we had an in-person Take Action Day that got youth out learning more about the projects that were going on in their own community that were helping the Rockies and the environment. And then lastly, we have ongoing volunteer opportunities within the Rockies with Parks Canada that help get youth out on the landscape and doing physical hands-on projects. And so we've done a wildlife fence check and some trail reports. And all those just help go towards bettering the environment. And so then you can see here some of our events that we've done. And so we have the 2019 in-person summit up on the top. We have the virtual summit in the middle, and then our Outward Bound Canada trip that we had. And then take a minute to switch. Then we've had our Take Action Retreat Day, and then the land-based workshops, the volunteer opportunities. And so then You can see here on the last slide, that's our trail check that we had where we picked up garbage and just did some maintenance on the trail. And so the last couple of years have been really challenging with COVID. Everyone has been sitting behind a screen and learning about these conservation issues without actually experiencing the things that need saving. So this year, we are very focused on getting youth out in the environment and doing hands-on projects in the environment and on the landscapes. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. I can't wait to hear more about what other youth are doing in other parts of the world. If you want to support us, you can follow us on Instagram at Canadian Rockies Youth Network or check out our website at CanadianRockiesYouthNetwork.org. We are currently looking for sponsors, more youth to come to events, show up to meetings, and even be a part of the committee. So any support is needed. Yeah, so thanks so much for having me.
There's just so much I love about that presentation. Clayton, I see you've joined us. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, you know, think about the fact, I mean, there's so much to that. You know, they started the exact same way as this presentation here. And what I do?
Oh, nothing.
So they started the exact same way that we're doing our summit here. And I think what's interesting is they've taken that to a whole nother level by really creating a network within itself and a network of action. I don't know if you saw, they had a retreat up in the mountain where they were doing work. Don't you think we should do this?
That's what I was gonna say. It's almost like a blueprint of where we can go after the fact. You know, we can start doing active, like, environmental work and get out there. It's super cool to see. That's what I like to see.
I'm pretty sure you and P. Reston could get this all figured out, couldn't you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's look at plane tickets.
So yeah, Molly is going remote. She is in the classroom showing Tyson right now. But you know, I think that if you think about what they did and how they accomplished it and how important habitat and critical habitat is, obviously, but then they went about creating their network. It just speaks volumes, and there's so much that I have to say about that. You know, someone who's on here right now that is a superstar in her own right is Karen Zuckerman, and Karen is an unbelievable champion of kids who are doing great things and amazing things. And they have a network of kids with the Sun Foundation and the Clean Water Celebration. And it's very exciting to see the work that goes on with them, very much in the same way. And so I wanted to give a quick shout out to Karen. Karen, are you there? She won't.
I'm here.
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you for all you guys do at the Sun Foundation and the Clean Water Celebration to inspire students globally. And you guys have done an amazing job. And, you know, if we go back a couple hundred years when I was a young teacher and the impact that you guys had on me when, you know, Bob and Joan, when I was trying to figure out what it meant to be a teacher, those same lessons are carrying over. And so I applaud you and all you guys do.
Well, thanks, Paul. As a teacher for 45 years, I was empowered by the things that Sun Foundation was doing and the opportunities it gave my kids to take on leadership roles. And just the chance to, let's see, I might be able to get in here somewhere. Yeah, just the chance to network and be energized by everything that all of us are doing, and being able to connect those and so that's why no matter what I'm doing, I follow your path as well.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Molly, we're going to go on to the next one. Do you have the next video ready to go? Why are you showing me?
Hi guys. You're gonna need to turn off your audio because it's echoing. All right, I'm gonna play Lucia, Parley, and Harper's video. They spoke last Thursday, so I hope you guys like it. Why can't we hear it? I don't even have sound.
All right, we're trying to get sound here.
And that's what led us to create Project Superplants. Hi, I'm Lucia Greenhouse. I'm also a ninth grader at Proof School, and I'm very excited to be presenting here today.
Hit share screen and then down below on the right, on the left, will be to share sound.
Yeah, it's checked out.
Undergoing radical change, whether extreme wildfires or droughts or intense storms. Everyone, we're excited to be presenting at the Yes Summit today. I'm Harper Fortking, a ninth grader at Proof School in San Francisco. I've always loved science, and that's what led us to create Project Superplants.
Yes, perfect.
Hi, I'm Lucia Greenhouse. I'm also a ninth grader at Proof School, and I'm very excited to be presenting here today. We grew up hiking in Tilden Park in Berkeley, wading into the San Francisco Bay, or growing vegetables at Alamany Farm. But our climate is undergoing radical change, whether extreme wildfires or droughts or intense storms. As a result, 1 million plants and animals worldwide are at risk of extinction, and 300 species are at risk in California. And in the Bay Area, we're losing the salt marsh harvest mouse. Our children may never see it. And that's just in the Bay Area, but this is happening all over the country and the world, which is why we need to take action to protect and repair our biodiversity for future generations. Every year, we emit 34 gigatons of CO2, which is equivalent to the weight of 185.5 million blue whales. That's a lot of CO2 because blue whales are Earth's largest animal and they're like 100 feet long. CO2 contributes to global warming through the greenhouse effect, which traps the sun's heat and then destroys our biodiversity. So by reducing our CO2 emissions, we can protect our biodiversity and reverse this cycle. Plants are our secret ally. Through photosynthesis, they absorb 25% of CO2 emissions. But unfortunately, that's not quite enough. This insight caused a light bulb to go off in our head because we wondered, could we enhance and one day supercharge plants' absorption of CO2? So that led us to create a wave of planting activism using super plants, which are California native plants like California milletgrass that intake more CO2 than normal plants. We're inspiring peers through teaching materials and classroom kits to grow and track super plants. And that involves like 3 steps of first raising awareness about biodiversity, and then educating people about the carbon cycle, and then inspiring peers to grow their own super plants throughout their schools, homes, and communities. 2 years ago, we entered the Our Echo Challenge, which is a competition to propose solutions to protect biodiversity. And amazingly, we won second place and a $5,000 grant. So we've been able to actually implement the project into classrooms. We're working in 4th through 6th grade classrooms to spread the project. And we created kit guides, which discuss biodiversity, carbon dioxide emissions, and the science behind superplants. Each student receives like a packet of information and planting instructions and trackers to track their plant's growth. And teachers receive instructions for a lesson. And then we work with teachers to tie into their curriculum, present in their classroom, and grow superplants with the students. It's exciting to see when students realize how they can make an impact and talk about where they see the threats of biodiversity around them. We challenged one class to design their own superplant, and people came up with amazing ideas like drought-resistant plants or chemicals that targeted invasive species to make space for native species. We also created a website that has a live dynamic trackers. So as students and teachers log impact, it will change right away to show them the number of superplant seeds planted and students and grams of CO2 reduced.
Superplants intake 300% to 500% more CO2 than normal plants. This diagram here illustrates the difference between superplants' root systems and normal plant root systems. Root systems are where the CO2 is stored, and superplants' root systems grow 3 to 5 times larger. They also have increased suberin, which is a molecule that allows them to store the CO2 for a longer period of time. The California native superplants we are using have also uniquely adapted to drought conditions and wildfire conditions that we experience here. They naturally grow deeper root systems underground to protect them from dry conditions or destructive wildfires. Back to our project. Another aspect of our project is that we encourage students to bring in recyclable containers, such as the milk container you see on the left. These containers are great for planting, and they also help take out trash. The graph on the right shows how many millet grass sprouts we saw in a classroom, which we measured across a month.
Protecting biodiversity can feel overwhelming, and we certainly understand that superplants are only a tiny step forward. But here are some steps we think you should take to take action. If you're a teacher in California, you can use our teaching materials in your classroom and grow superplants. 7th through 10th graders can help us implement our project in schools. And you can also enter the Our Echo Challenge like we did and propose your own solution to protect biodiversity. And as a 1-minute action that everyone can take today, we challenge you to discuss the threats to your biodiversity with someone. So that could be like right after this presentation or at dinner, because that's how we thought of Project Superplants. One of my favorite quotes is from Greta Thunberg, the climate activist. She says, "No one is too small to make a difference." We hope that superplants provide a small way to make a difference, and hope that we inspire you to make a difference in your community. If you're interested in joining us in Project Superplants, you can email us at projectsuperplants@gmail.com or visit our website, projectsuperplants.org. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. Thank you.
These guys did a great job. I was so excited about them. Are you there, Molly?
Yep.
Okay. So these guys did a great job. It was funny, and Clayton, Preston, Megan, you guys. I was actually in the hall just this morning, with one of our biology teachers, my department head, and he said, you know, what was interesting is that these students caught his attention, because when you think about how many other fast plants or super plants, I should say, are out there. And so what I think is interesting is these guys picked a particular species that was very hardy, very relevant in their area, and then they took advantage of the fact that it takes X amount of carbon out, more carbon than most plants, and locks it up in the soil. And so I think it's very interesting that this is something that can be done in every community, right? And Clayton, your guys' habitat is different than ours. You're more of you're not as rural farm ground as we are you?
Yeah, it depends on where you go. For the most part, we're relatively urban. I was just gonna say though, I would love to get a research workshop going of what grows locally around me that is a super plant. I feel like that would be cool to get a group of peers together, figure this out and go planting. It's a very easy thing to do on an individual level to make a difference.
Yeah, and think about this, right? So they were in California,
West Coast,
right?
Yeah,
I think so. And so when you think about, here's a group of students who are planting in particular area, a species that is native to their home, and then they energized a bunch of other kids to do the exact same thing and join on. It's the spirit of it, right? And I think that is so cool.
Since that presentation last Thursday, I actually got a couple more potted plants that I plan on planting once the winter's over.
Nice.
They're sitting on my windowsill right now. I'll give you a little tour in a little bit.
So this is kind of funny. So, I think about what kind of an impact we could make with different plants, and the question came up, hey, how do you know if it's a super plant? I don't know. And so you've got to find a way to be able to do that.
They said how
I'll turn my mute off. Hold on.
they said how it's a super plant. It's like in super plants, the roots are going deeper
No,
and
I get
farther.
it. But how do you know if a particular plant in your area is a super plant? Right?
Dig it up.
You'd have to dig it up, and then
Measure the
so
roots.
I can imagine I'm just going on a limb here. I can imagine. Oh, that was not meant to be a pun. I'm going on a limb in the sense that I can imagine a grassland plant that's roots are 3 feet, 4 feet long is something like what they're talking about. But I mean, obviously you'd have to have some sort of a way of determining that. Preston, what do you think?
I actually have a quick comment on that. I believe on their website itself, they have a guide on determining super plants. So I don't know, we'd have to link that somewhere, but they actually put a little something together to help people start looking for them.
That's so cool. We should use that. I mean,
Yeah.
the reality is that's just a cool resource.
Yeah, I remember I asked them last time when they presented in person, and they're talking about how they're not like super plants aren't made in a lab, they don't need scientists filling out vats or whatever. It's just you can just ask your local plant shop what would be the best to plant and stuff like that, and they'd probably know.
We need to get them to do some more, because I think that they have the opportunity to really make an impact easily in a lot of areas. Because when you think about it, how easy is it to plant a couple plants, right?
That's why I like their solution. It's simple but effective,
Yeah. Well, and yeah, I agree with Molly. The idea of keeping the plants alive right off the bat and then planting them, but once they get established, they've got to be extremely hardy.
Yeah, they're they can grow naturally is pretty much what I picked up from the presentation. I mean, after you physically put them out in like a field, for example, then they should be able to support themselves. It's not like you're gardening like vegetables, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Most of those species also are not heavily predated upon, right? And so now you've got something that's hardy, something that stays around. Of course, it doesn't have any nutritional value for humans, but the
value.
habitat, right? Or right. Okay, Molly, who do we got up next? Yeah, I'll shut it off.
All right. Next, we have Madeline Painter, and she's talking about bees. She spoke on Thursday, so I think we've all heard it, but for those who haven't.
Yeah, this is actually really good. I like her.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Madeline, an Eagle Scout from BSA Troop 32G in Illinois, and I will be speaking today on a project related to pollinator bees, such as this lovely carpenter bee that we see here. A brief overview of this project: 8 habitats for pollinators were designed for and constructed in a nature center's garden for bees, including species like carpenter bees, mason bees, and leafcutters. But we'll go more into detail on that later. First, let's go into the origins of this project and how it was chosen. In Scouting, there's an award called the BSA Distinguished Conservation Service Award, which is a conservation program that Scouts can go through that's basically the equivalent of doing 2 or more nature-related Eagle projects. And this pollinator habitat project was part of that. So how did that broad program lead to this choice of project? Well, in order to promote diversity related to what different types of conservation go on, the Service Award has 8 conservation categories, and your project must fit into a distinct one of them. These categories include things like fish and wildlife management, air and water pollution control, and forestry and range management. In order to come up with this project, which fits well into fish and wildlife management as it is helping pollinating animals like bees, I took these 8 categories and came up with a few ideas for each in a matrix. Environmental problems in my community that I had found a way to potentially solve. I then took these ideas to different organizations based on what I thought needed to be changed, like the idea for a rain garden with the local forest preserve and the idea of invasive plant species control with the local park district. My community partners on this project were the local nature center where the project took place, Troop 32, which is my scout troop and is an excellent place to source volunteers from, and the Science Olympiad and Math Counts teams at my school. The choice of these 2 teams as volunteer sources is important because these are STEM-related clubs, and service like this, where you get to go out and take actual action and put things that you learn about earth science, etc., into practice, is an excellent way to connect young scientists and kids interested in STEM to conservation, and that's part of how I got into it. So then we actually made the bee houses. I designed these houses based on careful research because I wanted the habitats to be safe and effective for the bees. The pollinators that these houses were built for include sweat bees, mason bees, carpenter bees, leaf-cutting bees, and plasterer bees. There are 2 different designs used in this project because different types of bees have different habitats. Some burrow in soft wood, like the carpenter bee, as shown here with these pre-made burrowing holes. These holes, the fascinating thing is they'll end up getting filled with small materials like sticks and mud rather than staying open, because this is where the larvae of bees will end up going over the winter. And carpenter bees can keep their larvae warm and safe in enclosed habitats like this. Some of the bees also burrow into loam rather than softwood like cedar, and loam is a mixture of sand and soil. These spaces fit the size needs of bees like plasterers perfectly, since they are dug out by the bees themselves. And while the soft cedar wood used in the previous design accurately reflects things like old rotten trees that the bees can make their homes in, this type of habitat with the loam is meant to reflect hillsides or canyon-like cliff walls. So just another type of elevated ground where you would see, well, a mixture of sand and dirt 3 feet in the air. The flaps on the bottom of this design, as well as the other, are an addition that's meant to protect bees in the winter from some cold, but mostly from dampness, as bees not hibernate, but stay inside during the winter. Closing these flaps allows less moisture from precipitation to come in, which ends up keeping the bees healthier while they're inside. The elevation of these houses is also important as it allows air to flow under the houses. These houses are located in a pollinator garden that was already in place at the River Trail Nature Center. This location is ideal because it gives the bees easy access to plants that they would use for pollination, as well as giving visitors a way to learn from these houses. These bees are mostly friendly, so the visitors don't have anything to worry about while walking through the garden path, but they can still read the educational signs and learn about the bees. Another important thing about the location of these 8 bee houses is that they're all facing east. This is an important part of this placement because to get, in human terms, out of bed in the morning, they need the warmth that the sun provides, kind of like a cup of coffee. If they don't face the sunrise, then they aren't alerted that, oh, it's time to get up and start pollinating, because the bees can remain unaware that the day has begun since there's no distinct temperature change when there's less direct light. And this is why the fronts of these habitats are all facing east. This project took place, during a pandemic, and so a creative solution was needed to get these houses built by volunteers. And as you can tell by some of the more winter-like trees in the background, this was actually done in spring, and there were lots of quarantine and separation rules in place, so we ended up getting creative. I wrote detailed instructions with digital models of the houses and then passed out kits to volunteers with the plywood, screws, and instructions to make a bee habitat. And they were sent home, and these volunteers were given 4 weeks to build the house, then bring it to the worksite. The impact of this project is that 8 bee habitats were created for the safety of pollinating bees, who will help the plants in the surrounding forest grow. Visitors will learn about pollinators and their protection when they go to the Nature Center. 27 volunteers put a lot of hard work into this for a service project that involved 130 service hours, and because of the hybrid and pandemic nature of this, some of those service hours were at home and some were outside, which is just another great thing about nature-related service. This project also inspired others, which was great to see. A local cub pack saw the impact that was made and wanted to take action as well. I was able to lead a group of 4th graders to build 2 more bee houses, which were placed in the gardens of families. So hopefully this continues to perpetuate itself, because Nature Center visitors who read the signs about bee houses are given advice on making their own habitats. And an amazing side effect of any project is seeing it cause a chain reaction like this. In conclusion, I learned a lot from doing this project, and I hope you learned from this presentation. So thank you so much for listening.
I think it's incredible when you think about the impact that we have to make with pollinators and pollinator species and how far we have to go. We're starting to see it in our agricultural communities quite a bit that it's becoming increasingly important, and so much that the the seed producers are putting forth. In fact, we just started a program with Pheasants Forever, and our pollinator plot, 20 acres, got planted this morning at 8:30.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool. I thought, okay, and I got they sent me the video. They're like, we're going out this morning. I'm like, how appropriate is that today?
I know.
Right? Spot
Especially
on.
after hearing this presentation too.
Right,
So,
right.
So you hear a lot about keystone species and ecosystem, and pollinators like bees are like Earth's entire keystone species. So something like if all bee life or like a vast majority of it died, we would all, like, life on Earth would stop within 5 to 10 years. And they're also a very fragile species. So I really do like to see what they're doing, like trying to promote more of their growth, I guess.
I agree. What did you have something, Preston?
I do. I just don't know how to word it. I was going to say basically what Clayton said about how important bees are and stuff like that. And I was thinking about how sorry, I don't know how to say it, but it was like, I feel like bees, like, I remember, like, as a kid, that was one of the very first things I learned about climate change. Like, I remember, like, we learned about how, like back in, like, the mid 2000s or something, like 2008 in kindergarten, about how, like, bees are becoming endangered and how that's a problem or whatever. And it's interesting to see how much stuff is being done to, like, try to stop that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of like, when it comes to, like, bee protection, it's one of the older and more like prolonged things to fight climate change, you know?
Yeah, I agree. All right, Molly, who do we got next?
We have Rahul Ram, and I don't remember what he talked about, but he's like 10, so the younger kids are my favorite speakers, for sure.
Andrew, where are you going? Very nice. There's lots of chargers in there if you want to get on.
Did you know that a typical small farmland is about 2 acres? In such a farmland, there is usually one farmer with a tractor, and they till, water, and harvest the plants. Our community garden is no different from them, except there is one big difference. In case of a farmland, there is one farmer running his or her tractor, an equivalent of one car being used by one of our community members. In case of our community garden, we have split the garden into around 150 plots, so that people from the town can get the opportunity to grow organic plants on their own. Well, this is great. I think we can make our community gardening even better by working as a community. How do we do this? Right now, we have 150 plots, which means that we have 150 cars coming in and out of the farm every day, from near and far, just to sow seeds, water plants, and remove weeds, etc. This means we are using 150 times more gasoline than typical farmland run by a farmer takes. This also means we are creating more air pollution, global warming, by all of us driving to the garden. What can we do to reduce the air pollution and not be a community that does more harm than benefit to the environment? I think we have a solution. My solution is to reduce the number of cars coming in and out of the garden, thus reducing excess use of gasoline and reducing air pollution. Once the seeds are sown, most of the work will be in watering the plants daily and occasionally removing weeds, etc. So the solution is that we take turns in watering our neighbors' plants. By taking turns in watering our neighbors' plots, we will reduce the number of cars driven by 50%, thus reducing pollution and gas usage by 50%. Wouldn't that be awesome? I want all of us to do this to help our world and at the same time feel happy that we are taking care of our neighbors' plots. You might ask, how do I let my neighbor know that I'm going to water their plot? Or how will a neighbor let me know that I do not need to drive to the plot to water plants? To achieve this, I've created a simple website where you can go and enter your plot, as well as the plots that you watered. You can also check if someone has volunteered plots for the next few days. There you go. You now have a way to help the community, your neighbor, and the environment by doing your part. Let us all do this and reduce air pollution. If we do not do this, we are causing more harm to the environment, our town's air, and we will fail in our efforts.
I love the fact that he is, if we don't do this, we're going to fail in our efforts. He does a great job, and I was very impressed with him. All right, Molly, let's go to the next one. Shut it off.
I kind of want to listen to Jack again.
Not yet. Do another one.
But I don't think Clayton was here for Jack, so I think we should watch Jack again.
She's
What?
arguing. She's fighting over the fact that she wants me to play Jack again. So your call on this one.
Did you already show it today?
No.
We showed Jack this morning.
I mean, up to you guys. It's a good presentation, but I think equal representation of other people.
Yeah, go to a different one.
He's mad he's losing.
Jack's this guy.
Not anymore.
What do you got, Molly?
Sonica Tatar.
Oh, very good.
I also don't remember what she really talked about, but it's probably good. It is good. I remember.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sanika Datar, and I live in Kirkland, Washington, and I go to Inglemoor High School. Welcome to my presentation. Imagine a utopian world where the earth is thriving and full of vibrance, and families are happy, kind towards each other, and are coming together as Earth citizens. Now, here is the world we are in, plagued with the current problems of the 21st century. These are problems that we have created for present and future generations. As Victor Hugo said, change your opinions, keep to your principles. Change your leaves, keep intact your roots. Now, there is a very strong message here. Problems that exist today have to be tackled at their roots. The values that are instilled in young children should be the anchor that nurtures, nourishes, and shapes the world for a better future. Just like a sapling that is well nourished stands tall amidst adversity, youth who have the core universal values grow to be resilient change makers. I deeply believe that building awareness among youth is fundamental to growth, since the children of this generation are our future leaders. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I've enjoyed camping and spending time outdoors with my family. At my middle school environmental and adventure school, I learned to appreciate the advantages of outside the classroom learning and the ability to positively impact our community in the simplest forms. As a student at EAS, we participated in community stewardship projects, such as building signs for park facilities, environmental cleanness, and signboards about native plants near trails. For example, we created signboards with information about invasive species and local flora and fauna for Salmon Creek Trail. What was evident to me was that you don't always need to make a large change in your community to make a difference. Being environmentally conscious from a young age is more relevant in today's world to raise their awareness towards sustainable goals for our planet. I believe children who are consciously raised to be environmentalists and taught to be empathetic can unite for a common goal by being kind and working together as Earth citizens. Modern day research has shown the numerous benefits of learning through exploration and hands-on activities that cannot be solely met in a traditional setting. Now, let's understand why this is effective. Hands-on learning better engages both sides of our brain. Listening and analyzing processes occur in the left hemisphere, but visual and spatial processes are handled on the right. By combining multiple styles of learning, the brain forms stronger overall connections and reinforces what was learned. Let's take an example. Instead of looking at a recipe or watching a cooking video, taking out the ingredients and actually cooking helps you better learn and remember how to cook the meal. Over these past couple years, I've organized a handful of community initiatives that have had a real impact within the Kirkland and Eastside communities. Through small neighborhood activities, I started to realize the power that younger children hold and their potential to propel changes for a positive impact in our community. The Vitalize Earth Day initiative was created to develop and rally activities to teach young kids the importance of environmental preservation. Earth Day is a yearly occasion made to honor our planet and promote public awareness about the importance of protecting it. Earth Day is on April 22nd and is celebrated worldwide with gatherings, service opportunities, and outdoor activities. This day was proposed in 1970 by U.S. Senator Gaylord Nelson from Wisconsin, and more than 193 countries now celebrate Earth Day. As part of the Vitalize Earth Day initiative, I invited my little sister's friends to celebrate Earth Day in our backyard. I planned many activities for the preschoolers, and my projects carried out perfectly. My goal wasn't to necessarily help the earth then and there, but more to teach the youth in our community to appreciate everything the world has to offer us and be sure to keep it clean. The kids made trash rainbows, eco-friendly sidewalk paint, went on a scavenger hunt, made a nature shoebox, cut open Play-Doh planets that I made, listened to me read The Earth Book by Todd Parr, learned about how to sort trash, recycling, and compost, and then participated in a hands-on sorting activity, painted a fingerprint world, and ate some delicious Earth Day treats that I made. I'd like to elaborate on some of the activities that we undertook that highlights how the children learn to become environmental enthusiasts whilst participating in these activities and having fun. The first activity that we had was making trash rainbows. While participating in the activity, we spoke of ways we can minimize producing trash, have a minimalistic lifestyle, and the tiny house global movement. The next activity that we had was going on a scavenger hunt in Big Fin Hill Park. I gave each preschooler a mini notebook with all the tasks they could do, such as find 3 pieces of recyclable items next to the evergreen tree. After the scavenger hunt, the kids made a nature shoebox. The children found leaves, sticks, pine needles, acorns, flowers, rocks, and more. This activity taught the preschoolers that art can be found everywhere, including nature. The next activity was cutting up Play-Doh planets. I made the outside green and blue for the continents and the ocean, and if you cut it in half, you can see the different shades of orange, yellow, and red to teach its preschoolers that there are different layers inside of the earth. Then we read The Earth Book, which was about taking care of our planet and how it's important to recycle and compost and try not to put out greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, into the atmosphere. Then I told the kids about the 4 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, and the new one, recover. Next, we painted a fingerprint world. As you can see, the sole purpose of most of the projects that I coordinated was not only to help the environment, but to educate the kids that it's important to give notice to the various things that the world provides and keep Earth sustainable. I also taught them how to plant trees, and with the help, the kids made an impact towards King County's 1 million trees goal. This goal was initiated by Dow Constantine in 2015 in order to reduce carbon pollution and improve the health of neighborhoods and habitats. Overall, the children enjoyed their projects, learned and experienced firsthand how they can make an impact in many ways, and gained a much deeper understanding of their world than what would be possible in a traditional class setting, and the importance of taking care of our planet. At a personal level, planning Earth Day activities, helping with King County's 1 Million Trees initiative, building signs for a trail, volunteering to clear out poison ivy, and helping maintain my school's plant beds and greenhouse helped me gain invaluable community service experience and develop a newfound passion for environmental restoration and helped foster a love for service work. No matter how big or small, making an impact in your community can be rewarding. I also had a unique opportunity to contribute some of the ideas for my project into American Girl's January edition, Love the Earth, a book about girls making a difference for the earth with lots of fun illustrations to encourage younger kids. I believe that if you made an impact on even a single person, it's all worth it. Through small incremental civic engagements, we can create a culture of change makers and begin a renaissance of a global curriculum to create mindful Earth citizens. Thank you.
Spot on. I love it. I love it. So, okay, Clayton. So we are in the 3 o'clock hour, which means that Molly is going to turn it over to you. But Molly wanted me to make sure that you were aware that that anytime you want to play her in pool, she is going to school you up. So
Pretty sure that's not true. I think I'm winning right now, but
No, don't make me pull it up.
so all right, I'm going to turn it over to you, Clayton. I'll be here and Molly will be here, but it's over to you, and I think you've got your first speaker lined up here, getting ready to go.
yep, we sure do. Thank you, Paul and Molly. Got from here. I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, so anyone who doesn't know me already, I'm Clayton. I'm one of the organizers of this event, and I'll be taking over for the rest of the day. So up next, we have a two-person presentation, I believe, by Anne and Grizzle. Correct me if I said that wrong, but I see that you're here. Hello, go ahead and introduce yourself. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. I don't know if we're here yet. Isn't it supposed to start at like,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
until like 8 minutes?
It is going to start in 8 minutes, so I guess we are a little early on it. I can see that they're signed on, but we'll give it a little bit of time. We can either do an 8-minute break, or I can show probably one more previous video. I'm going to go ahead and call this an 8-minute break because we have breaks later to fill as well.
Yeah.
So plan on meeting back here at 3 o'clock Central Time, 4 o'clock Eastern.
All right, sounds good.
All right, looks like it's 4 o'clock now, or 3 o'clock Central, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with the next section. Up next, we have a two-person presentation from Anne and Griselle. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correct. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, you pronounced it correctly.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Okay, hello, my name's Griselle. I'm currently at we currently go to Harrisonburg High School, located in Harrisonburg, Virginia. I think we had a pre-recorded video that we
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you, would you prefer to present live or just have me play that video?
Well, we can do the video. It's pretty short. It's only 4 minutes. We can the rest of the time we can we can have that time for questions.
Okay, perfect, I'll pull up the video now.
We're going with the video. Do you have that, Clayton?
Yeah, I'm going to the drive now with all the videos.
Is it Griselle?
Yeah.
Did I pronounce that correct?
Yeah, it might be under on. She was the one who sent the email.
Did she put it directly in the drive?
Put it directly in the drive. Oh, wait a second. Where can we find the drive?
I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Okay, then we'll just put it in there.
I don't see the video you're referring to in the drive.
If you guys have the video ready, you can feel free to screen share it too if you'd like.
Yeah, just screen share it.
Okay.
Save us a few extra steps.
Pull it up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Is my audio okay?
We don't see you.
Sorry, the internet here isn't that good.
Okay, then put it in the chat and I'll pull it up. Or not put it in the chat, put it in the drive and I'll put it up.
Yeah. Downloads. Where's the video? Okay. Drive. I got 5 million tabs open.
No worries. We're amongst friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is why we gave the whole 15-minute time slot for any issues we run into.
Yeah, our whole thing is only a little short. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I should have asked a little bit ahead of time.
You're okay. No worries.
Yep, no need to stress out.
Oh yeah, the email. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have the email ready? Or do you? Oh, sorry. Oh.
Yeah, it says your name on there. Do you want to be
the one that we recorded, is it okay? Can you pull it up?
Griselle?
Yep.
Why don't you guys just go ahead and just talk us through it? And,
Okay.
and we'll just do that, and that way you don't have to worry about it. And then we'll get the presentation and we'll play it at a later time, if that's all right.
We actually, okay. You know what? I have the script, I have the slide that we have accompanying the video, so we might as well do it live right here. Okay, well, I'm just gonna share my screen. Okay. There we go. This is impromptu. Okay. I don't. Oh, sorry. Oh, I feel so embarrassed.
You're okay.
Nothing to be embarrassed about.
You're amongst friends.
Yeah, I have this stuff happen to me in presentations often, so I understand.
Yeah, I got the script with me. Okay. Hopefully, I don't know if my camera is showing.
It looks good.
Okay. Script. Come on, where's the script? Oh, I got this. I got this. I am usually kind of organized when it comes to this. Okay. I got it. Okay, so hello, my name is Grisel, and I'm also accompanied by my my wonderful assistant on. Today we'll be presenting to you the Earth Club at our high school and its highlight project, the reduction of meat consumption. Over the course of the next few minutes, we'll walk you through the steps we took to choose the new dishes, what factors had to come along the way, and how we promoted the dishes to the students at our school. Just a little background information about us. We currently go to Harrisonburg High School, located in Harrisonburg, Virginia. If you know where James Madison University is, then we're located just next door. So let's talk a little bit about our reduction of meat consumption project. Meat production has a detrimental effect on the environment. The US produces a lot of food in very unsustainable ways. That goes to animals just for meat consumption later on, runoff from manure processing that can affect nearby bodies of water, and methane production from enteric fermentation, which is just another fancy word of saying cow farts, that can contribute to climate change. By introducing dishes with less meat, we are encouraging students to eat more healthily with a more vegetable-based menu, taking care of the environment and saving money for the cafeteria. We started the project by choosing different meals that would satisfy the school's nutritional requirements of 2 ounces of whole grain and 2 ounces of protein, while making sure that they are what students are interested in and would actually choose to eat. For this step, we recommend you create a little Google form survey to see what alternative options for meat students at your school want. Then find dishes with these elements, and finally, check if the dishes have the nutritional value that your school cafeteria requires. In our case, we came up with chickpea tikka masala, Mexican rice, and veggie burritos. After that, we reached out to the head of the cafeteria at our school to discuss the budget. There were some wrinkles that we had to iron out here and there with where the cafeteria receives their money from and what we can do with it, but it worked out in the end, and we actually saved some money for the cafeteria by introducing the new meatless menu. This process will vary from place to place, so our best advice is just to reach out to the cafeteria or school administration to talk about your financial plan. The cooking part is the most exciting part of this project. We spent 2 whole hours with all of the club members cooking 3 dishes in order for them to be approved by the school's cafeteria. They were so much better than what I had anticipated. Last but not least, we had to figure out how we could promote the new menu. I personally think that this is the most important step. The whole point of this project is to get students to eat more green. This project wouldn't be considered successful if we had a bunch of dishes, but no one that would, we would have a bunch of dishes, but no one to eat them. The members of the Earth Club worked really hard to design digital posters as well as handmade posters that can be put around the school. We also took advantage of social media and morning announcements to spread the word. Here's some pictures of our posters for the chickpea tikka masala promotion. On the day of the dish was served, a lot of people showed up, more than what I had ever anticipated, and were lining up to eat to check out the chickpea tikka masala. At the end of the day, our cafeteria called it a great success. Right now, we are working towards making the chickpea tikka masala dish more consistent and also making the other two dishes, Mexican rice and veggie burrito, available soon to other students. Here's a quick summary of our reduction of meat consumption project. This project might not be much, but it's a small step towards a large change. We decided to get the ball rolling with something as small as introducing meatless meals to the school's menu. And we will experiment with a lot larger things as we continue moving forward. Thank you so much for your time, and we're open to any questions.
Great job. Great job.
Yeah,
That was exciting.
You know, I know it started with some technical difficulties, but I'd say it worked out better for it, getting to hear the live speech of it.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? I if you guys don't mind, I do have some questions. Again, just to give you a background on myself, I'm a high school science teacher in the middle of Corntown, USA. And so I'm in Pontiac, Illinois, and you guys are in Virginia, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and so the dynamic of our school is we have about 750 kids at our school, and we have 4 lunches. And so I'm assuming, how big is your school?
It's about 2,000 students.
2,000 students. Okay. So you guys did meatless, did you call it Meatless Monday? I can't remember. Meatless Monday? No.
Yeah, it went by a few names, but yes.
Right. Okay. So you had a meatless program, and you had 2,000 students participate. That's amazing. That's amazing at a whole nother level.
Yeah, with the students, we had, because we didn't know how many people would be interested. This was our first test run of the whole to see how many students would be interested, so we can calculate for future meals to see how much we should serve in the how many people would like it and how many people we would anticipate of getting it next time. We were able to get since we have 4 lunches and we have 6 areas for people to get lunch from. We designated one area specifically just to introduce a new meal. We had about, let's say,
a couple of hundreds participated.
Yeah, like I'm gonna say roughly 20% of the people that we were able to get the information out were able to participate, and even people who didn't participate were and didn't hear about the lunches were really bummed out and were asking us when it would be available next time.
So let me ask you this question. Other than the fear of the unknown, what was your biggest obstacle? And then what would you say was the greatest reward?
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, sure. So just students, especially high school students, they just prefer meat in general. So at first when we started this project, we were like, oh, even if it's good, I feel like people would just say, oh, it's a vegan meal, no, never mind. I feel like they would say that. And so we try to actually test the water. So we go out, just ask people around and ask them if, hey, if we have more vegan options, what food would you like to have? And then we receive different answers, such as I like beans, I like salad, and then we try to gather the information to when we choose the dishes. And so we know that, hey, this proportion of students actually are interested in eating this, not just meat. And so we go with the answers we have, and then we choose the dishes. And the biggest obstacle would be how we can spread the words. Because like, even if they're interested, if they don't know about it, they will not go to actually check it out. That's why we work really hard to make like the posters and the morning announcements kind of to have like everybody know about it and actually get to check them out. So yeah, I would say that the biggest obstacle is to spread the words and also to know what students are actually interested in choosing over meat.
Okay, but
Yeah.
go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. You also said what our biggest success was.
Yeah.
Okay. I was actually, since we pre-prepared it ourselves, we were kind of worried about how the school would like what ingredients they would use, where they would get their menu items, and we were kind of worried that it wouldn't be as good as what we originally tested. But the greatest success, along with the chickpea tikka masala, was really, really good, and I was so it kind of blew me out of the water. But the naan that came along with it was actually really good, and that actually really surprised me. But so you're gonna have, if you do decide to do something similar, then you're gonna have to talk with your the manufacturer that your school gets your food from,
Yeah.
and try to like have like a test meal, like a test run, like we did.
So my colleague just came in here and he heard you guys talk and he was just very impressed. And that's why he just sat down here. But, you know, one of the things that I'll tell you is that, you know, your action that you've taken is a great thing for your school community. And I say your school community because really, you know, when we have a school, it's everything that happens within the school, outside of the school, and it's all coming together as one community. And by you guys doing that and starting that trend forward, and who knows where it'll lead, but to have the opportunity to have that conversation, right? And so what are the conversations like now after you've done that?
Right now, we're moving on to other projects. We have like, when it comes to our Earth Club, we have like, we kind of micromanage a few other projects. Right now, we're moving on to, right now, as we try to get the other 2 meals on our menu, we're also working on a different project right now about how to introduce like a sensory garden into the, for people with learning disabilities and stuff in general. So right now we're kind of like a little bit all over the place because we kind of not just centralize in the food we eat, but we also centralize in the community that we try to make a difference in. So right now it's kind of like a mix of what we're doing.
Here's what I'm going to ask you, and Clayton and Preston, you guys, and Antonio, if you have a question, jump in here. But I want to say this. I want to say bravo, great job. Don't stop. Don't stop doing what you're doing. Keep going because you're making a difference and you're influencing so many people. And the thing is, you've taken that first step. I love what you're thinking. You're thinking about getting other people involved in growing the food there and making a difference. Spot on. Good for you. I had another person who heard you guys' presentation. This is one of our staff here just came in. I'm like, spot on, right? So, you know, you guys did a great job. Clayton and Preston, I'll let you guys jump in here. Antonio, don't be afraid to talk, man. You're good. I can see he's not afraid. Anyhow, so go ahead, you two, if you have questions.
Not so much a question, but a comment. I think you guys are ahead of a trend that's going to have to inevitably happen anyway, because like, as you guys probably know, agriculture, especially livestock agriculture, is like one of the most damaging things to our environment right now. So it's either you get ahead of it and introduce people to vegetarian and vegan options that they enjoy and are willing to try, or, oh no, it's too late. So kudos to you. I wish we had options like tikka masala with naan in my school. I'm super jealous of that. And honestly, hats off. It's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have to say the same thing. That's like really cool what you're doing. Because like my school, we also have Meet This Monday things. And I feel like just having the option, just having the exposure to it does like so much to like change people's opinion and stuff. Because it's really not that hard, like not to eat meat if you really think about it. But like it's such a part of like everyday like culture for so many people that like it's hard to like kind of like stop that habit. But then like just like having exposure to other like options is just like does so much to help. And yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have one more question for you. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but how did you decide on nutritional values? Because a lot of the tricky parts of vegan eating is getting those macronutrients as well as the proper proteins. It's a balance, but it's very doable.
Okay. Do you want to take this over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, we would say that we know nothing about nutrition. So what I'm gonna be honest. So what we did is we reached out to the cafeteria at our school and actually talked to them. So we
They have
talked
a
to them.
nutritionist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hired what you said. A dietitian that works for the school.
Yeah, and so we talked to them. We were just asking question, hey, what is the requirement? What would we need to have in lunch for the meatless menu to be accepted? And then we asked them, we just give them like different options and we choose from it, like what elements would we have in the meals, and then we kind of go into Google and find like the different dishes that have these elements, and then we just choose the best, and then we try it out and it gets approved, and now it's a success. So my advice is just to reach out to the people who actually know about the things and work with them.
Also, since a little bit beforehand, the two main goals we had to hit was 2 ounces of whole grain and 2 ounces of protein, because as long as we get those 2 elements, and we're based, according to the nutritionist, she said that it would meet our daily all the nucleic acids, was it? Yeah, all the nucleic acids that are necessary for amino acids. That's what it is. Thank you for helping me.
Yeah, nucleic acids are DNA.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was either nucleic acid or amino acid. I'm so sorry.
Building blocks.
I haven't.
Nutrition is confusing. I understand. I don't understand
is.
myself.
We just wanted to have good food, good tasting food with no meat involved. So we aren't experts on the topic.
Sounds
know
like
what? But
right
you
on the
are.
head. Yeah.
You are experts because you did it. And what I think we have to understand here is when we do anything, if you surround yourself with people who have the knowledge that you're searching for, there's nothing you can't do. And spot on. I am so taken aback by what you guys did. I was very impressed with you. Great job.
Thank you very much. And
I'll throw one
we
more
start,
challenge to you. I'll throw you another challenge. Go see how many people you can inspire in your school. Keep going. Come back to us and let us know what you did. I mean, rock on, girls. Good job, man. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
All right, Clayton, we got our next up.
Yep. So our next speech isn't scheduled till 3:30, but if you'd like to start, I see you're already here, Antonio. It's totally up to you.
Sure. Antonio, the other thing is if you want to hit the mark on what time you want to start, that's fine too. We can just have a chat. Where are you from?
I'm from Aguascalientes, Mexico.
Wow. What's it
That
like
is
down there?
right in the middle of the country.
So when we're done with this, would you do me a favor? I need you to send me some recipes, man, because my favorite cuisine is Mexican food, and I'm telling you what, It doesn't matter what it is. We're just gonna exchange recipes.
That's great. I'm totally up for that. Needed.
Especially after our last
very good
presentation.
guacamole.
After our last presentation on food. Yeah, here we go. Let's talk about some mole and yeah. But so you're in Mexico in the middle. And what's the weather like there today?
Sort of, it's getting a little bit cold, not as cold as in the US, but it's like a mixture between warm and cold. We don't get snow here, but we get a very nice weather, and it's usually very sunny and dry where I live. So that's how it is. It used to be like, so the name is hot water. So there used to be like thermal waters, but guess what? Climate change. So then we don't have a lot of them anymore here.
Okay, all right, I'm with you. I'm with you. With that being said, we got 4 minutes. What else can we talk about? Because I'm sure everybody's coming on for Antonio. And so here's the deal. I don't want him to miss Antonio because we started 4 minutes early. What's your favorite thing to do, Antonio, in your hometown?
Oh my God, that is such a great question. You're putting like the tough questions that I wasn't prepared for. I love, I'm like, this is a quiz.
I don't know.
I love food. So like, this is a fun fact. Where I live, we're like the biggest producer of guava. I don't know if you've ever tried like the fruit.
Oh, yeah.
So we're the biggest producer in Mexico. So we have cakes, we have even mole out of guava. So a lot of things come from it, water and so on. So then I love eating it. It's such good because it's sweet, but not that sweet that you get a point in which you're like, I don't want this anymore. So it is perfect. I love, oh my God, I don't know what I love. I love a lot of things. There's a lot of history here. There's also, it's very central. So then you can travel around like different parts of the country. And there are some good and innovative things you can do within the state. So like there's a lot of industries, like environmental industries coming in. So that is something great that has been happening in the last couple of years. I'm like, did I answer right?
How tough is that, right? Clayton.
All answers, man.
I'm sitting here, I'm going, okay, it's snowing here, or it's nice there. Oh, it's cold. Oh, it's pretty warm.
You have good food. We don't.
Yeah, so true. So true. All right, Antonio, do you have a presentation to share? How do you want to roll?
I had one, but I actually like watching people and sort of like feel more conversational rather than me just speaking with a presentation. So if you don't mind, I prefer seeing you.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna just talk a little bit of my journey, and I want to share my sort of tips, tricks, things that I definitely miss in my life, or things that I was like, oof, I should have known this before. So I want to share that with you so that you can have one or two insights that hopefully will help you in your life path and, you know, the things that each one of you does. And then we can move to some questions. Feel free to ask anything you want to know. I'm like an open book. So my journey with the environmental part started a couple of years back when I was in high school. So as I mentioned, we are one of the areas in Mexico that has been hit the most by climate change. And I realized about that. So then I started getting myself involved with small projects. And I think one of the main things that happen when you're young and then you start, starting your career at university or something at college is that you usually underestimate yourself, which is something that it also happened to me. So I was first year of college, freshman, I was like, what am I doing with my life? No clue. So then I tried to figure out my path, which was very different from the one of my peers. So I studied industrial and systems engineer. So I was like, very technical, and then you have to think about profits and how to make process better. And here is also very well known because it's very industrialized. So we have a lot of like the main manufacturing companies in here. So a lot of my peers start going in that way, and I was like, I don't feel like it. I'm like, a lot of, and that's social pressure. You see a lot of people going through a specific paths, and society is like, oh, you need to follow this. And you're like, but I don't want to. But it's like, you have to. So it became like that for a couple of years. I even made some internships for Coca-Cola and so on. And I was like, oh, I don't feel this is for me. I feel like there was a lot of greenwashing going on. And I'm someone who loves uncomfortable questions. One of my first tips that I can give you is always make the uncomfortable questions. That's something that really helps you to spark innovation, to also make people think about what they're doing. So when I was there, we were having a conversation with the plant manager, and I was like, okay, so what is your recycling process? And they were like, oh yeah, we follow like the Korean national standard. And I'm like, which is? And he was like, yeah, so we're basically trying to recycle as much as we can. I was like, with what procedure? And those kind of questions, people are like, they might feel attacked, but they also make you, make them think about if actually what they're doing is valuable or not. So first recommendation in life, and my friends always say, you like that uncomfortable aunt that you have, at a family gathering, and you're like, oh, why are you asking these questions? Be that one, because that's going to bring a lot of ideas, a lot of innovation, and a lot of different projects that might help you in your future. So then after that, I decided to go abroad, because here we don't have a lot of opportunities on the environmental part. So then I realized, okay, I need to get out of this comfort zone in which I am and try to look for something different, something that can add value to this. So then I decided to go to Montreal, to Canada, and I took a lot of courses related to corporate social responsibility and the image that is related to how a social responsible company looks like. And I was like, and one of the topics that really gathered my attention was, how are we dealing with all the different stakeholders within the society, which is how do you involve the government, how do you involve the society, and all the different ones that you cannot see, but still are very important in each one of the paths. So that's for me, and I was coming from a very strict engineering background. I was like, oh my God, what is this? Like, what am I doing in here? I was in a business school, so that's why they have all these topics. And I was like, this is the importance of seeking knowledge and also get out of this comfort zone that we have. I don't know if you're already, in college and what are your majors, or if you're still deciding, but whatever is your path, always think about what else can I learn from? Rather people, rather context. And if you're like, oh, I feel very comfortable here, that is a red flag. My saying is, when you start feeling comfortable, is the time to move on. Because you need to feel challenged by the things you're doing, the people you are with, and that you feel inspired by them. And how you do that, putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, which is going to another country, studying with different people, maybe going into different cultural contexts within your same region or state really makes you think about different perspectives. So that will be my second goal, always strive for knowing more. We have this thing of as humans that we think we know everything, and you're like, oh, I already an expert on this, but I'm pretty sure there's still a wide range of things that you can learn from. And even things you might not agree with, try to learn and understand from them. So like, I'm not, for example, I don't like the manufacturing part, but I was like, I need to understand it in order to give proposals that are meaningful to them. So when you're like, oh, I hate this topic, go deeper into that. So then you can give valuable proposals and ideas to them. So when I was there, I was really touched by all this amount of information, cultures, and different point of views. So then I came back and I was like, what am I doing with my life? Once again, I'm still trying to figure it out, but that's my right now situation. So after that, I was like, okay, I think I want to move to a place in which I feel more uncomfortable, in which I know I can learn from. from more. So I decided to move to Denmark to do an exchange in the technical university. From the ones who doesn't know, Benchmark is one of the best countries, and DTU is one of the best universities related to environmental topics. They have one of the best masters related to all that field. So I was like, okay, let's go and see how it goes. The thing with my program was like, I had to take classes with master students, and I'm still on my bachelor. So I was like, we don't know what we're doing, but let's face it. So it was like my first class in there. It was full of Danish people, and it was so amazing because we had to work with different organizations to create valuable proposals. So then the Danish company came, the Danish recycling company came, and they were like, okay, we had a challenge. And I was like, what challenge do you have? This country is almost perfect. What are you talking about? And they were like, in Denmark, they recycle around 95% of old bottles. And I was like, in my country, we don't even recycle 5%. What are you talking about? And they were like, we want that remaining percentage. And I was like, oh, what am I doing? What do I get into here? And as I said, I was the only bachelor in a class full of master students. I was the only exchange one. So then we need to figure it out, our teams. And I was like, interesting. So then people start asking me like, oh, so what is your experience with the recycling? I was like, okay, so I've done it before, like on my personal, like in my house, in my personal background. And they were like, oh, but like, what experience do you have like with organizations? And I was like, none, because we don't have a recycling company in my country. Like, it's not something that we do. They were like, so how do you think you're going to be, good at this? And I was like, ooh, that is a challenge. I was like, we know where this is gonna go. The tip of my life, always go for the challenge. The highest or the most difficult the challenge seems, is like, go for it. Even if you don't have all the answers, or you feel like you're not prepared, or there are gonna be people who know more about you, you need to be able to raise your hand and be like, I know that what I'm doing is valuable, that my ideas, my background, and my perspective has some knowledge that I can share. So I was on the underdog team. I ended up on the underdog team, and I was like, no problem. So we started figuring out what we were doing, and all the teams were like, oh, we need to create like a very difficult system in which we can, and I was like, the first thing I did was I entered into their webpage, and I was like, have you ever thought of putting information in another language, which is not Danish? And they were like, what are you talking about? And I was like, all this information is in Danish. And a lot of the people who come here obviously don't speak the language. They were like, we've never thought about it. And I was like, okay. So then I was in a team with people from a business background, a systems background. So then we're like, okay, how can we leverage our ideas? That's another tip. This is going to be full of tips, guys. So if there's something that you find useful, just take it with you. It will be surround yourself with people from different backgrounds and knowledge. Why? Because once you get into college or into, a certain industry, it's very easy that you start focusing on something, which is like, oh, I'm already an industrial engineer and I only, speak with people who has the same bachelor or higher than me. But then you're missing a lot. The world is a very huge amount of knowledge, and you're just focusing on this. So then when you start surrounding yourself and being on multidisciplinary teams, you start getting that richness of society, of knowledge. Because they were saying things like, oh, we should develop an app, we should develop a web page. And I was like, that sounds interesting. I don't know how to do it. And they're like, we know. And I was like, that's great. And with the business people, I was like, I don't know how to make an idea viable, like economically viable. And they were like, we know how to do it. And I was like, that's great, So then you can pick up different things from different backgrounds in order to have good solutions. Solutions that are meaningful, they're viable, and that can have a great impact in society. So after that, we realized the importance of, as I mentioned before, and this is where, the part of my background, my knowledge help. I was like, we need to understand that there's different stakeholders. So then we start involving society, we start involving science, government, and how can we create a solution in which each one of these stakeholders has its own responsibility, but also they can have a part of the action process. So we create a full strategy in which we basically, first of all, translate their web page in order to create something that will be in different languages, since 5 to 10% of the people that were living in that are living in Denmark have a foreign background. So they don't speak Danish. So it's like, how can we do for them to go back to understand the importance of recycling? And we had to make this presentation to the, the leadership team of the company. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it. So the first thing I told them, and this is my next tip for you, is always try to rely on feelings and empathy, because at the end of the day, we are all humans. We all want same things. The thing is that we might not have the same feeling for it, but if you're able to share your feeling with someone, then you can share an idea. There's a great saying that says, people might forget what you said, people might forget what you did, but people will never forget how you make them feel. Because feelings is something that is very important in our daily life. So always look for that. So when I started my presentation, I was like, I come from a background in which I have no idea how to recycle properly. I came to this country very excited, and I realized there was a huge process I had no idea. There was no one that could help me to understand it. So since today, I have no idea how to do it properly. What could happen if we could create resources for any background, any language, and any culture in order to give all the people the same knowledge? People were like, never thought about it before. That's the thing. Sometimes innovation doesn't mean actually that something is new per se, like you need to create something out of nowhere. It basically means 3 minutes, okay. It basically means that you can create and give ideas from things that already exist. From that point on, I came back and I had the great opportunity to apply to the MIT Supply Chain Master Program scholarship. So then I applied and I was like, once again, no idea what I'm doing, but here we are, let's try it. So then I started getting into the different rounds. And I was into the last one with the director of the program, and he asked me, why do you think you should get into this program? What makes you special? And that's where the environmental part was so important for me, because I was one of the few candidates that say, because we need to create more reliable and more sustainable supply chains. It is amazing all the technology that we have right now, but if we're not able to ensure that future generations are going to have the same things that we're having, then we're missing something there. And that's how, and this is where I want to came from with all of this. It's like, you need to find that thing that makes you special within your bachelor, within your career, within what you do, what you love. If you, and I'm sure everyone here loves the environmental part, how can you make it part of your journey as a person, as a student, as a professional, and how can you make an impact? We can make changes from each one of our fields, and that will create a greater change. So don't underestimate yourself, don't underestimate your story, but rather work for it and raise your hand every time that you can. Because all of you have a lot of potential. But if you don't believe it, no one is going to go to you and be like, oh, here you have a scholarship. Here you have an exchange program. You are going to have to fight for everything that you want.
I'm Team Antonio. I'm on your side, brother. I'm there. Good job.
You ever think about becoming a motivational speaker? That was amazing.
Thank you, guys. I want to know if you have any questions, anything you would like me to answer. I'm more than happy here to help you with anything you need.
We got time for one question. Does anybody have a question for Antonio? If not, I'm sure we can forward them on to him. Anybody?
I actually have a question. One thing I was gonna ask is like you talked about your internship with like Coca-Cola and stuff, and like seeing being like exposed to like big businesses and stuff. And how do you think that's like affected your view on like climate change?
This is a great question. I think once you get an insight from what's happening, you definitely have a broader view, you know, because we know companies, like a lot of companies and more manufacturing companies do a lot of bad things, like related to the environment. But the thing is, like, if you never had the chance to go into one of the companies and see what's going on, then you don't have the full picture. And that is sometimes my not problem, but like the thing when I say like people are like demanding regulations and things like that, and it's like you need to understand the context, you need to understand what you're talking about, and you need to go inside that factory to see how they do things, so then you can give improvement ideas. Because otherwise it's like, oh yeah, we could do this, but it's like if you have never come to that sector, then you are missing something. So after I had that experience, I was able to understand what was the industry view. You know, they care about obviously money and improvement. So then what if we can explain them that if they are able to reduce their environmental impact, they're also going to be able to increase the revenue. You know, so then I can adapt my speech to make them understand the problem in their own language. That's the thing, we're not gonna be able to change their mindset if we speak different languages. So what the best thing we can do is, again, is understand, be empathic with them, go to that factory, go and request a visit and be like, okay, now I understand the process. If I may, I can give you these recommendations that are gonna help you to increase your profit, productivity, they're gonna help your teams. And that is basically speaking their language. And that is going to help you create that impact.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you, Antonio. You're the best. We appreciate you.
That was a pleasure. I'm going to leave everyone here my email, my social media, in case, you know, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. I will love to help you in anything you need.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Clayton, we have up next.
Naomi and Aaron. Thanks for joining us. Once again, thank you, Antonio. That was very good. And are you two ready?
So excited to be here.
I'm here.
Yeah, happy to have you guys. How about you introduce yourself and go ahead and get started?
Yeah, we were wondering if we could get host access. I think we have it actually. There we are.
You have it.
Yes. Awesome. Everything all good? You can see my screen?
Yep, sure can.
Okay, awesome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our presentation.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Noemi Bolaños, and this is my friend and colleague, Aaron Peterson. Before we begin our presentation on how we made the most of food and how you can too, we just wanted to express that we are really so excited to be here at the Youth Environmental Summit. And so we want to say thank you to Yes for having us, and really just a huge thanks for all of you who are attending and watching on the YouTube live stream. It is really an honor to be speaking in front of this country's future environmental leaders, so thank you.
We cannot wait to share with you all how we have explored the universal challenge of food waste through leading Recycle Leaders to make the most of food challenge, and how you can contribute to the #1 solution to fighting climate change. We hope that by the end of our presentation, you'll be inspired to join us in our Earth Month challenge.
So I'll just introduce myself again. I'm Noemi. I'm a junior at Clarksburg High School, which is in Clarksburg, Maryland, a suburb which is about 45 minutes away from the heart of Washington, D.C. And currently, I'm one of the communications interns at Recycle Leaders. And here I assist in digital asset management, I organize events, and help translate Spanish materials. In my free time, I also enjoy wildlife photography, journaling, and volunteering at my local organic farm.
My name is Aaron Peterson. I'm a junior at Northwest High School in Germantown, Maryland, and I'm dual enrolled at Montgomery College. I work as a social media manager at Recycle Leaders. I create graphics and videos and handle social media communications. I love meeting new people, writing, and nature photography. Noemi and I work at Recycle Leaders, which is this wonderful business run by Beth Gingold, who you can see in the picture over here. Recycle Leaders runs the Make the Most of Food Challenge. This 4-week action research project is in partnership with the Audubon Naturalist Society, which is a local nonprofit environmental organization connecting people with nature in the DC region.
Here at Recycle Leaders, we really believe that with the right support, anybody can become an effective change maker. We also believe that the true sustainability leaders walk the talk on waste, and we believe that measurable success starts with measurable data. So when schools, staff, and students learn to lead waste action projects together, schools can save resources and society can make a measurable progress towards sustainability.
Through the Make the Most of Food Challenge, we have supported over 300 people from over 10 states and 3 countries to become change makers in their own lives. Despite the pandemic and being geographically separated, we have been able to unite in a virtual format and become the world's largest food action research team.
Now, you may be wondering, what is this Make the Most of Food Challenge that we've been talking about and referring to? And maybe how does it relate to climate change? So the Make the Most of Food Challenge is a research project that's designed from the EPA's Food Too Good to Waste toolkit, and it works to inspire students and educators to reduce the amount of discarded edible food in their own household. This is a virtual 4-week challenge, and it's composed of teams of households. A household, for example, could be you and your family, and you track what, why, and how much food you discard in a week. It starts with what we call a baseline week, where you measure the amount of food your household is discarding for 7 days. And then you can take measures together during Action Week to help improve your household's waste, and as well as improve nutrition and save money.
What is so unique about this project is that it addresses food waste at the core, since according to the NRDC, households are the largest contributors to cities' food waste. Through the Make the Most of Food Challenge, students get to be researchers by learning about the behaviors that perpetuate food waste, and leaders by becoming inspired to start reducing discarded food right in their own home. According to Project Drawdown, roughly 1/3 of the world's food is never eaten, which means that lands and resources used and greenhouse gases emitted in producing it were unnecessary. So by reducing edible food waste, we maximize the resources used to make and transport food, which means a healthier and more sustainable climate-human relationship. It also works to reduce the amount of food in landfills. As food decomposes in an environment without oxygen, like a landfill, it goes through anaerobic respiration and releases methane, which is a greenhouse gas that has 80 times the power of carbon dioxide, according to Stanford University.
Through Make the Most of Food and Recycle Leaders, Erin and I have found that working with others has affected a lot of change, not only in just our own lives, but also the lives of people around us. Pictured here are former Make the Most of Food participants that actually became inspired by our Food Waste Challenge and decided to learn how to participate in their community compost cooperative in their DC neighborhood. So things like this, events like this, gatherings like this are why we believe that individual action together leads to collective action. But you may be wondering, how did we get to be working with this giant team of student leaders and researchers?
Back in April 2021, I was a member of my high school's green team. I heard about the Make the Most of Food Challenge and I was curious, so I thought I'll at least go to the launch party for this challenge and learn more about it. And when I did, I was so interested in the challenge that I decided Northwest needed to run it. I made a poster to recruit students, but I mostly ended up recruiting teachers. I didn't plan on it, but Northwest's challenge team eventually became a small group of teachers led by a sophomore, me. We ran the challenge and it was a really transformative experience, especially for me. I learned about my family's food habits and how we could effectively reduce the amount of discarded food within our home. And all along the way, I was able to connect with other people, my own team members and fellow leaders, passionate people who taught me so much, not just about food, but leadership and community. Throughout the challenge, I took pictures and filmed videos to share with these people. And my video here is part of what got me recruited to Recycle Leaders in the first place. Now I'm in a position where I can help other students, like me, to be leaders in their own lives, to take charge, to be change, to help their community. The best part of my job is connecting with amazing people, like Noemi, who I have been fortunate enough to work with these past few months. With that, I'll turn things over to her.
Thank you so much, Erin, for sharing about how Make the Most of Food helped shape you into the environmental leader you are today. And really, Erin's prior experience in leading a successful Make the Most of Food challenge was one of the main forces that actually drove me to want to lead the challenge myself, because I knew that if she could do it, I could do it too. And so when Recycle Leaders got connected with 6 students at Monteverde Friends School seeking to run a food waste challenge in Costa Rica, I knew it was possible. And so Erin and I virtually gathered with the students from Costa Rica in November 2021. And together we tested out the new data sheets Erin had designed to see if the updates allowed for a smooth data collection in the upcoming year of 2022, where we were going to run the Make the Most of Food challenge with educators and students. So with some fun coaching from Erin, who is the expert on being an environmental game changer, I began to get ourselves organized. And we got a WhatsApp group chat together and got to tracking our baseline data, as well as beta testing the new data sheets. Baseline week was particularly interesting for us. One thing being the fact that we were doing the challenge in 2 significantly different regions. Erin and I on the eastern coast of the United States, and our friends in the rainforest of Costa Rica. So again, with Erin and I living here in a townhome, we collected and measured our family's discarded food really differently from the students. And one of the students actually ran a business in their home surrounding food. The second thing that was thought-provoking was also how measuring our discarded food while consciously knowing we were running a household food waste challenge was a little bit hard, a little bit difficult. Sounds weird, right? Because one would think it's actually fairly simple, but in reality, it took strength not to want to change those actions during baseline week, since we were just collecting what our behaviors were and observing them. Regardless, we continued to share our stories through the group chat and made special containers to measure as well as store our food waste for the week. Once Action Week rolled around, we were all ready to get to work, whether it was organizing our fridge or eating our leftovers and making grocery store lists. All of our little actions added up, and soon enough, we had reduced our discarded food by an average of 34% per household. We even learned how to discard our food more sustainably, and I was able to convince my parents after 2 years to start composting. One of the students in Costa Rica actually began to feed her discarded fruits and vegetables to her uncle's pigs. Overall, though, we took individual action by learning how to manage the amount of discarded food we are putting into our environment. And through this, we took collective action because we learned that residential waste looks different for everyone, and how much you make, how you manage it, and how you discard it is heavily determined by where you live.
Noemi and I were empowered by Make the Most of Food Challenge to be leaders in our own lives, and we've seen firsthand how project-based learning can help students become leaders.
And we really see this through both of our Make the Most of Food groups. One of the students from my Costa Rica group right now is actually working with us to translate the Make the Most of Food challenge and make it accessible to Spanish speakers. And Erin's teacher group is now teaching students in her green team about the Make the Most of Food challenge so that they can be future Make the Most of Food action researchers.
What does all of this mean for you? We're looking for students who are interested in leadership and climate change to join the next Make the Most of Food challenge with us.
So, if you want to be an environmental game changer and join the world's largest food action research team, we really invite you to come to our Earth Month Make the Most of Food challenge, as well as our virtual launch party on Tuesday, March 22nd. Because it really is through creating those small communities and gathering data collectively that we can analyze our own behaviors and begin establishing these new societal norms that are sustainable and eco-conscious. So together we can begin solving this universal issue by being the change we want to see in the world. Thank you. And make sure to register for our virtual launch party, which I'll be putting in the chat right now.
I got you.
Hey, so great job, you guys. Way to go. Hey, if it's all right, we would like to share this out too on our website, and then also to the people that have not only participated, but also were viewers of it. And so way to go. Spot on. Good stuff. You guys are amazing. I love it.
Much. Thank you. And yeah, feel free to share any of that information. The barcode does take you to our Recycle Leaders website, which I can put here in the chat. And so there you'll be able to find more information about our current challenges. So we have Make the Most of Food, as well as another one that deals more with microplastics and laundry. So yeah, feel free to send out any of the links we provided, and we hope someone will come.
Yes.
Also, just, and I'll let anybody else ask questions. Also, I put a link in there to you guys for something you should look at for next year, because what you guys are doing is really awesome.
Great, thank you so much. I'll look at that.
Awesome.
Oh, and if you guys have any questions, we would love to take them.
Yes.
Any questions from the environmentalists? I see them sitting back there smiling behind their masks.
Hi, I was just wondering, do you guys have any other challenges you guys are hoping to do once you feel like this one is fully developed?
Yes, we have another challenge right now. Noemi talked about it a little bit. It's called Everywhere Counts, and it focuses on microplastic pollution coming from our clothing. And it started out last year, but it was a pretty small thing. We were just getting started with it. So this year in July, we want to make it much bigger, involve a lot more people, maybe expand some of the methodology, things like that.
Cool. And as for the Make the Most of Food challenge also, so we do have this one for Earth Month for specifically students to lead it with. You can do a green team, you can do a sports team, anything, or you can just do it by yourself with like a friend. And it's actually a leadership opportunity, so you can kind of like check in with your group and, you know, make it a fun thing. But there is going to be an on-demand version coming out. So if you can't do that one with us, then you'll be able to do it on your own through self-paced modules. If there are any other questions, you can either put them in the chat or
yeah, we'll share our sorry, you can go ahead. I'll just share our you can also message us at Recycle Leaders.
Yeah, I've got one really quick question. You guys obviously have a lot of experience with food waste with your challenge, and I'm honestly looking for some advice. So my current living situation is a very small college apartment with no outdoor space to put a compost. Really no option for compost unless I don't know, figure something out. So do you have any advice for that specific situation to reduce my food waste?
It's funny that you say that too, Clayton, because Bailey, you remember Bailey yesterday or last week, she messaged me and said the exact same thing. I don't have space for, what could I do? So this is really good.
Yeah, it is a really good question. Just I had to look into it a lot on my own for just trying to even get my parents to like do it, because we live in a townhome, not a college dorm, but it's still, they were worried about the smell, and we have a tiny deck, but you probably don't. So the thing that we can suggest, and what we have done in food waste challenges when we want to like, you know, look at how much we're accumulating throughout the week, is actually if you have like a mini fridge or something, you can collect your composting or your food scraps in a like airtight container, which you should be able to find at some place like Target or Walmart. And then you can put that in the refrigerator. And if not, just keeping it in that airtight container, I feel like will hide away any of the smells, which there really shouldn't be as many if you have somewhere to discard it like regularly, and you know, you are kind of like turning the compost a little bit. But I found that, you know, doing it in small increments like that, and either putting it in the fridge or in an airtight container is the best way. And then obviously I'm not sure where you live, so but I would try and find for a drop-off site, which I'm not sure if your college has one, but yeah.
There is drop-off site quite a ways away, but it would be worth the drive. That just gives me my own idea. Honestly, I've got coolers I don't use. I can start filling with airtight containers. So good idea. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for the
And
question.
then combine it with vermiculture.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? All right, with that, we're gonna move on. Thank you so much. I said Naomi earlier, it's Noemi, correct?
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much.
You
Yeah,
guys are awesome. I loved it. You guys did great.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have a group presentation from the Ben and Eric environmentalists, I believe. If you guys would like to go ahead and take it away.
Can you guys see our screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Have you ever wanted to take action, but you really didn't know how? That was me a few months ago. I first realized that there was no recycling in our school cafeteria. And then I found out that there was actually a club at our school that can tackle environmental issues. That was me only 4 months ago. And I can't believe, and I'm just so excited that I'm here and speaking at this youth summit today. Your school might not have a club like ours, but you could still make a difference. You could start your own club or get a group of friends together, or you could just make some small changes in your own lifestyle.
So we're the environmentalists.
Hi, I'm Aaron and I'm an 8th grader, and I've always loved to invent things that can help the environment, so this club was a perfect fit for me. Hey, I'm Kaz. I'm a 7th grader, and I realized that there were problems in our school community, and that this club was a great way to inform others of those issues.
Hey, I'm Lydia and I am an 8th grader. I joined the club while we were remote last year, and even through a computer, we did a lot and I had tons of fun working with others to make a difference.
Hello, I'm Shivani and I'm a 7th grader, and I joined because I was interested in how to better our environment through small changes in my lifestyle. The Benarsic Environmentalists are a team of junior high students who are interested in making the world a better place by tackling environmental issues. We hold several events throughout the year to teach others how to positively support the environment. Today, we're going to share our experiences with our projects and how we were able to connect with our community. At our school, we discovered that recycling wasn't being properly recycled. When we learned this, we were appalled. We began to collect the recycling around our school during meeting to put it in recycling bins for recycling trucks to pick up. We also learned that some teachers didn't even have a recycling bin. This led to teachers at our school becoming more conscious about their environmental choices. Recycling can be done anywhere, whether it's a cleanup in your community, recycling at your school, or recycling at your house. No matter what, making these small changes is the next step to making big changes for our world.
Not only can you make a difference in your school, but in your community, making sure to reach out to community leaders, because more people than you think actually want to help the environment. They just don't know how. One way we have included community members is in our project Habitat Hotels. Habitat Hotels is a project we did for the Our Echo Challenge. It's mainly about restoring the biodiversity of Illinois through Illinois' native prairies. So Illinois is supposed to be the prairie state, but ironically, we have less than 1% of native prairie through many things that have happened over the years. So a Habitat Hotel is a bunch of tubes that will go inside of half a plastic water bottle. And once hotels are constructed, they are put near wet areas that will attract pollinators such as mason bees. Because these pollinators are solitary, they don't go in a hive. So if they don't have time to find their own way to stay alive during the winter, most of the time they will die. So the project has allowed us to connect with our community through an ecologist that we got to meet through our park district, who helped talk to us about prairies and how we can rid the invasive species in our school's field, along with planting native prairie plants. We also learned that another way to make the hotels is by drilling holes into logs or tying logs together, which is what the ecologist is going to try and what we'll hope to do once it gets warmer out here because it's still snowing. So another relationship was with our community library. This relationship started off a little rocky because we sent out emails and weren't getting any back. And then once we did, we went on summer break. So it was kind of hard to communicate with all of us because we had our own plans going on. But then I attended a service event at the library with one of the teen librarians who plans a lot of the events. So I added her email onto the email we sent about our project, and she is very excited to work with us. We currently have a Habitat Hotel workshop where kids can come and make their own hotels for their backyards, planned for May 6th, and that was very exciting to do. We'll be calling that We Create Together. And that's how we've been connecting with our community. We've also connected with others through social media, which I first thought social media was kind of meaningless. I didn't really see like how I would get likes or follows. Like, we're just a small club. How would that happen? And then I started doing this challenge called 30-Day Zero Waste Challenge that Recycle Rally started, and I would make a post each day that related to it to encourage people that see the post to participate and learn new tips about how to better be sustainable. Through this challenge, I've learned to help your social media is to use hashtags. I first thought they were irrelevant because there was always pictures on hashtags that didn't even relate to the content, what was supposed to be there. So I really didn't see the point. But hashtags really do help the people that see your post get more, and they help grow your account. So they may seem meaningless, but I do advise using them if you're trying to go the social media route to reach more people.
Along with spreading awareness through social media, we also have a project to help spread awareness at our school. We Grow Together is a project that was first developed by our members in 2020. The project is held for 7th graders where students can contribute to a school garden. The school garden will be replacing a butterfly garden at the front of the school that wasn't properly cared for. In our urban environment, green spaces are a much needed area for students to spend time with nature and appreciate the environment around them. Though this project may seem small scale, the long-lasting effects of learning to appreciate nature will help protect our planet in the future. Encouraging students to make a change in the world around them helps bring our Earth to its fullest potential. In a school environment, this project may seem like something you wouldn't be able to implement, but even adding a garden or small plants to your own home will add the same effects.
We also have more projects, such as our newest project, Pallets to Planters. Pallets to Planters is a project where we hope to hold an event where the community can come together to build planters out of old pallets that would have otherwise been just thrown into landfills. This project is meant to promote upcycling, and upcycling is when you can reuse a previous product and turn it into something that you will actually use rather than just getting rid of the old product. Upcycling can reduce excess waste that would be in landfills, and by decreasing this waste, we can help support our atmosphere by reducing the emissions that are coming from our landfills. Upcycling also reduces the amount of resources that would be used to create any specific product, and you don't need to create a workshop to help the environment, but you can just start by redesigning clothes that you don't wear anymore so that you'll use them, or donate your clothes, or use leftover plastic bottles to create your own at-home planters.
And the reason we're sharing all of this with you is because you don't have to be part of a club to make a difference. You can make a change on your own. A few things you can do to make a change is taking a walk with gloves and a trash bag, recycling correctly and consistently, and using eco-friendly source products. Just doing these 3 things can make a great difference in our community. To learn about all of these different things and even more, check out our podcast, Instagram, and website.
People believe that they have to be a certain age, at a certain club, reading certain books to be able to make a change, but you as a person are ready to make a change at any time, any place, or any environment. Environmental conservation will take a huge effort from everyone, but there's still time to change, and the time is now.
Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Guys, that's super. You did a super job. I'm so proud of you. Great job.
Inspiring. Absolutely.
So here's the one thing I want to kind of throw at you, ask. So you guys are making a difference not only in your community but beyond. What's one of and we have only a couple minutes, but what's some of the challenges you faced?
Mainly, kind of how I mentioned with the library, we've sent out emails to multiple people in the community, like the park district, who did eventually get back, but that was after 4 months or maybe less. I might be exaggerating, but it felt like a lot because we were just hoping well, it's just a small town. Hopefully they'll respond. And then people got sick, and then the whole COVID thing complicated everything. And we've also sent out emails to people that run the forest preserve, which I think now thinking of it might be the park district, but it's just, no, it's not. But different people. And it's just that waiting time that has just been we're trying to do something here and we're not getting responses.
I get it. Here's the thing. don't take no for an answer. Don't let anybody sit back. Keep on them. And what you'll find, I got a piece of advice given to me by a governmental agency in Illinois just the other day. And it was my kids were pushing them to do something. And in fact, we're working on protecting 30% of land and water by 2030. So my kids were pushing them. And the leader of one of the leaders of IDNR, the Department of Natural Resources, said, listen, don't ever apologize for pushing, because a lot of times people need pushed a little bit. It's how you do it. So do it with a smile and a hug, and away you go, but keep pushing them and keep doing it, and don't take no for an answer. You guys are amazing. I loved it. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any more questions from the audience? Anyone? Yeah, that's what you guys said is honestly very inspiring, of course. I like the emphasis on you don't need a club necessarily. Obviously, it helps to have the backing of the club, but I think that's where a lot of people lose steam in their own personal efforts is
Yeah.
you don't have a group. So it's almost like create one or just get your friends together and make it happen. I love that you guys acknowledge that.
Yeah, and with that though, you do have a group, because everybody here that has been participating and listening, we're all in the same boat together. And way to go. You guys, proud of you. Way to go.
Yeah, thank you so much. With that, I think we are going to move on to our next presentation. Excellent job, environmentalists. So up next, we have our friends back from the Heartstring projects. Hello again. Good to see you guys.
Hello, thank you so much for having us. Oh, it's great. It's an honor to be a part of the environmentalists and this amazing group of presenters and organizers. Thank you for having us. To those we haven't met out there, my name is Nissa, and I'm happy to be a part of and introduce the band, the Heartstrings Project. We're all over the United States right now. Myself, Luke, and Marina, and wait a second, Luke, are you in LA? When did that happen?
No, we're in Florida. Yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Usually we'd be in New York City, but right now they're in Florida because, you know, traveling.
Family
And
comes
Peter is in Chicago. I knew that. I forgot. Family down there. But yeah, we're thrilled to be collaborating with the students at Pontiac High School and using our passion and calling of music writing and performing to bring awareness to environmentalism and unite people to address our dire need for preservation and conservation. And like we've seen from just this past presentation, I'm sure the presentations all of today, that the work and mindfulness of individuals can make a huge difference. So we're very excited, and thank you again so much for having us.
Nissa, I gotta say, I've never seen the two of them in the same room at the same time. So this is like a monumental event.
It's exciting. Yeah. I'm glad the family, the brothers get to be together for once instead of the opposite sides of the country.
One would think that they must have had enough of each other growing up that they just stay as separate as far as they can be. But wow.
Not this week. Yeah. Oh, so we're so excited about this collaboration. And the amount that the youth community is taking the time and researching and have put into the process of practical changes and things we can do now to help the future is so inspiring. And we're deep in the throngs of writing a song to celebrate that. And we've called it even an anthem that people can get excited about conservation and just kind of address all those things.
Luke, Peter, Elias, you want to talk about it?
Did you want somebody to jump in, Nissa?
Yeah, thanks for kicking it off, Nissa. We were gonna, Elias and I were gonna share a song that we both wrote together called "Don't Forget About Me." This is not for the event, but this is a song that we'll sing and then we'll talk about it, I think, and tell you why we decided to do this one. And usually Marina sings with us too, but it's the brother song anyway, so it makes sense. And can you hear the guitar? Here in this room, we learned how to be two young souls in need to free the artist's mind. There's beauty in a thought, which turns into a word, a shield or a weapon that's for us to decide. Hey, hey, hey.
Kept us so free to be or to be, to dig into a world that is beyond the world I see. An open path of love, you unlocked a fearful mind, teaching us to find a reality of peace.
So don't forget about me, he said.
Don't forget about me, he said.
Don't forget about me, he says. Don't forget about me. So it's me and my brother. We're here to sing the song, to keep the spark on going,
as you did for so long.
Kept the truth ringing, so you promise we'll keep on singing. Raise a glass to nothing, that's all you did for love. So don't forget about me.
Don't forget about me, he said.
Don't forget about me, he says. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me.
Oh, how
What a
beautiful.
treat. Oh man.
This
Thanks.
is amazing.
You're playing in F sharp, man.
I know.
You changed the key.
Well, Elias just flew in from California and was taking a nap, so I thought maybe it'd be good to throw it in that key beforehand. Yeah.
Well, thanks for listening. Grateful to share. That song we actually wrote that song for a high school theater teacher of ours, and as a gift, and it's a song all about remembering those people who brought you such great knowledge and information, and who kind of are always with you no matter where you go. That's what the song's about. Don't forget about me, and we felt like it'd be appropriate for this. As a, it's a song that whenever we sing it, we think of her, we think of all the people and the things. It's kind of a reflection for us on what's something we don't want to forget about in this moment. So it felt appropriate right now about all the things we don't want to forget that are, singing to us quietly. Don't forget about me. So what are those things that sing to you? Don't forget about me inside. And that's kind of the song and what it's about.
Yeah. And
You've got me to tears, and I want you to know that those words, and I've never met your teacher or the people you're referring to, but I, as a surrogate for them, that could not be more special. And I just, I'm bawling. I can't help it, but just. So thankful you shared that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. I mean, that was, we were wondering what to play, and it's so nice, you know, it's so great. There's nothing better than singing with family, and we haven't sung that song with each other since we played that show in New York City. And we and it's one of those things where it's, you know, that's the thing, when you sit next to the person, your brother especially, and you just play it, you know, it just makes sense. So and also, yeah, Paul, to see you kind of bring your students together in this way and fight to try to make this happen is kind of how we feel about is how we feel about Susan, who was our theater teacher in high school. And so, yeah, I'm really happy that we did that one and not Shadow People, which is a different story. This is a better story for today. And so, yeah, we're really stoked. Anissa, thank you for kicking it off. And usually Peter has an awesome rock and piano part to that song. And I knew when he went over to the keys, I knew when you went over to the keys, I'm like, oh no, he doesn't know we're in the wrong key. And you probably found out very quickly.
I
did. Oh man.
But there's something else to it I'll point out is, I mean, Peter was able to, this connects to everything that we're exploring here, is how can we listen as deeply as possible? And that's essential for music. And I think that's also essential for what we're talking about to our environment. How can we listen to it? And it's something that people don't actually know how to do often. And they feel overwhelmed. I mentioned this last time briefly. It's like, is the feeling overwhelmed by the vastness of this conversation that we're having right now, and that needs to continue. And it's like music. If you aren't literate in music, if you aren't literate in environmental words or conversation, it's difficult and can be daunting. So I think it's up to us to be able to compassionately and gently bring these words into focus. Mm-hmm. And music is our way to do that. And just like Peter was able to listen and very quickly know that the song changed key. So he knew, because he has that awareness, but someone else wouldn't have been able to do that, who's not a musician and who doesn't understand the language of it. And one last thing I'll geek out on just for a second is there is something that nothing feels better than when I sing with my brother, because it's an organic connection that we have, that we were born into, because it's nature that gave it to us. And so that's, you know, there are these ways to connect to nature. And I think music is a way to do that, especially with family. So that's the last kind of geek on that moment. But
I've said this many times. For me, a day without music is like a day without air. And you guys, you've given me such an incredible breath just at this moment. But you know, your music is something that inspires people, and when you do that, you change the world. And if we've seen nothing from the summit at all, we've seen just that everybody's voice has the power to change the world. And again, I don't want to direct your presentation at all, but with your voice being heard, what are the obstacles you guys face?
In what way, Paul?
Well, like, so for example, I mean, each of your songs has so many different meanings to so many different groups. Obviously, changing that provides its own challenges that goes with that. As far as, you know, creating a song or starting, what's the obstacles in making music that's your own?
Well, I would say, I mean, for starters, it's you know, it's important. Like our music and our words and our lyrics are going to be the bridge that allows people to cross into those feelings and that thought process, to think about environmental causes. That's going to be our bridge to help people cross. And in order to do that, it has to be set up right. Like when we write lyrics, right? It'll end up being like poetry, but it'll be poetry that will go into people's brains, and it will cause them to think in a certain way. And when we write and we think about what we're saying, we have those feelings. Like, let's just say we have a very simple feeling like, I want to save this forest. What does that feel like? And the poetry that we create has to not only tell people about that, but it has to be in a musical, poetic way where they can digest it and go, oh my God, That's beautiful to me. And not just tell them, save the forest, go plant a tree over there, mow the grass over there. It's got to be something that is artistically creative and says things in a way that we feel expresses our deepest feelings about it. And that's not an easy thing to do. And it usually takes many, many rewrites, as these guys will tell you. But we want to talk to people, and we want them to understand, though. We don't want to be way above their heads. We don't want to be, subject to their Shakespeare class where they have to interpret this for 5 weeks before they understand it. And yet we want to tell it to them in our own heartstrings artistic way to get this point across. That's the challenge. It takes time to do that.
Okay, let's talk about the project itself and kind of the inception. Peter, you want to give us a rundown of how it all happened?
Harvey Locke, who is a very well-known environmentalist and good friend of many of us in Canada, who lives in Banff, connected with me and connected me with Paul. And because he felt like a band could be that bridge to help draw more people into this environmental cause. And when I started doing some work in scoring for television for Harvey, he said, you know what, you got to go talk to Paul because he's trying to do this exact thing. And then, we introduced the heartstrings, and that be kind of, since people like our band, so thank you all for that. We thought that would be a great thing to do for us to create something that would, in a concert situation, and now in a theatrical production situation, thank you, Luke, Marina, Elias, and you guys, and Nissa, that's going to come together at the high school where we can present this and get it out there on social media and streaming and draw people into this cause and get them to think, get them to go to the links that we put out there and the Paul that you put out there and that are on our website. And that's kind of how it started. That was a little long-winded. Sorry about that. So
no, that's spot on. And what's exciting is to have an environmental science class that is now thinking about the world and the environment, but now shifting out of their comfort zone. And we heard a presenter earlier today about, get outside of your comfort zone and discover new things. And for us to be thinking differently, and now we're thinking more on a musically and a creative type path, it changes the way we see things. And I'm sure that's the same for you, right? So is this the first endeavor that you've approached of, hey, we're going to make an environmental anthem, if you will?
Right. Well, we write songs that we feel strongly about causes, about many causes. But I would say this probably is, and Luke, you tell me this, this would probably be the first time that strictly an environmental group has approached us with creating something that might indeed fuse wonderful music and artistry with environmental causes. So this is going to be a first for us, and we're loving that challenge. I got to be honest.
Yeah, this is the first time, and it's funny because before the Heartstrings Project was a band, Elias and I were living together. No, before we were living together, when we were in New York City, and I was in another band with Nissa, and Elias was in and out, and Peter was in and out, but we were in another band, and Elias has always been a huge inspiration for me on the importance of mindfulness and the importance of being present and the importance of yoga and meditation and everything. And I think I was an influence on Elias on songwriting, and we wanted to somehow put that together. And we formed this thing called the Heartstrings Project. And it wasn't a band. It was where we would have, we wanted to have all of our friends come over to our apartment and talk about what tunes their heartstrings. And we wanted to do projects just like this. So I think this is exactly, it's like, and then it turned into a band, and now the band still does that, and that's the main focus. But I think we always wanted to have the project version of the band where we do projects with causes exactly like this. Elias called me one time after we talked to you, Paul, and he's like, dude, this is what we wanted to do, like all along. This was it. And it's really special that this is kind of the first project on many projects that I hope, and Peter, Nissa, like we could talk off grid about this, but I hope that we can continue to do projects where we link up with amazing causes and we can help share their message through our music in this type of way.
Yeah, and I want to throw out there too, if anybody who is on today right now, Kathy and Karen, if you get a chance, and others who are watching on YouTube Live or going to watch this as off of our website, go to their website. Your music is incredible, and everything, the production that goes into your music videos, your music is inspiring. It really is.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, so we were creating the music, and then you guys are gonna pack up the whole act, everything. We've got semis coming in with gear, and I've seen it. I know if Elton John's got it, you guys have it, and so you guys are coming in. And what are we gonna do together?
Anyone, Eliza, want to take this? Well, actually, I'll start, and I think everyone will have. So when we come, we're gonna be working with the chorus, and we're gonna be working with the band, and we're gonna be putting together to backtrack to your first question, I want to answer this. The hardest part about it is to not be a perfectionist and to just let it out. And we always are messaging each other like, do you have the rough, or do you have this? And it's so scary to get started, but sometimes you just gotta start it and then let it flow, and you find it in the process, Paul. So I think that's a hard thing, because when we're all in the same room, the flow is just within it, and it just happens in the room. So that's been the hard part. But to answer your question, leading off of the hard part, we're excited to put all that together, because when we're with the kids, we're going to give them parts to play. So when we all play together, the chorus has their sections, the band has their sections. And we even, Nissa had some great ideas in rehearsal about some certain theatrical moments that we were kind of talking about, and putting it into a concert, the song will probably be about like 3.5 minutes, but maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll make it a little bit longer. Apparently there's a projector screen. So we have some really interesting ideas. And it's also really nice knowing all of us are writers as well. And all of us, our minds are just going like the dance is happening, knowing that there's other people that are willing to jump in. So we know that there's the chorus and the band, because we usually don't have that many players with us. So it's exciting to incorporate everyone in that way.
Well, if you guys start to go down that road in the immortal ideas of Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead, and you just go on a jam session, you know what? I'm a heartstrings head, man. I'm with you guys. And so I'm sure it's going to be amazing. And from the standpoint of Pontiac Township High School and the students who are in the band and chorus, we're talking some 200 kids who are going to be able to be involved, and that's not including my environmental class. And so even when we think about what impact is, right, the fact that the Heartstrings Project is going to have such an incredible influence of things that kids will never forget. And one of our speakers earlier said, we can forget a lot of things, but one of the things that we won't forget is how it makes us feel. And that is so important. And what you guys are doing, it's a game changer. And it's, I like to get outside of my comfort zone all the time and try new things, just because that's the beauty of life, being present. And without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. And so we're thankful for all you're doing. We really are.
Thank you.
Oh, well, we're getting just as much inspiration and excitement from this project as well, for sure. And like Luke said, this is the goal. It's all about collaboration. And I don't think you can underestimate the importance and the power of the arts, as important as the as these presentations are, and the knowledge and learning about them, those feed our brains, but the arts, you know, they feed our hearts and our souls. And it's about finding the collaboration between information and an emotional impact. And that's a reason, I mean, politicians have songs, and like you go to work out, you know, you got to have your songs going. They inspire, they make you move and want to go. And so, yeah, that's exactly why we're here, and so excited to be that part of this collaboration, because your students are so clearly invested and thriving. The information and the knowledge and the freaking, just like, what's the word, zest, I don't know, they're awesome and they inspire us. And so we're excited, so excited to make a performance with you all, to reach people emotionally as well.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Kathy or Karen, if you guys have any questions, we'd love to have you feel them towards the heartstrings. Kathy is the editor for Illinois Audubon magazine. Kathy used to work for the Department of Natural Resources, where I met her. Ironically, her dad was my teacher. And so that's a cool connection there. And Karen Zuckerman, who's down below as well. Karen is she is the leader of the Sun Foundation and the Clean Water Celebration, which are a group of people who, when I was about 100 years younger, taught me what it was like to teach kids, because I don't have a degree in education. I have a degree in zoology. And so I learned what it was like to inspire students to do and act. And I know both of them are very much into the arts. So if you two have any questions for the band, great. If not, that's okay too.
Well, nice to meet you, Kathy and Karen. I'm glad you guys are here. This, like, the more the merrier in this kind of situation. And I love that you were with the Audubon Society. I know that that's deeply ingrained in my family, because we've been members our whole lives, as well as my parents have as well. So that's a big deal for us. So I appreciate you being here.
So, and also I know that I've said something, but the kids have an album cover. Here it is.
We love that. We love that.
Love it.
Which I'm not really sure why I'm in a rodeo outfit riding a painted turtle, but I think it's spot on. It says everything.
It's amazing.
That is so cool.
Well, I think if we have time, we're going to share a video, or we can put the link in the chat if that would be better.
Share it.
Yeah. Oh, technology. I don't know how. Does someone else know how?
We just have to share one of our screens.
Can I share my screen maybe?
Yeah, and audio. Share your audio.
Okay, let me just get it first.
And don't worry about it running over, because we have a scheduled break. So if you take up the whole thing, great.
Okay, I think this is share screen here.
Yeah.
And then
let's make sure sound is being shared.
Share sound.
Perfect.
There you go. All right, can you see?
Yep.
And put your thumbs up if you can hear this.
Put a full screen, Luke.
The truth is lying in my mouth. The truth is hiding in my soul. I don't know where I'm going now. The truth resonates within me now. I never want to go out and tell my secrets to you. Whose truth to keep me? I never agree. I got my whole life ahead of me. There's truth stuck in my mouth. It never will come out until I step into the role I wanna be. The role I wanna be. Takes me by the hand. The fear is dancing all around. I sink into its love affair. The fear, this made up little friend of mine, the doctor for my truth disease. We zip up empty space inside. This fear that I need, I never agree. Fuck you for hiding what's inside of me. This fear stuck in my mouth. It always will come out until I step into this role I wanna be. This role I wanna be. Constantly on your own, always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts. When you're constantly all alone, constantly all alone, constantly all alone, always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts. Hello, true. When you're constantly all alone and you're always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts, you're always in your thoughts, always in your thoughts. Always so true. When you're constantly all alone and you're always in your thoughts. You're always in your thoughts. You're always in your thoughts. Hello, truth. Hello, truth.
Wow. Amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Now it's going really coming. Oh, the songs are coming. There we go. All right. Sorry about that.
Music has a life of its own.
Yeah.
That it does. Well, yeah, thank you so much. Can't wait till the end of April to get to Pontiac and get the people together, get these environmental anthem out there, and continue this great change that your students have started.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor. We appreciate you and all that you're doing. And I from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you, not just for my kids, not for the people who get to hear your music, but everything you're doing to make a difference in our world. And it is truly a privilege and an honor to know you and work with you.
Thank you, Paul. Same.
Right back at you, brother.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for the performance as well in the beginning, and then sharing more of your music toward the end there. Didn't expect to hear that. It was beautiful, very good way to break up the day. Just take a nice listen, So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So it is 4:48. We do have a little bit of time here. We've got about 10 minutes or so. And we'll get started. Kathy, you're next. And we can talk a little bit or before you get started or whatever. Just see again, so you know that Kathy has had a huge influence on my life over my career. But even before I knew her, her family played a pivotal role in who I am. Kathy's dad was my conservation biology teacher in college. And I remember as a freshman and a sophomore in college, some 30 years ago, her dad grabbing me and going, "Okay, let's go, Ritter. We're going out to the preserve." Or we went out to their family farm a couple times, and then we went out and looked at owl nests and going out to Fox Ridge State Park and doing some amazing things. And Kathy's dad was very instrumental for me becoming who I am and how I've become. Since that time, watching Kathy go through IDNR and doing the things that she did there, our paths crossed again because that same methods and lessons that I was taught by her dad when I was young, it was ingrained in me so much that it was inevitable that we were to be in the same space. And as a result, there's been some really awesome things that I've been able to be a part of because I've known Kathy. The other thing that I think is pretty interesting is when Kathy left IDNR and went to the Illinois Audubon Society, it was really awesome to be able to cross paths again, but then to be able to create with students an opportunity for their voices, their words, their music, their poetry, their photographs, their paintings to be shared in this magazine right here. And in fact, Olivia, who has been one of the leaders of the summit, she painted the cover of that magazine and did that artwork again. Karen, you'll love the front cover of that as well. But so the influence of Kathy has spanned so many different areas and fields and careers, but all of it comes back to the exact same thing of making an incredible difference in people's lives and using our words as the catalyst for change. And I cannot be more humbled to have Kathy with us on this journey and in the summit. And like I said, Kathy, I know we're a couple minutes early, but if you'd like to go ahead, we'd sure be honored to have you go ahead and start.
You always cheer me up, Paul. You start talking about my daddy. You think he guided you, just think what he did with me.
He was an amazing person in my life. And I listened to the Heartstrings talk about their teachers and the people who made an impact on them. And as I think about that type of role, aren't we all teachers? Aren't we all? And even doesn't matter how old you are. I've learned so much from these students who have been a part of this summit and the people who have been a part of this summit. And I am so humbled and blessed just to be a part. And I'm bawling, but I mean, it's true. And so I appreciate it.
Yeah, my father tried to convince me that I needed to get a teaching certificate while I was in college, just as a fallback. And I said, no, I don't want to teach. I don't want to teach. And then lo and behold, what am I doing? What have I done the majority of my career? I've done more of the informal education, which goes back to way back when with working with Karen on a lot of things through the Environmental Education Association of Illinois. So basically a little bit of background information about myself. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in zoology. I did my research on the wild turkey in Illinois, and that then led me to start a career in the Department of Natural Resources as a wildlife biologist. I was doing environmental assessments and I was working in the Division of Wildlife Resources, primarily taking on a lot of the outreach and education efforts for that division. That then led me to spend 11 years as the head of the department's division of education, where I was doing a lot of work developing materials for teachers, either formal or non-formal teachers, to use in the classroom. We did posters and CDs, and we did workshops and a lot of different outreach efforts in education, and I was doing a lot of writing. And then it came down to the day that one of the administrators in the agency knocked on my door and said, "Hey, our magazine editor is going to be retiring. Do you want to spend a year working with the editor and then taking over the magazine?" So I'm not one to sit still. I like, as Paul said here recently, I like to go outside of my comfort zone and to try new things. And that led me to the last 11 years of my career with the agency as the editor of Outdoor Illinois magazine. So I retired and I sat there for about 3 months, and I needed something to get me outside my comfort zone and to keep me busy. And so one of the things that I have tackled then as a retiree is working as editor of Illinois Audubon magazine. The magazine is a quarterly publication, and a little bit of background about Illinois Audubon Society. Illinois Audubon was formed down on Lakeshore Drive in Chicago on April the 9th or 10th of 1897. So if you can do your quick math, that tells you that the Illinois Audubon Society is celebrating its 125th anniversary this year. So a lot of things that are going on with the magazine now are looking back in time and seeing all of the successes that we have had within the Illinois Audubon Society, and then looking forward and what the future brings to us. And one of the things that the future brings to us is involvement of youth. So let's see. Illinois Audubon, 125 years old, and it is the oldest conservation organization in the state of Illinois. We're actually the second Audubon Society formed in the nation. The first one was Massachusetts Audubon Society, followed by Illinois Audubon Society. And the two organizations actually developed because of an issue that was taking place, an environmental disaster that was taking place at the time. And that was the wholesale harvest of egrets and herons for the big feathers, the breeding plumage of the egrets and herons, which at the time in the late 1800s were fashionable. Women were wearing them on their hats. They were wearing big, almost, sometimes they would wear a live bird, a stuffed live bird on their clothing. And so thousands and thousands of birds were killed during the breeding season every year. And it came to the point where there was an uproar, and in Illinois, Massachusetts, followed by several other states, we were getting the millinery trade changed, no longer allowing for the feathers. And the work of the societies then eventually led to the development of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, which is an international act, which is saying that Canada, the United States, and Mexico, that we are all providing protections for these birds that are migrating across these human-developed boundaries, which birds don't. They don't know any difference between, what side they're on, US or Canada, US or Mexico. So that gives you a little bit of history about the organization. But I guess one more thing that I need to tell you is that Illinois Audubon magazine has been around since 1916. So we have over 400 publications of this magazine. And one of the efforts that we are undertaking this year as part of our anniversary is to scan and load searchable PDFs of all of those magazines on the Illinois Audubon website. And it's a pretty incredible process. I've had the opportunity to sit and read through a lot of these magazines. And if you're a history buff, if you're an environmental buff, if you just darn like birds, looking through these past magazine articles is going to be just a very rich experience. I encourage everybody to take some time once we start getting those publications going online. So now to talk about this project that brought me here today is this issue. This is the very first, so far the only, youth-driven Illinois Audubon magazine. Everything that is in here, whether it is the artwork, it is articles, it is photographs, poems, everything that is in here was prepared and submitted by Illinois youth. We had, I'm not going to remember the numbers right off the bat, but we had, I think, upwards of 75 contributors on this from a dozen or so Illinois schools. And they ranged in age from, or grades from 4th grade all the way up to senior in high school. This issue, we kind of left it open. We told them that, you know, who we are, the Illinois Audubon Society, and that the contributions needed to be environmental in focus, but we really didn't give them much more guidance on that. And so as all these articles came in, a theme developed, at least in my mind, a theme was developing. And it was a very positive approach to the environment. It ended up being that the magazine is really talking about how to make the world a better place. We had an article here with some artwork. So the artwork was submitted by somebody else, by one person, and the article in this case was that we had co-authors on this, but the topics came together, and so they were talking about how can we help pollinators. We all know how important pollinators are. We had somebody submit an article on environmental justice and climate change, about poaching. So this is not as, we pulled this article in, so I guess not everything in the magazine was presented, but we needed an illustration. But about the international issue of poaching and what that's doing to our wildlife. We had an article about trash, one about plastics in our oceans and what the impacts are on wildlife. Anybody that knows Paul Ritter, and I think my first involvement with Paul was as Operation Endangered Species was going, and then the prescription drug disposal program started. And we have an article in here about that program and the great impact that it's had on helping to make our waters cleaner and safer. Articles about fashion and about reducing waste as far as fashion, motion detected heating, the 30 by 30 program. I'm sure you probably have had a presentation on 30 by 30, right? So you know about that. We had just an incredible variety of student art that was submitted. Obviously, people did a little bit of time and researched the Illinois Audubon Society to understand that our logo is a cardinal, a male cardinal. And so we had a lot of really great artwork from people about that. But it was really, really telling about the impact that nature and the environment had on all of these young artists in their illustrations. So that kind of in a nutshell is about the magazine. Now, I will say that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency was involved with us in the development of this project, very valuable partners. And one of the things that they helped us organize was a series of 2 Zoom sessions where we invited these young contributors to come into a Zoom presentation and spend 3 minutes giving us some background information about their contribution, whatever it was, and what it meant to them, and what motivated them, what inspired them to go down the path that they took. You saw Paul tear up here a little bit ago. 4 hours at a time that I was on Zoom sessions with all of these youth, listening to them, hearing the heartfelt messages that they all had. It was inspiring, and I was emotional. I left those 4 hours of sessions with so much hope that things that Paul and Karen and myself have been doing for years and years. We don't see a lot of changes day in and day out, but when you can sit and you can listen to the youth talk about it, yeah, we do make an impact, and it is there. We just need the opportunity to listen and see what's going on. So that's kind of where we're at now, and we're now talking about phase 2. Where do we go? We need another youth magazine. So we're at the point now of needing to decide, how do we approach this? Is it going to be just another open-ended approach, write something environmental, or do we want a theme? Would a theme be appropriate for this issue? Do we want to do something just about water, or do we want to do something about land preservation, or the role of pollinators? Or there's so many different topics. That's limitless in my mind, but I'm just the one that's driving this vehicle. I need to know what our youth contributors are interested in, and that was the one question then that I would pose to everybody that's in on this call tonight is, what do you recommend? Where should we go?
I think it'd be a lot of fun, and Megan and Clayton and Karen, you guys can jump in and chime in, but I think it'd be awful fun to see a call go out to all of the kids who were a part of this summit and the schools that are involved, and say, hey, you know what? Thank you so much for being a part of that. We have an opportunity. How would you like to contribute? And we have those emails, and we have those people, and we have those contacts. And I think it would be really great, even though they're not all in the border of Illinois. In fact, one of the things that I'd really like to point out is that Molly was just doodling in class while she was leading her session on the board, and she put this on the board. We had speakers in the last 2 summits, so 2 Thursdays in a row, from the United States, Mexico, Canada, Indonesia, India, Kenya, Australia, Southeast Asia, Ecuador, Uganda, Iran, and Jordan. And that's not including the ones that joined on today that caught us out of the blue. And I think for us to be able to hear the voices and have them contribute, give them the opportunity. You know, we've heard from so many different kids talking from anything about building bee habitats to meatless Mondays and how to conserve 30% of land and water by 2030. And so I would offer up that I think it's an awesome opportunity to now put this into phase 2 of the summit and say, thank you for being passionate about what you do. Here's an opportunity. And so that's my 2 cents on that.
I agree with you, because birds they're not stationary. They are migratory. They are all over the place. But if we even look at the big picture, we look at the bigger picture, everything is connected. What we do is connected to every place, downstream of us or upstream or whatever, but we're all connected. And the issues that are in Illinois are very similar to the issues that are elsewhere. And so there is a common theme, and I think that it can be a global effort that we undertake on this.
To steal from Douglas Chadwick, who goes by Chad, Patagonia writes for Patagonia, writes for National Geographic magazine, great guy, great friend of ours, presented at the conference. We're all holobionts, and we're all connected to all sorts of different organisms every second of every day, and there's no borders, right? And so the reality is I think it just makes sense for us to give that opportunity and bring it all back together. I really do.
One of the other things that we did ask everyone to provide us was to give us a little bit of background about themselves and to tell us what their career objectives were. Everyone has had the shared interest in the environment. And then we wanted to look at what the career objectives were, which I found very interesting because we did have people that wanted to be a conservation police officer or to be an environmental lawyer, but we had people that wanted to be teachers and engineers and a host of careers, which tells me, I think it just reinforces the fact that it doesn't matter what career track you take, that working towards the environment may not be your day in and day out career, but it's still a value that you hold in your life, and it's something that you can embrace and take action on regardless of where you end up. So you can end up working as an engineer, but you go out and you volunteer at a local nature preserve, cutting out invasive species, or you work on writing, or you help develop a website for somebody, a lot of different things. And that all it really came through in getting the information collected from our contributors.
Yeah, it's cool that you say that. That's very true. The issue, I guess if you want to call it, of environmentalism is so interdisciplinary. That could become a part of your phase two. It could be perspectives, could be the idea behind it is how is an engineer contributing to environmental protection and conservation? How is a businessman? How is literally every single field that you go into can and will impact the environment in some way. So that's something that you could consider for phase two.
Very good. I'm taking notes.
Kathy, one of the questions that we had from somebody who had to hop off, but he's coming back, is how can we inspire more youth into going into ornithology or being interested? And I'm not a youth, but I will give myself as a very recent example of really over the past few months. Since January, I shifted my work at home space where I was working from a dining room table, and now I have a desk that looks into my backyard. Same room, but different view. And I have to tell you that it's very nice looking into my backyard, but there's a lot of birds that come on my back deck. And when I was facing a different direction, I obviously wasn't noticing. So I'm not at the point where I want to know what kind. I guess I'm interested of what are birds doing on my deck in the winter? Like, they're not hiding because they're not going under the grill where there's shelter. They're there, and whether it's snowing or not. But so now I am more interested, but I'm interested because that is within my sight line that I wasn't as conscious of before, I wasn't looking at before every day. So I'm intrigued more than I was before December, but how do we get more people into it? That, Paul asked earlier, what's your favorite bird? And I was thrilled that I was on mute because I'm like, I am not the right person for this question. Quick, let me Google, or let me come up with a really obvious answer, which is not what they were looking for. So,
which I said was the belted kingfisher or the rufous-sided towhee.
But I would have to Google both of those answers. So for somebody who's new to it, or who doesn't really have an interest, I guess, how could we get the spark to get people more interested? That might not be interested before. I mean, if you have a friend or you saw that movie about those, the birds on Montrose Beach, the mating birds, Monty and whoever, and following them, and then you saw the movie. But unless you had somebody that kind of spurred you, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll throw out an idea, it's not a new idea by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a new idea, but I referenced going through the original magazines, go back to the issues in 1916 and 1917, and the whole movement around Illinois and probably other places with Audubon societies forming was that the development of junior Audubon societies and having entire schools sign up. Every student in the school would contribute their nickel or whatever, and the school would become a junior Audubon society member. And there were contests, there were bird box building contests, and there were, art contests, and all the different kinds of things that were taking place in the schools. There were Illinois school superintendents, believe it or not, that were spending their time going from school to school, making presentations on birding, on birds and birding. That was the job that some of these school superintendents were undertaking. And imagine that today? No. But so getting youth involved and getting that message into the schools. I know it's tough these days. There are so many different mandates that are required, but I think I just read there were over 7,000 school members in the student members in the Chicago school system at one point in time. So if you take something to the education system and it gets kids motivated at a young age, they carry the message home to mom and dad, and it gets more people involved. I do have to say,
didn't Cornell University do a big project on bird identification with apps? And if that's so, wouldn't a great way to get kids engaged in ornithology be and it would probably be a grant, it would be a grant research project in and of itself, but schoolyard habitat bird count, right? And so now all you're doing is walking out the door, counting what birds you see, and using the app, the Cornell app. It would be extremely simple. I think it's called iBird is what it is. And it would be a great way to tie that. And that's just me, spitballing here, but yeah, I would think that would be a great way for me to get engaged.
And there is Project Feeder Watch that's out there, and the Great Backyard Bird Count, I think, ended yesterday or today. Yeah, just getting the message to do that on the school property would be an excellent way. And you don't have to start big. Learn 10 birds. If you learn 10 birds, then you're on your way. And then you learn the next 10 and the next 10. So
you know what one of the biggest atrocities is that students can identify over 200 company logos when given the opportunity. But when it comes to identifying 10 species, and I won't limit it, 10 species of any organism in their backyard, they can't do it.
Yep. As a whole, we've just become disconnected from our environment. And that's an atrocity. We should not be. We depend upon a healthy environment, and we need to kind of get back to the basics where we can identify 10 birds, 10 mammals.
Kathy, I know you know this, but Article 11 of the Illinois State Constitution says that it is our right to a healthful environment And to be able to bring that mission home with something like that, to do that, I think it would be huge.
I agree. So anybody else have any recommendations that you want to just throw out there right now as far as a theme?
I would go back to that we're all I like what Karen Zuckerman put a little bit earlier in the chat, that the connection of we're all connected is huge. And I would let that be a driving force in it.
Yeah, I like something that's all inclusive that could be interpreted different ways. I mean, I'm half tempted to poll the participants and or listeners that have participated over the past 2 Thursdays, but you know, as Paul said, we have people from all over the world and all over the United States, and you know, Kathy, it's something for you to think about, and I guess to pull the reins back, because you know, we get excited, especially Mr. Ritter, and so I would think carefully and carefully of, you know, do you want this to be offered to the people who participated in the Youth Summit, or do you want to just stick to, you know, students in Illinois, or I guess how broad? And I do know that the, you know, magazine is only so many pages, but you also have a website, and maybe there's more freedom of, you know, a limited number, no matter where they're from, get to go physically in the magazine, and then others, you know, have a section on the website or something, so it's a little bit more inclusive. But let us know. I mean, we have these students, and we would be happy to ask them their ideas if you want to go beyond Illinois. So keep that in mind.
All right, I will do that. And I will say, I haven't mentioned that if you do want to take a look at this magazine, that you can go to illinoisaudubon.org, and you can actually see a PDF of the magazine there. So it's available for everybody and anybody around the world at all times. Unlike our other magazines, it is a membership perk for the organization. So most people don't get to see the magazine, but this youth issue, we have made it available for everyone to see. And I would say that one thing that I really haven't done and probably should be doing is taking more advantage of the web as a resource for additional content. So I do like the idea that we have the magazine, and that we would have a linked site on the website for additional content that didn't make it in the magazine. I've blown through one pen already. I'm on to my second pen.
No, I think we're going down the right path, and we can have that conversation of what that all looks like a little bit further, but probably ought to be having that conversation now.
Yeah, I think that we need to have the conversation, and we need to try and come up with a direction that we want to take for this next issue. I need to have that, and then I can develop the submission guidelines, the word count, the resolution size of art, the deadline, and that type of thing. It all needs to come together. What's been holding me up on this development of the second one is the direction, the theme, if we want a theme, or if we leave it open.
Here's a funny, this is just a funny that goes with this. We haven't announced anything, talked about anything, did anything. Had a student come in 2 days ago and said, hey, I've got my artwork ready for the magazine.
A downy woodpecker or a hairy woodpecker?
It's a downy. And,
Downy?
And the student comes and goes, when are we putting it in? I go, hold on, we haven't even talked about it yet. And she's like, no, just tell me when it's going in. Okay.
All righty. You know, one other thing that really I enjoyed about working with all of these youth is one of our contributors sent me an email after everything was done and said, hey, Kathy, I'm really planning on a career in journalism. Could I work with you? Would you mentor me and allow me to work with you in developing some content for the magazine, and you can give me the inside track on what it takes to put a magazine together? I love it. I'm ready for it.
That's awesome. Awesome.
It is great.
Well, as always, we will be in contact and be putting those things together. You know, also just a little side note with Karen on the Zoom with us today. Also, might be fun to have the Sun Foundation and Clean Water Celebration send ideas out as well if we get to that point, to reach out to the students that they reach, and they reach a vast number of kids and teachers. And so I think it'd be a good way to get a lot of kids inspired.
And you know, if we do get a lot of people inspired and contributing, there's nothing to say that if we get some extra financial support, we can do an expanded issue. We could double the size of the magazine if we needed to, if we have the extra financial support for the printing cost. So, and I don't think that would be hard to find.
I don't either, especially when you have kids driving the force behind it. I agree with you. So awesome.
For sure.
Kathy, thank you very much. Clayton, do you have any questions? Or Megan, do you have any questions for Kathy? Karen, do you have any questions for Kathy?
More so excitement for those old issues to be digitized. So it'd be super interesting to see the perspective over 100 years. It's amazing.
You're going to get to read about the development of the Illinois State Park System, about the development of the Forest Preserve District system. You're going to read about legislative initiatives that have taken place. You're going to see that DDT was an issue back in the 20s. It's just amazing. It's amazing. The historical perspective.
Yeah, I'm a bit of when it comes to natural, environmental, and conservation, I'm a bit of a history nerd for that kind of stuff. So I'm excited to dive in.
All right, it'll be at illinoisaudubon.org.
Yeah, I just bookmarked the website on my browser.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you again, Kathy, for being there. You're a hero. I appreciate you very much.
I appreciate you too, bud.
Clayton,
even though you make me tear up.
Clayton, we have next up Elizabeth Delgado.
Yeah, doesn't look like Elizabeth is here quite yet.
I think she's pre-recorded.
Okay, I can just share that video then.
Perfect.
Let's see.
And I sent you a message. By the way, real quick, Kathy, look down below. Clean Water Celebration is in. So that was for you. All right. So I will again turn it back over to you, Clayton, and
thank you,
Megan and Kara. And I appreciate you all, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Doesn't look like Elizabeth's video has her name in the title, so I just have to click on a few and see if I find the correct one.
And I think everybody else might be live after this. Paul, are there any other schedule changes that we should be aware of before
None.
you leave?
Nope.
Okay, so everybody's live after this one, supposedly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, did you get my message?
I'm looking for it. I don't see it in the drive. It could be possible that's one of the videos that wasn't named with the criteria we set. So I'm just shuffling through all the ones that don't have a name on them. Yeah, I don't see Elizabeth video anywhere on the shared folder. So for now, I'm just gonna play a video from last week.
Sounds great.
You played Jack yet today?
Yes, Jack was played earlier.
Okay.
He is a superstar, but he was played earlier.
Okay, how about the Go Gal team?
The Canadian, I was stepped out for an hour, but I know Jack was played, and then the Canadian Rockies.
Yeah,
Woman
I
was
showed
also
up.
played.
I showed up halfway through the Canadian Rocky
Okay,
one.
so yeah, so
How about-
choose whichever one is your favorite. They're all your favorite. I know.
Yeah, I know. That's
you
a
can't
that's
judge.
a tough question.
Sorry, choose whichever one you want.
Eeny, meeny, miny, click. Looks like we have biodiversity in our backyard.
Great.
Okay, let me just screen share now. This is a presentation from Aranya, I believe. Hopefully I didn't mess up the pronunciation there. And then thumbs up if you can hear it.
Hi.
Just-
I'm Aranya Trigatam from Massachusetts, USA, and I love photographing wildlife. Let me introduce you to the beauty of biodiversity that you can find in your own backyard, neighborhood, or in a nearby park, or any small patch of habitat. If you don't have access to a habitat, I urge you to create one. Here is a cute bold jumping spider, around 7 millimeters long, that I photographed in my backyard last summer. While many may appreciate the larger organisms, such as trees, birds, and mammals, they may not notice the tiny creatures that play important roles to keep the ecosystem functioning. Most of these are arthropods. I hope that at the end of this presentation, you will appreciate these tiny creatures more and give them the respect they deserve and help protect them by creating safe habitats. I've been photographing wildlife for many years now, but a few years ago, I began observing them more closely, and I was amazed to see how complex the interactions are and how intricately interconnected they are with other species and their ecosystem. Here is a common eastern bumblebee on Joe Pye weed. These two species have co-evolved over millions of years, just like many other species. In any ecosystem, if we take away any component, the whole ecosystem will collapse. This is another example of co-evolution. This is a locust borer that solely depends on goldenrod as its source of nectar. Goldenrod is a keystone native plant, which means that it supports many organisms, such as these. Starting from top left, we see a small carpenter bee, a tiny weevil, a chalcidoid wasp, an eastern calligrapher, which is a species of hoverfly, a common eastern bumblebee, and another tiny wasp, which is around 5 millimeters. All of them are pollinating goldenrod. Butterflies and moths also pollinate, and on the top left is a woolly bear caterpillar, which freezes in winter under the leaf litter and emerges in spring as an adult Isabella tiger moth. And on the top right is a plume moth. So many flies are also pollinators, such as the one on the bottom left, a common European green bottle fly, which I have observed pollinating goldenrod. Flies are also decomposers, like the peacock fly in the bottom center. And they're also predatory flies. And on the top three photos are springtails, who are also decomposers, which feed on fungi, algae, and mold. And they're very tiny, ranging from 0.5 millimeters to 2 millimeters long. And you may have seen them in your garden pots or in the soil. But tragically, the global insect populations have declined by 41% over the past decade. And this is due to urbanization and deforestation. Also, chemical pollution, light pollution, and noise pollution are big issues. Introduced species and climate change, which has caused the asynchrony of the blooming of flowers mistimed with the emergence of bees. But we can reverse this by replacing lawns with keystone native plants. Stop lawn mowing, leaf blowing, and applying pesticides and other harmful chemicals. Leave the leaves, because the next generation of arthropods are lying dormant underneath there. And turn off the lights at night outside your home and reduce the sound. Spread the word, which my brother and I are doing by distributing leaflets in our community. Last summer, my brother and I created an organic wildflower habitat with keystone native plants with a grant from Earth Echo International. The motivation for our project was a solitary monarch butterfly. She was flying over our home. There were no sources of nectar for her and no host plants for her to lay her eggs in the urban area where we were. So we planted many milkweeds and goldenrod and other wildflowers. We created our raised bed last June, and by August we're excited to find that a monarch graced our swamp milkweed and laid her eggs there. But we also observed a large diversity of other insects: ants, flies, hoppers, horntails, bees, and damselflies. If we could create a habitat in a small space that attracted a large diversity of arthropods, you can too, and together we could create a network, a habitat corridor. Arthropods are important too, and we need to protect them. Their future is in our hands, and together we can make a big difference. If you have more questions, you can email appreciatebiodiversity@gmail.com, and we'd love to see pictures of biodiversity in your area. Thank you.
Yeah, that was excellent. I didn't see that one earlier today, but just those photographs and the idea of letting a lawn be more natural probably looks better that way as well anyway. That was a very good presentation. I wish I'd seen that live when they were here. So
She's very articulate, and yes, the pictures she used were really amazing. So
right. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to send a couple of emails out to see if any of our remaining presenters would like to show up early. Plan on meeting back here. Yeah, just in 5 minutes from now. All right, thank you very much.
Hey, Todd, you're back.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, we're taking a short break, and Clayton is going to see if the others who were live, if they could come on a little early. There was one that we had on the schedule that was supposed to be pre-recorded, but we unfortunately couldn't find the video. So, so I believe Elizabeth Delgado was pre-recorded, but if her video is there, it was not in the Google Drive. So, oh, and here's one of the presenters that is going to be on shortly. So, I'm glad that you're here, Brigitta or Brigitta. Welcome. Sorry to mispronounce your name, but I'm glad you're here. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, so we're gonna get started in about 5 minutes, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Megan.
Hey.
I don't see who's on for like our 5:45, 6:15. Are those on at all or what?
So no, so Miranda was on for 5:45, and sorry, Brigitta, I'm sorry about your name. She was on for 6, and then Michelle Song, Isabel Daniels, and Esther Young or Jung were on for 6:30, and then we do have 6:15, and the last one, Sri, was going to be on for 6:30. So if they come on a little bit early, we can go ahead, because we were just showing some other videos as fantastic filler like we did before.
Thank you. Hey, Brigitta, would you be interested or willing to start in like a few minutes?
Yeah, sure. I have no problem with that.
Wonderful. And how do we say your name? Are we saying it right?
Yeah, it's Brigitta.
Brigitta. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you can go early if our 5:45 doesn't show up. At this point, I emailed them and they haven't responded, and that's in 3 minutes. So we'll know in the next 3 minutes.
Awesome.
Clayton, we don't know where the others who are missing, where they're from, right? Like what part of the country or world they're from. We just have the names.
Yeah, not for Elizabeth or Miranda.
Okay. That's okay. It'll be a mystery.
Yep, we'll never know.
So should we have Brigida?
Yeah, it's 5:45 and our previously scheduled speaker still has not gotten back to me. So yeah, Brigida, why don't you introduce yourself to us and take it away with your presentation? And thanks for going early. Really helps us out.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share my screen for Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, present. Right, so today I'll be talking a little bit about my ocean advocacy story, about SDG 14 as well as 30 by 30. So my name is Brigida Gunawan. I'm a senior in high school. This is my last year in high school in Australian Peninsula, Indonesia. And I will be talking a little bit about my personal story with the ocean and how I'm connected to it. I am also a competitive swimmer. That's why I have this bond with water. And I've always enjoyed being in the water, especially in the ocean. I am keen on pursuing studies in marine biology. And I have a passion, I found my passion for the ocean through snorkeling. So I've been involved in several youth organizations like Bye Bye Plastic Bags Jakarta as a translator. I also run my school's first ocean conservation club called Blue Team, which advocates for marine issues through social media. I also took part as becoming an extern of Core Paragon 1 with National Geographic and the Nature Conservancy. And I also had the incredible opportunity to work with Earth Echo International as an Ocean Echo 30 by 30 fellow, and where I launched 30 by 30 Indonesia. And that will be another topic I'll be discussing today. Before we dive into 30 by 30, let's talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which is one of the 17 SDGs created by the United Nations. And it focuses on life below water. And the aim here is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And we know that there are lots of marine issues going on, of which includes marine pollution, plastic pollution, ocean warming, eutrophication, acidification, fishery collapse, and there are increasing dead zones in the ocean. Yet we know that over 3 billion people rely on the ocean for their livelihoods. And this is where we need to protect marine key biodiversity areas, which are not already protected. So let's talk about 30 by 30 Indonesia, which is a movement that I launched as an Ocean Echo Fellow that aims to educate and mobilize support for 30 by 30 as both a national and global goal for the oceans. And here 30 by 30, as you may already know, means to protect and conserve at least 30% of the ocean, of the world's ocean by 2030 through a network of marine protected areas. And here, marine protected areas are regions where no extractive or destructive activities can take place. These are areas of reduced stress, allowing the opportunity for marine life to thrive and recover. It gives benefits to marine life and human livelihoods. It improves the ability of marine organisms to adapt to climate change, and it can increase species survival and help us achieve a sustainable future. And the ocean is so important for us, and that's why we need to protect it, because more than half of the world's oxygen comes from the ocean, yet only over 2% is fully protected. So now let's talk about 30 by 30 Indonesia. This movement has actually reached over 10,000 people through social media outreach, with 1,500 directly participating in our workshops and webinars, and also other events. And I would like to also mention that this movement has garnered the attention of Bali's provincial government, namely the Marine and Fisheries Service at Nusa Penida, which is a marine protected area off the coast of Bali, Indonesia. And as you can see in these pictures, the government officials are holding a sign that says 30 by 30 in the center, like this sign in the center here. And they're posted these pictures on their official website talking about monthly monitoring programs in the marine protected area. Next, I also was able to design these masks, like as you can see here. And these were reusable, and I distributed them for free to teachers and students, the media team at an ocean event, local tourists and tourist providers, as well as youth organizations, as you can see on the screen. I was also able to collaborate with the Coral Triangle Center during their coral reef monitoring, rehabilitation, and planting program. And as you can see on the screen, they post holding the sign 30 by 30 Indonesia at their coral nursery site. And the idea here was to create a forum where people can voice their support for the ocean, whether it be for the national goal to protect at least 30 million hectares by 2030, or for the global goal, which is 30 by 30, for 30% of the world's ocean. And we gained about 400 people pictures from 15 countries, most of them coming from Southeast Asia and the Asia Pacific. And I was also able to host several outreach events in over 10 schools with leveraging students and athletes from more than 10 schools and having 700 engaged. And these events were virtual and on-site, talking about why the ocean is important, about 30 by 30, about marine protected areas. And these involved students from primary school all the way to high school, as well as some university students as well. And lastly, we hosted a webinar called Inspiring the Youth to Protect Our Ocean, which had 118 participants from 13 countries. And the list of these cities and countries can be seen on the right top corner of your screen. And we had speakers from the Coral Triangle Center and ASEAN's youth organizations, IO Enviro. We had topics about marine protected areas, about sharks and how we are changing the public's perception about sharks, as well as environmental activists guided panels, as well as ocean conservation in general. And overall, we've gained support from Bali's provincial government, teachers and students from junior school, high school to university, athletes and coaches, especially as a competitive swimmer, most of them being from the swimming background, as well as local youth organizations, tourist and tourist service providers, youth across Southeast Asia and the Asia Pacific region. And all of these pictures and videos and campaign updates can be found mostly on social media, on Instagram and YouTube. And that's all from me. I hope that you've learned something and have been encouraged to protect our ocean. Thank you.
That was unreal. How long ago did you start this?
Oh, this started back in July. The 30 by 30 Indonesia was part of the Ocean Echo 30 by 30 fellowship with Earth Echo. So it was a 3-month program back in July and running through the end of the year as well.
So you've done all of that since July?
Yeah.
Man, wow, that's amazing. How did you get so many different countries to participate in your 30 by 30? Like even just holding the sign and getting them involved, stuff like that?
I basically got help from my connections, and I also utilize social media, and that really that actually surprised me, the amount of people coming from different nations just through social media. That's why I think that we need to utilize social media to for environmental issues like this.
Yeah, that's incredible. Really great job.
What kind of unique challenges do you face being based out of Indonesia in this case versus, like, let's say, a more Western country?
I would say that generally speaking, we know that we're an island nation, and we depend on the ocean for the economy and whatnot. But the idea of marine issues here are sometimes distant to landlocked communities, and like the essence of how the ocean provides more than half the world's oxygen, that's not really known to the general public. And we know that the ocean is something important, but most of the time we don't realize how we need to take action to that the ocean is like in trouble, and we need to take action to protect it. So that's one of the huge issues.
Yeah, you run into that issue everywhere, just people undereducated that don't actively see what it is. Like, how does this affect me? Not understanding how interconnected we actually are with the ocean life. We have a question from the chat from Carabelle. She said, great presentation. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years with this, or just in general?
In general, I'm graduating high school this year, so I hope to be studying marine biology and taking 30 by 30 into the next level with more science. And I will be like in the next few months, I'll be having some coral restoration programs and events, and I hope to continue that over the next 5 years and hopefully establish this as an actual organization.
Wow, sounds like you found your passion and are really going after it. I'm impressed. I did not have my life figured out like that at your age, that's for sure. I still don't.
Do you have how you go diving quite a bit and snorkeling and all?
Yeah, I go snorkeling when I visit the islands.
Okay. And what do you have going on over the summers?
I would typically I would just go to the coral reefs and I would see. I couldn't go deep because I don't have my license and everything. So it would probably be the fish in the coral reefs in general. So yeah, but generally that area in the Nusa Penida, the pictures I had before, they're famous for the mola mola fish, and they have stingrays and whatnot there. But I just haven't had that chance to meet them in person.
I would love. I'm gonna email you separately. I wonder if we can maybe get you into like a summer program in the States, or maybe where you're helping maybe to guide other students. Would that be of interest?
Yeah, of course, I would love to.
Nothing certain yet, but I have a connection that I think might be good, and maybe we can work something out.
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can you share with me your email real quick? Then I'll pass it along. And also, if you could, do you have could you share with me your presentation?
Sure. Let me try.
I'll email you, and then and I'll
Todd,
yeah.
Todd, something to keep in mind is that this is all recorded as well, so we will have this presentation once Jordan gets the editing done, and we also have your email saved too.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna still I'm gonna make a connection right now to a woman named Tara Short. She runs a program called Green Adventures, where she works and focuses on getting students in the US to travel kind of like around the world. And usually she has local guides helping to do stuff. I'm wondering if maybe you aren't the student who's traveling, you're the student who's guiding. And I think that'd be a really cool opportunity for you. I don't know if it's something that's a possibility or not, but I think you'd be a really great person that she should get to know. Cool.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then, oh, you gave me the link already. Awesome. Thank you. So I will share that with her, and I'll include you on the email and everything, and we'll go from there. Cool.
You, yep.
All right. I'll talk with you later.
I guess one of my questions, you're an amazing presenter, and I have a couple of questions. Is how did you find the Youth Environmental Summit is one of them, and then another one is, who else have you spoken with, or have you done conferences or other events in Indonesia or your part of the world before? I'm curious if you're a pro at this.
Well, I learned about the Yes Summit from Earth Echo, from Sean specifically. And I guess I've been talking just like these past few months. I was on an Instagram live at the United Nations Biodiversity channel on Instagram, where we talked about 30 by 30 as well. I was also on an IG live with Jeremy McCain from Ultramarine. And here in Indonesia, I have connections with the Coral Triangle Center. I've been interviewing them for my research for the National Geographic and Nature Conservancy project. So I've been talking with the Nusa Penida project leader, the one who organizes the marine protected area, and the people who are actually planting a coral garden in Bali, the government officials as well. So that's why I'll be hosting this event in a few months, where it's something I'm really excited about, because we're going to be planting some corals and inviting youth to come in too. So.
And what ultimately happens with these corals?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yep. What ultimately happens with these corals?
Oh yeah, so when the project that I'm working on, these corals will be part of a new coral garden. So it will be planted in a fishing village, a small fishing village in Bali. It's called Kelamben, and they're planning to have a 1 hectare coral garden in the next few years. And this project I'm working on is specifically for the basis, the foundation of that coral garden, and especially because that area is popular for its diving tourism, and that's why these corals are going to be like we're hoping to have more fish come in and more species come in.
I heard a very interesting study in which researchers would play underwater the acoustic sounds of coral, just like what it sounds like in a coral. Sorry, we're cooking in the background. And they found that by having the coral sound of the ocean played into the coral, like the area, more fish and other organisms would come to the area. Have you heard of this at all?
No, but now that I'm thinking of it, like I learned that the coral reefs are like busy cities, so I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So it might be a cool thing to also think about, like, how could you incorporate that into the farming and the garden component? Like maybe that would actually encourage more even quicker growth, because you'll have all the other organisms kind of there to help, the corals do just that, grow.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
All right, very good. Very good. Thank you so much. This is really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very excellent presentation. I can't believe how much you're doing already. It's crazy. So if there's no further questions, right now we are still running into a slight scheduling issue, but we can play another video now while we wait for the next presenter to show up. And thank you once again for presenting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Were you going to choose, Clayton, for your next video roulette.
She was awesome.
Yeah, that was sweet. She's got it figured out, man. All right, let's see. What should I choose for our next video?
Date?
Hmm?
Who's remaining?
We've got Michelle, Song, Isabella. So we have like a 3-person group. Then right after that, we have Sri, Nihal. I emailed both of them to present early, and the 6:30 person got back to me to present early.
I'm pretty sure there's another person presenting at like 6:45. They've like reached out to me on like the Youth Environmental Summit email, and I think they reached out to like Molly or something.
Okay.
That's not on our schedule, but is it?
It's not.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play a video until 6:15, and then we'll see if both presenters show up at the same time. Have we seen the Sea of Tree ones yet today?
I'm not sure.
Sure, play that one.
That's the one.
Hi, my name is Ayla Kanow, and I'm the founder of Seeds of Trees. Seeds of Trees is a tree planting nonprofit that I started in Telluride, Colorado in 2020. I started Seeds of Trees because I had to take action in the climate crisis. I couldn't wait around any longer and wait for someone else to. I started Seeds of Trees because I am passionate about our environment and I want other students to as well. So my mission is to plant as many trees as I can with as many students as I can. I felt like trees is a very tangible and impactful way to help serve our climate crisis and to become environmental activists, because the moment you put a tree's roots in the ground, you are creating positive change for our environment.
In Colorado, forests cover 2.3 million acres of land, but each year we are losing thousands of acres because of fires, droughts, and beetle kill. In 2020, Colorado experienced its biggest season of forest fires and droughts, where 208,000 acres burned. Because of climate change, temperatures aren't getting cold enough, which is also allowing beetle kill to kill our forests. Trees are so important to our environment, not only because they give us air to breathe, but they also help conserve water, preserve soil, support wildlife, and offset carbon. In 2021, Seeds of Trees planted 2,000 trees, mostly with youth in Telluride, Colorado. We worked with Telluride Academy, a local summer camp program where students learned how to plant trees, learned about climate change, and how they can take action to become climate leaders.
I'm Knox, I'm 7, and I like planting trees because it makes them breathe and it's just fun. Peace.
I'm 9 years old and I like planting trees because it's a fun activity, and it's fun to see them grow up when you come back.
I'm Reagan, I am 8.5 years old. This is my tree and I love how it gives us air.
7, 8, 9. Nice work!
When roots get to the air, they stop growing. So we want to make sure there's good contact between the soil and those roots so that there's no air pockets. Capiche?
What was your favorite part about planting the trees? Naming it. tree. Cupcake. Another tree is rainbow unicorn.
These students come from all over the country, and I'm passionate about giving students who don't have access to nature the way I do the ability to feel connected to the environment and learn its importance. Other than planting trees in my hometown, Seeds of Trees has global partners in Nepal, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Peru. I am so honored to be the recipient of the 2021 President's Environmental Youth Award through the EPA and the White House Council. I am so humbled to know that my work with Seeds of Trees is making an impact and inspiring others to get out and become climate activists.
Presentations like that one make me just want to go on a hike with a bunch of trees and just start planting stuff. Could you imagine just like living out there and that's your life? Just helping the world in that way. It's amazing.
That'd be crazy. Have you ever heard of like the people who like, it's like tree bombs and they like make like little tiny like seeds and just throw it into like old parking lots and like places that like aren't like being used really, and then just like plants trees there, which is like super cool. But also I've always wondered about that, like what's the legality of just like planting trees and just like people's like yards, because it's like it's not like harming anything, and it's just like something that's like growing by itself, you know?
Yeah, I mean the opposite is like what's the legality of harming it, you know?
Yeah.
Like right, of harming nature in the first place, you know. So I used to have a student who did that guerrilla, it would be called like urban guerrilla garden.
I've heard that term, definitely. Yeah.
All right, we got some sharp looking guys here, holy cow.
Yeah, I would just like to thank you two for being willing to show up a little bit early for the presentation. It really helps us out on our end. So without further ado,
wait, hold on, real quick. Like, look how impressive this is.
I know.
Like, look at all these awards and degrees this guy already has.
Thank you so much.
I mean, come on.
Thank you so much.
This is awesome. Go ahead, take it away, guys.
All right, sure. I'm just gonna share my screen. Give me 1 second. All right. You guys can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Srini Hotamana. Hello everyone. My name is Srini Hotamana. I'm the founder of a nonprofit organization named Recycle My Battery. Today, I'm going to be talking about my nonprofit organization, Recycle My Battery. Together, we can make a difference. Before I move on to all of the talking, I quickly want to talk about our journey, how it all began. So my journey began on my 10th birthday, which was special in more ways than one. I sat beside my dad to watch the news, and then a story was displayed on the news which nearly devastated me. A lithium-ion battery completely exploded in a waste disposal plant in California. It caused unimaginable damage. It costed millions of dollars worth of damage. I clearly remember watching all the chaos and everything occur on the day of my birthday, and it was super scary to see. So after I saw this on the news, I felt very, very angry. Nobody is even taking the chance to see something very devastating like this. And I also felt very sad that our Mother Earth had to go through all this pressure. So that is when I started Recycle My Battery, to bring awareness and also to provide free battery bins to all of the people so they can get a chance to recycle their used batteries properly to make our beloved Earth a better place to live. Now, I'm going to be handing it over to Rayansh, who will talk about his journey.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rayansh Bhavit Kudu, and I'm the Vice President of Recycle My Battery. I want to talk about my journey of how it all began. When I was in 2nd grade, I started learning and knowing more about nature, and I made up my mind to become an environmentalist and a conservation biologist. I would love to save Mother Earth in whatever way I can. Nihal told me that if you throw a battery in the trash can, it'll go to the landfills and it'll harm all the plants and the soil over there, which will also harm the plants and contaminate the food and water that we drink and eat. This can be very harmful to the human race. I started to help and support Recycle My Battery and Nihal. It inspired me a lot. Now I would like to hand it off to Nihal so that he can talk about the problems.
Okay, so this is the problem which we are trying to solve. I have a small little question for you guys. How many items do you use daily that require batteries? Too many to count? Well, almost everyone uses multiple-powered battery items every single day. So you just think about it. iPhones, iPads, electrical toys, clothes, etc. These are some of the items which we use daily that require batteries. We wouldn't even be doing this meeting without batteries. That's how important batteries are in a revolution of technology. But it's easy to forget just how reliant we are on batteries. So it's easy to forget just how important batteries are in a revolution of technology. Batteries are so common that a lot of people forget about recycling them, and they end up in the trash. So like I mentioned earlier, many people don't even have a clue about this process. So they just dispose their batteries into the trash, which go to the landfill, and they cause serious fires and pollution, putting the lives of people and animals at risk. In fact, more than 15 billion batteries are carelessly thrown away each year worldwide. That's a lot of batteries improperly disposed each year. Like I mentioned earlier, improper disposal is causing serious fires and pollution, putting the lives of people and animals at risk. So what I mean by pollution, it is causing contamination of the water since batteries contain many toxic chemicals such as zinc, mercury, lithium, etc. So these can leak out of a battery during the fire and they can contaminate the water, which can put the lives of people and animals at risk. Mining for chemicals is very hazardous for not only us, but our Mother Earth as well. Just remember that. The more mining you do for chemicals like lithium, the more higher you make the carbon footprint. Now I'm going to be handing it over to Rayansh to talk about our solution.
Hello, so I'm back to the solution. So to protect the environment, Recycle My Battery aims to promote and facilitate recycling. We want to offer safe disposal and educate others about the importance of recycling batteries properly and about what happens if you throw a battery in the trash. For Recycle My Battery to achieve its goals, it needs help to promote the cause, which is why it needs more members to join the campaign and it needs more awareness to be spread. This is why we partnered with Call to Recycle, a nonprofit organization. Call to Recycle, as I said, is the largest battery recycling nonprofit organization in the US and in Canada. With their help, we've been placing free recycling bins in useful locations, such as libraries, schools, educational institutes, offices, and many more places. Here's the process. First, free-to-use battery bins are placed in strategic locations. Second, once the bins are full, they are transported to nearby sorting facilities. Third, sorted batteries are then taken to a recycling facility. Now, I would like to hand it over to Nihal so that he can talk about the process of recycling an alkaline battery.
Okay, so step 1, used alkaline batteries are taken to a recycling facility. So that is actually where the alkaline batteries are recycled properly. Step 2, alkaline batteries are then crushed until all of the chemicals and casings come off. The casings are then separated from the chemicals as they are no longer needed. Step 3, the alkaline battery chemicals, zinc, manganese dioxide, and sodium hydroxide are turned into a pure powder, which can be used in many other items. Step 4, the chemical powder from the batteries is used to create other powerful items, like a fertilizer to grow corn or other plants. Now I would like to hand it over to Rayansh to talk more about our solution.
The batteries are recycled to be turned into new batteries and other items. So these items include electrical toys and many more toys, as Nihal should have mentioned, and recycle your batteries to help the environment. Join us at recyclemybattery.org to make our Earth a better place to live. And now I would like to hand it off to Nihal to talk about our status.
Okay, so far, we are partnered with Thought to Recycle, the nation's largest battery recycling company, which Rayansh has mentioned earlier. We are partnered with the organization called Best Brains, the nation's leading learning centers for kids with more than 150 plus locations located all over the United States of America. We are partnered with ID Serve Alliance, which is the association with more than 1,200 plus member IT companies and a combined workforce of 75,000 plus people. They came forward to support us and are supporting us as one of their CSR initiatives after their recent Atlanta conference back in 2019. We have already recycled 175,000 plus used batteries and educated over 3 million plus people. We have a growing team of over 200 plus kids nationwide. Actually, it's not nationwide, it's internationally, because some kids started joining from Canada, Switzerland, and also India. As a team, we have spent over 14,000 plus voluntary hours. We have placed more than 280 plus battery bins, which can be found all over the United States of America. Now, I'm going to be handing it over to Rayansh to talk about our achievements.
We won the New Jersey State Recycling Award for 2020. We won the New Jersey Governor's Environmental Excellence Award for 2020. We won a special award from the National Waste Recycling Association for 2020. We won the 1 in a Million Award for 2020. We won the Global Kids Achiever Award for 2020. We won the Point of Light Award in 2021 and 2022. We won the Green Champ Award in 2020. We won the President's Environmental Youth Award for 2021. We won the International Young Eco Hero Award from Action for Nature for 2021. We won the India's Top 20 Under 20 Award for 2021. We won the India's Achievers Award for 2022. We won the International Global Child Prodigy Award for 2022. We won the Citizens Award from Woodbrook Elementary School for 2020. Now I would like to hand it over to Nihal so that he can talk about more achievements that we have had.
Okay, so we have gotten recognition from Senators Bob Menendez, Sam Thompson, Vin Gopal, Patrick Dinan, and Edison Mayor Sam Joshi. We have gotten recognition from Congressman Andy Kim, Frank Pallone, and South Brunswick Mayor Charlie. We have gotten recognition from Kevin Tassiter, who's the co-founder of Redmond Materials, which is formed by Straubo, who's the ex-co-founder of Tesla, along with Elon Musk. Now, I would like to hand it over to Rayansh to talk about our roadmap.
So now we need to spread the message and place battery bins across the USA and then the world, which means we need you guys to spread awareness about our campaign so that you can help us spread awareness and teach other people about the importance of recycling batteries so we can save the earth together. Kids are our future, so we're onboarding as many schools as possible. So as I have said, we place battery bins in many locations, such as schools. This is some of our team. So we have Nihal Tamana, our founder, and Mihir Tamana, our co-founder.
Okay, so we have our vice presidents and then we have our members. Here are some of our more members and a few more members. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes and talk about our advisors. Stephen R. Maridostiu, who works in the Department of Environmental Science, and he's a professor of environmental science and sustainability at Weiner University over in Pennsylvania. He came forward to support Recycle My Battery as advisor, and he allowed us to place a battery bin in their university. Carl Smith, who was the ex-CEO and president of Carter Recycle, came forward to support Recycle My Battery as advisor. Kieran White, who used to work at Tesla, and he's the co-founder of Lasso Loop, which is an organization dedicated to turning the recycled materials into something new, came forward to support Recycle My Battery as advisor. Marco Sanchez, who works at Mitsubishi Power over at Orlando, Florida, came forward to support Recycle My Battery as advisor as well. And this is me. I'm the founder of Recycle My Battery. My name is Srini Tamna, 7th grade, Woodrow Wilson Middle School in Edison, New Jersey. I recently got a job at Enviro Vidyan, and I'm the youngest research lead waste manager at their company. I basically make blogs for them every single month. So if you guys want to check out some of our recent blogs, you can visit the Enviro Vidyan website, or you can read them on LinkedIn as well. Please do follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, because if you do, we know you're spreading the change. Now I would like to hand it over to Rayansh Boddu to talk about himself.
So, hello, my name is Rayansh Bhavit Badu, and I'm a vice president of Recycle My Battery. I've joined Recycle My Battery in 2019, and I'm a 4th grader studying at Woodbrook Elementary School. I joined Recycle My Battery, as I have said, in 2019, and this is our slogan.
If I can make Earth a better place to live, you can.
If you can make Earth a better place to live, we all can.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any questions, you're free to ask them.
Okay.
That is fantastic. Well done, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Where do you guys live right now?
Oh, we still live in Edison, New Jersey.
Nice. That's fantastic.
I've got a question for you guys.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Yes. This is pretty large. What would the process be for me to start communicating with people to get more battery bins out? Like, let's say in Michigan, for example.
All right, so remember how I talked about our website? So because of our website, more people start joining Recycle My Battery, and thanks to Carter Recycle's help and support, they're supporting us in the organization. So they're helping us by spreading the awareness. Like, they're basically giving the battery bins to those members who join, and they're placing the battery bins in their locations.
Now, you talked about
University has.
Clayton's freezing a little bit here and there. You guys talked about alkaline batteries. What about like lithium or lithium-ion batteries?
Okay, so we talked about alkaline batteries as well. Lithium-ion batteries have like another type of battery recycling process. So we're gonna like do some more research on lithium-ion batteries, and we're gonna put in the slide later on. So we're still researching as lithium-ion batteries are like it's one of the most deadliest batteries ever to be found, because they have like the most harmful chemicals, right? So we're still finding the battery recycling process for lithium-ion batteries. But we do collect them. Since we have our organization and the battery bins, we do collect lithium-ion batteries, and Carter Recycle are actually recycling lithium-ion batteries.
So what's going to happen next with you all?
So we talked about in the roadmap, I want to bring down the 15 billion batteries thrown away every year to 0. So 0 batteries are thrown away every year. Also, like Rayan said, we want to onboard as many schools as possible, since kids are our future. So we want to have more members in our organization and bring awareness to more people to bring down the 15 billion batteries thrown away to 0. So that is our roadmap. That's what we plan on achieving.
And also, we have actually placed we have already educated over 17,000 kids in the Edison Township public schools. So as Nihal and I said, we're onboarding as many schools as possible. So like we already have like most of the Edison schools, like completely weird about this, you know.
Yeah. Edison is the first school district to actually support battery recycling. Like they're like the first school which let us place battery bins in their whole school district. The superintendent actually let us place battery bins in their 20 plus schools.
I would love to spread your word and get it beyond that scope, like across the nation. This is incredible.
Thank you so much. I really
something-
appreciate that.
Yeah, it's something that has really needed to be done, and the fact that you just saw this on the news and became so passionate enough to start a company, a successful one, with like a whole business infrastructure is incredible. I applaud your drive. It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
I guess I had a question. When you showed your slide that had all of the people that were involved, there's a lot of students. And I guess how many students are involved, and are they just involved in New Jersey, or the students that were on your slide are students from all over?
So like actually, as Nihal has said in our status, we have a growing team of over 150 kids, and we have them nationwide.
Okay.
I mean, not nationwide, international. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, and
international.
that's what the pictures on the slide were like.
Yes,
all of
yes.
the-
But there are more of them. So like we just couldn't add more slides. So yeah,
And
actually we
also-
have much more.
Yeah, I would like to add on. So this company, this organization is completely student led. So the 200 plus kids in our organization are actually students who are out helping us out and spreading the awareness and placing battery bins.
Really fantastic job, you guys. Very awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, do we have any more questions from the audience? You blew me away. Just a side comment. You blew me away with those awards that you guys all collected within 2020 and 2021. That was awe inspiring. It was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess I have one more question. First of all, I just want to say you guys are so amazing. I was so inspired. Like seeing all the things you've done is just so incredible. And the question I have is like, since you guys have becoming like more international and like a broader scale, like how do you think your goals have changed? Like have they like grown over time?
I guess you can say that. Like we're still nowhere close to our goal. Like we still have a long way to go. But I guess you can say that because like our company went internationally, and since it's international, all the kids from like other countries other than the United States of America can actually educate more and more people, which can reach out to other countries as well. So I guess you're saying it has an advantage, but also we're nowhere close to our dream. 15 billion batteries left to bring to we only need billions of people to educate to actually get our dream true.
Yes, I agree with Nihal. And also, I have new personal goals too, which is kind of related to battery recycling and kind of not. So I'm working on this smart trash can where like if you like throw something in it, it'll scan it to make sure it's going in the correct bin. Like let's say I have something I need to recycle, but then I put it in the trash can. This smart can will actually identify that it's going inside this trash can, and it'll sort it out and make sure it's going into the recycling bin. So I'm still working on this. It's called, I named it the smart can.
That's pretty clever. I mean, it's not so much for a industrial purpose, for a municipality.
Yes.
It's for an individual's home, like so home residences.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also I think I got a question. What do you like to do in your free time? So usually in our free time, we like to research about these batteries. So the lithium battery process well, as Nihal has said, we're researching in it. And I also like to do like puzzles. I like to read books, science books, and yeah, I like to draw art. I like to dance, sing, and many more. Like I
How
like
about
solving
Clash,
the Rubik's
Clash of
Cube.
Clans? How about Clash Royale? No, no games.
Well, sometimes I play video games, sometimes I don't.
Seems like you have a lot going on.
All right, so I would like to add on to Ryan. So my hobbies, like I like to draw, I like to read science-related books, and I actually have dreams of becoming the astronaut, not an astronaut, like the astronomer, space-related scientist one day. So I'm doing my research and all, and I'm very interested in science. So I really like science, and so I wrote on recycling my battery if I have free time after my educational academics homework is done.
I have no doubt that with your drive, both of you, wherever you want to end up, you're going to be there. It's not a question.
Yeah, no.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I might be working for you
I
too.
really appreciate it.
So,
I agree.
Wonderful job. Thank you both for being here.
Yeah,
You're
thank you
welcome.
so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity
Yes.
to make our earth a better place to live, and also to educate many people on our YouTube live about the recycling batteries properly. And I would like to say something to everybody on YouTube watching right now. If you guys have a used battery, please make sure to recycle it properly by putting it into the recycling battery bin, because if you don't, so many conflicts would be caused just because of one battery. So just remember that whenever you have a battery and you're going to throw it away in the trash.
Yes, and also if you have like a button battery or something like that, make sure you give it terminal protection. Also for rechargeable batteries, make sure they're single in a cover. And also I would like to say that about the more ill effects about these batteries being thrown in the trash, that if both of them meet together, it can cause a big explosion. That's what Nihal saw on the news on his 10th birthday, which inspired him to make it, like to start the campaign. So if you have a used battery, just remember to put it in one of our bins and make sure you save the Mother Earth, spread awareness, and let's get those 15 billion batteries thrown away to 0.
I have one small thing before we end. So Earth is giving us nice stuff like food, water, air, oxygen, etc. But we're giving everything very bad to Earth. Instead, we're polluting Mother Earth with all these greenhouse gases, polluting our Earth, air pollution, water pollution, poisoning our lands, destroying our Mother Earth, Earth will shut down, and it will be very bad before 2100. So let's do our part and recycle our used batteries and make our Earth a greener and better place to live.
Well done. Bravo.
Thank you for making the world a better place.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present about our campaign. So we could give all these people that are watching right now, as Nihal said, we're going to give them awareness. They're going to spread it. It's going to really help our cause. It's going to really support it. And I really, really appreciate it. I can't just like say in words how much I appreciate this opportunity.
We're gonna post this on the Youth Environmental Summit website once we do some editing of some chopping, so we chop off the breaks. And so I'm sure we're going to get more viewers there, because with a long day, we're not expecting kids to tune in, for the whole day. So we will definitely let you know when it's on the web.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Just when you guys post it on the website, please just share me the link so I can share with everybody else. So to bring the awareness.
Yeah, we absolutely will. So, looks like we don't have any more presenters because of a couple of no-shows, and that was an absolutely excellent presentation to end on. That's what it's all about right there. That's
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have to thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Okay, so unless we have any other ideas, looks like it's time to make some closing remarks on this. I kind of wish Paul could be here for it because this was his brainchild, but I guess not.
Again, I think to everyone who's come together to help make this event happen, great job. Clayton, Preston, Megan, Kara, thank you for being on here the entire day or so long as you all have been. It's been great. Megan, Kara, I'm really curious what you think about all of this after the 2 weeks we've done it.
Sorry, my dog was barking during your fourth word. So sorry, I'll let Kara go first.
Hi. Can you see me okay? Yes. Just watching these kids, just to let you know, I work for the Environmental Protection Agency. And I work in the Healthy Communities office, and I primarily work with schools. And Megan, she works in environmental education. And we're always looking at ways to expand the message through youth, because we also know that youth, honestly, you guys, I think are going to save the earth. I think we older folks it's taken us a long time to get on the right page, but you guys are. And so when I hear young people like yourself speak, you just inspire me to continue to work harder, to find kids like you, share your message with other kids so they know that even in the 4th grade, you can have your own nonprofit and successful business and multiple awards. So you're just inspiring. All the kids today are inspiring, and it's just honestly a gift, and I'm humbled just being able to hear you all today. So thank you.
Yeah, I never did any of this stuff when I was a kid. Kara and I have these side conversations because we work together really closely, and we're like, what did we do when we were kids? And did we have these opportunities? And, kids are starting nonprofit organizations. So I too am very impressed. I'm thrilled that so many of our presenters won the President's Environmental Youth Awards because I'm involved with that program. So I'm very excited. It's an EPA award. So yeah, I'm humbled and just really impressed with the creativity. I'm also super impressed with how all the students have been able to answer questions. Their presentations are amazing, as well as they're very professional for being so young, and however old you are, just the ability to answer questions. And public speaking is an amazing skill that's important no matter what field you go in. And this is just, it makes me smile to participate in something like this. Yeah. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So all questions are welcome.
So gents, this is actually just more for us who've presented or who've put on the presentation. We're just kind of wrapping up this part. And I guess it was kind of rude for me to say, because it is really a closing, but it's about you. It's almost like it's a passing on, right? Like, we've done this job so that way you all can do yours better and then lead others as well. So perhaps that's what's going to come up with this, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, folks, what do you say we log off for today?
Yes, enjoy your evening or whatever. Yes, we're all, I know where everybody on this call is located. So it is evening. Yep. The person from Indonesia did jump off, so I know it's not evening there. But yes, enjoy the rest of your evening and the snow for those of you in the Midwest. So enjoy the snow. Sorry, Clayton. We got a little dusting.
See you guys.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.